There are many legends in the world, but the most famous one is about the 7 stars player who topped the combat power rankings. The first thing this player did was complete a quest to defend the city and single-handedly defeat 108 invaders, which earned him a spot in the Hall of Fame. By single-handedly defeating the world boss, the Demon Lord, the 7-star player took just 30 minutes and broke the Heavenly Gods Guild's record of 50 minutes. The young man completed the next quest in the Battle of the Heavens dungeon on his own, defeating the final boss in just 30 minutes and setting yet another record that no one has been able to beat to this day. Events unfolded in a world where hopeless situations were not uncommon. Xing, who had purchased 6 boxes of unknown contents, was summoned over the public address system. The fair was taking place near a large building with a bright sign, where a crowd had gathered, and a lively atmosphere of commerce and noise reigned all around. After purchasing what he needed, the protagonist made his way home confidently but cautiously, keeping a close eye on those around him and avoiding drawing unnecessary attention. At that moment, the young man was overcome with joy, for a new virtual game had finally been released, opening up a world of adventure and exciting challenges for him. With a smile on his face, Xing realized he could resell the items and get 1,000 yuan for each one, which would cover his tuition. But first, he had to pay for his sister's medical treatment. Suddenly, the young man remembered holding his sister's hand as she lay in her hospital bed, and that memory made him pause to reflect and quicken his pace. Turning to Sister Qing, the young man apologized to her and promised never to play online games again, because the most important thing to him was for her to recover. Suddenly, a man sitting on a bench who had been watching him closely called out to the protagonist, drawing his attention with a calm voice. When Xing approached his acquaintance, the man immediately informed him that the money had already been transferred to his card, after which he went back to what he was doing. Holding his phone, the young man saw a message from the bank confirming the deposit and immediately thanked him for his help. When he saw the amount that had been transferred, the young man immediately decided to ask if his acquaintance had made a mistake, since only 40,000 yuan had been received. In a calm voice, the man explained that 2 of his friends had changed their minds, then turned around and went about his business. The young man wasn't happy with this situation, so he decided to stop the other man to get all the details. The first thing the young man said was that they had agreed to buy 6 boxes for his friend, and that his friend was supposed to pay an additional 6,000 yuan. According to the man, the young man had no proof, but based on their agreement, he was supposed to pay an additional 4,000 for 4 boxes. Not expecting such a turn of events, the protagonist was very surprised when his conversation partner started shouting that the seller was trying to cheat him out of his money. Everyone present began asking where this man was, and at the same time the line grew restless. Everyone sensed that events were taking an interesting turn. Realizing that someone was trying to slander him, the protagonist calmly tried to explain the true nature of the situation. Unexpectedly, Xing began to open the box to prove his case and show everyone its actual contents, which were supposed to dispel all doubts. When the young man put the helmet on his head, he immediately explained that he had bought all of this for himself and that it was all a big misunderstanding. Even though the guy could have been beaten up, he calmly went about his business and left everything as it was. Upon returning home, the protagonist was upset because he didn't understand why his acquaintance had acted that way, but he was somewhat comforted by the fact that starting tomorrow, it would be impossible to activate the Day 1 gifts, and the official version would cost 5,000. To himself, the young man realized that he was a complete failure who constantly made mistakes and couldn't change anything. At that moment, Xing realized that even if he sold the 2 items at a 50% discount, he would still lose 10,000 yuan, and he didn't know how to cover the costs. Holding his phone, the young man calmly told Manhwa that he'd been cheated and explained the situation in detail so that Manhwa would understand his mistake. When his friends said that the seller had finally gotten what he deserved, the protagonist didn't like those words and asked him to show more compassion. After Xing calmed down, he said seriously that he still had 2 left and asked if his friend wanted one. But as it happened, his friend had already ordered the deluxe version, so he suggested offering them to acquaintances. One of them could be sold. Since he needed to sell 2, Manhwa suggested keeping one for himself, since in-game currency could be exchanged for real money. Suddenly, the young man realized he had said too much and asked his friend not to tell anyone this information to avoid unnecessary trouble. After talking with the young man, the protagonist pondered his words, trying to understand their true meaning and possible consequences. At that moment, Zixin recalled his last conversation with his sister, who had asked him to play fewer games and had decided to reform him herself without letting their parents get involved. Trying to get the boy to get up from his chair, the girl kept telling him that he would ruin his eyesight, but even that didn't help. The protagonist played with great enthusiasm, and for him, this had long since become a routine activity, done without any strain or hesitation, with complete confidence in every move he made. Suddenly, the young man heard his sister's voice calling him to come down to the kitchen, where lunch was already ready, and the whole family was waiting for him at the table. When Zixin turned toward Qing and saw her begin to fall, he realized it was already too late to do anything and that he wouldn't be able to save her. With every passing second, the girl's head drew closer and closer to the edge of the table behind her, and the danger became increasingly apparent. This incident shook the protagonist to his core, and he froze, unsure of what to do next, completely at a loss over what had just happened. The only thing the young man regretted was his inability to earn money to save his sister, and he felt a deep sadness and inner emptiness. At that moment, Zixin decided that he would play the game to earn money and save his sister, feeling a sense of determination and finding a new purpose in his life. Unexpectedly, when the protagonist put on the helmet, he found himself in a virtual game where the system welcomed him and identified the Chinese region, then continued loading. What surprised the guy most was that he found himself in front of the login screen with nothing around him but empty space. When the player heard strange sounds, a sphere appeared before him, and the system explained that before creating a character, 100-sided die would be rolled, and the reward would depend on the number rolled. According to the rules of the game, if a 0 is rolled, there is no reward, but for every 10, the reward doubles. And if a 99 is rolled, it's a special reward received by only 10 players. However, upon hearing this, the protagonist decided that nothing good would come his way. Suddenly, the die was rolled, and at first the number 89 appeared, but then the young man made out a 9, which he considered better than 0. Peeking through one eye, the young man tried to make out what number he had rolled, and the system announced that he was the only player to have rolled 99. As he continued his story, the player saw the number that had come up, but the system immediately proceeded to award the prize. Seeing the number 99 before him, he was genuinely surprised as he hadn't expected to receive such a rare prize at all. Unexpectedly, a woman approached Qixin to explain all the details of the reward and reveal its features and capabilities to the player. When the young man turned around, he saw Qi Zhouman standing next to him, calmly looking at him and waiting for his reaction. The first thing the player was told was what his reward would be, a personal assistant selected after a brainwave scan. He was then asked if he wanted to change her appearance. The young man saw no need to change anything, since he was completely satisfied with everything as it was, and he decided to keep the original version unchanged. Unexpectedly, the girl asked the young man to follow the service's rules so his account wouldn't get blocked, and at that moment he apologized for his behavior. The next thing Zixin asked was what other rewards he could receive later on, and whether there would be any special items or rare bonuses among them. Another prize was a Choose One of 9 challenge, which involved selecting one of the spheres of light that appeared before him and tapping it to receive a reward. Without hesitation, the protagonist chose one of the spheres and tapped it to claim his reward, feeling a slight flutter of excitement as he made his choice. Unexpectedly, the system announced that he had received 2 main roles and 3 supporting roles, as well as a chance to find a reward in the newbie village for changing his class and learning skills. Despite receiving these rewards, the young man still had additional ones, which the system administration later explained in more detail, opening up new possibilities. This news came as a surprise to Zixin, and he couldn't understand what was happening, as it seemed like a real imbalance. The next step was character creation, so the young man had to choose a race that would determine his abilities, playstyle, and future development in the game world. At that moment, the protagonist, with a surprised look on his face, agreed and asked which races were available to choose from, trying to assess his options. Among the recommended choices were the Guardian Zheng Mu and the Heir Xuan Lin, each with unique abilities and their own character development paths. This demigod-level race, with the blood of a god flowing through its veins, has a starting value of 42 points, whereas humans have 30 and monsters have 35. When the young man saw this option, he decided to choose it, since it was unique and had a starting value that allowed him to gain 5 additional points. In other words, with this race, the protagonist would earn 1.5 times more points than regular players with each level, and at that moment, he decided he would become invincible. According to the game's rules, those who receive a unique reward must guide others to the level of the gods. But when creating a second account, it is forbidden to choose races higher than human, so the young man didn't understand why he needed 2 accounts. Next, the assistant informed him that she would teleport him to the newbie village to complete his setup and choose a class. Suddenly, the young man heard his mother return from work and ring the doorbell, so he asked her to wait until he came back. In order for Zixin to log out, the system asked if he really wanted to save his current settings and log out, since the login process wasn't complete and the account wasn't linked. After agreeing to all the requirements, the young man took off his helmet and logged out of the system, ending the current session and returning to the real world without delay. With a sense of relief, he exhaled and eagerly awaited the person who had come to meet him, feeling a slight flutter of excitement. When the protagonist approached the front door, he was suddenly shoved and asked why he was so slow. The unexpected blow sent the young man tumbling to the floor, and not understanding what was happening, he tried to get up, looking bewildered. Standing in front of him was an acquaintance who had shown up unannounced and looked quite serious. With a defiant look, the uninvited guest explained that he'd heard about the extra gaming helmet his friend had, and since he'd overslept, decided to come and ask for it in person. The first thing the guy thought was, how did Chang Lin Yao find out about this? Had someone posted it in the Otnoclassniki chat? After all, he was a notorious troublemaker. But in response, he said that the helmet was already reserved, and he couldn't give it away. The apartment owner's words didn't upset the guest, since he was determined to do whatever it took to get what he wanted. Unexpectedly, the young man walked past Zixin, which puzzled him even more, leaving him surprised and confused by the situation unfolding around him. At that moment, the protagonist started shouting, trying to figure out why his acquaintance had entered without permission and was acting so brazenly. Even though no one had invited him, Chang Lin Yao calmly kept walking and said that his classmate had forgotten who he went to school with. The next thing the homeowner wanted to do was take his acquaintance to another room so he wouldn't take his helmet. But before the young man could finish speaking, his classmate's behavior surprised him even more and made him wary because there was something unnaturally strange about him. In Chang Lin Yao's hands was a gaming helmet that the owner hadn't had time to hide before the guest arrived, and this immediately caught both of their attention. With a smile on his face, the uninvited guest continued to hold the device and claimed he had found it, arousing the owner's suspicion. At that moment, the protagonist realized it was all over and didn't know what to expect from his classmate, who was acting too unpredictably. A short time later, Tang Hua had a conversation with his aunt about the protagonist, during which he assured her that everything would be fine and that they would have dinner together. Suddenly, Zixin came out of the bathroom and immediately hit his brother, asking what kind of nonsense he was telling their mom. With a calm demeanor, the young man told the person closest to him that he would be back home in a few days, and if that was all, then it was time for him to leave. After handing the phone to his brother, the protagonist watched his brother's actions closely, never taking his eyes off him and trying to figure out what he would do next. Just as the young man was about to leave, Tang Hua suddenly stopped him and asked what exactly had happened and what was behind these strange events surrounding them. At that moment, the young man pondered the host's words, trying to grasp their true meaning and possible consequences. That day, events unfolded as follows. Zhang Linyao wanted to take the helmet, but the protagonist refused to give it up because he was using it himself. In the uninvited guest's opinion, the boy seemed greedy, since he only wanted to use the helmet for a week and refused to share it. Zixin continued to stand his ground and insisted that the boy return what he had taken without permission, refusing to dodge the conversation. Despite the host's shouts, the protagonist's classmate calmly watched him, showing no emotion. When the young man got his helmet back, he thought everything would end peacefully and the guest would leave without further trouble. But to the apartment owner's surprise, the guest began acting even more brazenly and said that if he didn't hand over the item willingly, things would get much worse. At that moment, Zixin asked him in a tense voice to leave immediately, as he was ready to call the police if the situation escalated any further. Despite the threats, Chang Linyao merely smiled and had already devised a plan of action that he could use against his classmate at any moment. The first thing the young man did was deliver a powerful blow to the apartment owner, who had not expected such a turn of events at all. These events shook the protagonist to his core and made him realize the gravity of the situation and the danger looming over him. After such a blow, the boy could barely stay on his feet, struggling not to fall and to maintain his balance, as his strength had almost completely left him. Despite the pain, Zixin tried to fight back and demanded that the man leave his house immediately, no longer willing to tolerate such behavior. The next thing the protagonist did was strike his opponent with all his might, trying to stop him and protect himself from further aggression. The anger on the young man's face was evident. It grew with every passing second, betraying his state of tension. Despite being struck in the face, Chang Linyao said he had been provoked and recalled hearing about the host's sister, who was in the hospital. The mention of someone close to him took the young man by surprise, as he never could have expected the conversation to take such a turn. Even though the protagonist had no chance of winning, he still tried everything he could to get the uninvited guest to leave as soon as possible. Zixing's attack was instantly stopped, and in response he heard that his parents were barely making ends meet and that calling the police wouldn't help, since they didn't know the visitor very well. Stepping closer to his acquaintance, Zhang Linyao whispered that with just one word from him, his loved one would never return from the hospital, and his parents might be found in a dark alley. At that moment, the protagonist recalled rumors that his classmate was feared not only by students, but also by teachers, and even the school principal, who all did as he said. After hearing the young man's words, the homeowner tried to make the right decision, but didn't want to lose face in this situation, striving to defend not only the helmet, but also his family's honor. But at an unexpected moment, the boy decided that he would not be able to stand up to his opponent's authority and strength anyway, and gradually gave up on his plans. With sadness, Zixin said that his classmate could take the helmet and stopped arguing, hiding his disappointment. Even though Zhang Linyao got what he wanted, he still struck the boy, believing that the boy had angered him by refusing to hand over the item immediately. After the boy got what he wanted, he went on his way, while his friend remained lying on the floor in a dazed state. These events deeply shook the main character and made him reflect on what had happened and on how he should proceed in this situation. The events that followed took place in Tang Hua's apartment, where his brother explained that everything was fine and that nothing out of the ordinary had happened at that moment. Upon hearing this explanation, the young man immediately began shouting that Zixin couldn't have just run over to his place out of the blue to hide and claim that everything was fine. Despite the circumstances, the protagonist still explained that it was all because of Chang Linyao, but his brother couldn't understand how anyone could have run into that thug. In a calm voice, the young man decided to ask his friend how he thought all these strange events could be explained. Moving closer to Tang Hua, the protagonist explained that someone had offered to help resell the remaining helmet and had accidentally sent a message to the chat where it was being discussed. The young man immediately made it clear that the device contained a lucky account, and its value turned out to be significantly higher than anyone expected, which was why he'd been beaten up and they tried to steal it. But unexpectedly, the young man decided to calm his brother down and said that his own carelessness was to blame. After all, he should have hidden the device first and only then opened the door. And now they should focus on figuring out how to get it back. Despite the device's high value, the owner decided it wasn't worth chasing after it at any cost, choosing instead to use common sense. During a conversation between the brothers, it became clear that Chang Linyao's father was a very influential man, someone even their own father didn't dare speak to unnecessarily, for fear of getting into trouble. Despite the danger, the protagonist couldn't calm down, because this was his only chance to set things right and fix the situation. A phone call interrupted the boys' conversation. Zixin answered it with both joy and surprise, intending to file a complaint with the Forest God's support service. To fulfill Zixin's request, the administration explained that such games have player-specific security measures in place, and login is only possible through the main user's iris. However, they decided to lift this restriction for the first 10,000 devices in the initial batch to conduct an experiment allowing login from any account for the sake of convenience. No one will be able to return the account to the main character, since it is tied to the device. The technology was designed for convenience, and the developers did not anticipate such problems. The first thing they suggested to the young man was to provide a copy of his account information and help him contact the local police. But he refused to listen any further and hung up. To keep his brother from getting upset, Tang Hua offered to pay the ransom for the stolen device and help resolve the issue as quickly as possible. At that moment, Zixin calmed his friend down and explained that he didn't need an expensive device to play well. After all, what really matters are skills and experience. When the protagonist put on the device, he immediately immersed himself in the game. which greatly surprised his brother, who hadn't expected him to log in again. At that moment, Manhwa decided to call the service center to find out where his device was, since he didn't want to wait until tomorrow and was eager to help his brother. For the protagonist, the game with his new device had begun, and he continued to immerse himself in the virtual world, discovering new possibilities. Upon returning to the virtual world, the young man sensed that someone was watching him, which made him wary and more cautious. Suddenly, the young man saw Xiaoman, who was still his guide in this world and continued to accompany him. It came as a surprise to the protagonist when the girl began to fade away and explained that, as his reward, she was supposed to stay forever, but because he had logged in from a different account, she was forced to say goodbye to him. After warning that most players wouldn't be able to change their appearance, the assistant explained in response to a question that a player wouldn't be able to continue the game with their old data if their device was stolen, since the device and the account are linked. With a sad look on his face, Zixin realized what they were trying to tell him, so he asked them not to continue the explanation and immediately decided to create a new character. The first thing the system warned him about was that anyone who received a super helmet would no longer be able to create a human character. At that moment, the protagonist remembered that, in addition to these characters, there were other races that could be created without restrictions or problems. Among the available characters, there are thousands of races that can be selected based on various criteria and the unique characteristics of each. To choose his hero wisely, Zixin paused to think and carefully considered his options, weighing all the possibilities. Suddenly, the young man had his first question. Could some virtual players really be stronger than real people? The human race is valued at 30 points, so the protagonist asked the system to select a character for him with a rating of less than 20 points. At that moment, the system checked all of the young man's requirements and found not a single suitable option. The number of results was 0. The response shocked the young man, so he immediately asked how many characters had exactly 15 points, making no attempt to hide his surprise. Even among characters with lower scores, the system showed that their level was effectively 0 and did not meet the selection criteria. Even if there were no characters left with low stats, he could have chosen a race with special characteristics, such as a turtle, but he met with failure there as well. At that moment, the player wondered, was the situation really that bad? And was there truly not a single acceptable option left to choose from? Suddenly, the protagonist couldn't understand how it was possible that there were no special traits and the system wasn't offering a single option, right at that very moment. Unexpectedly, the system reported that there was one option, and for a moment it seemed to pause in thought before presenting it to the young man. Seeing this, Zixin was surprised and didn't understand what was happening or why the system had offered this particular choice. While processing the information, the assistant reported that based on the protagonist's request, only one race met all the specified conditions. With a smile on his face, the young man said that if the suggested option had certain features, he was ready to create a character. The system's next question was whether the young man really wanted to create a character, and at that moment he confidently confirmed his decision. At that moment, the player decided that it didn't matter to him that a jellyfish had been selected since it was a sea creature, and he agreed to that choice. In the early stages of the game, all players will develop on land, while the main character will be able to take the first step toward conquering the ocean. At this stage, no one will be able to compete with him for resources, since he will develop faster than the others. After completing his character creation and receiving permission to enter the game, Zixin began to slowly open his eyes and immerse himself in the new world. Suddenly, the young man saw an ocean stretching far into the horizon before him, and the sight struck him deeply. Realizing that he wasn't actually in the ocean but at a great height, the young man felt disoriented and began to cautiously survey his surroundings. When the young man realized he couldn't change anything, he immediately asked to open the system window to check the information and his capabilities. Suddenly, the protagonist noticed that his avatar looked terrible. His stats were very low, and what surprised him most was that he had only one unknown skill. At that moment, an assistant appeared and immediately said he would explain everything and go over the details of the system and the character. The first thing he had to do was come up with a name and fill out the information in the system before starting the game, in order to gain access to his character. After filling out the player information, Zixin asked what to do next, but as it turned out, there were no next steps yet, and the system didn't provide any further instructions. The information he received surprised the guy, and he had many questions that wouldn't let him rest. So he immediately began looking for answers. With a smile on his face, the assistant explained that all of that was still on his old account and there was nothing here, and that he himself was far from the starting village. So if the guy wanted a guide, he'd have to go back. Upon hearing this, Xin couldn't believe it and simply stood there in silence for a few seconds, trying to process the situation. What surprised the protagonist even more was that the system reported that the sun was harming him and his health would gradually decrease. The farther the bird flew, the less the young man understood, and the more lost he became, trying to figure out where he had ended up. Unexpectedly, the young man found a way out of the situation and decided to hide under the animal's shell to reduce the sun's impact on himself. Fortunately, the character wasn't human, so in this case it was easier for him to make sudden movements and maneuvers during flight. While the young man was trying to figure out how to shelter from the sun's rays, the bird, on the other hand, behaved in a completely opposite manner and only made the situation more complicated. But at that moment, the player decided he needed to force the creature to fly away so he could try to find a safer place. Realizing that the ocean wasn't the starting location, since Xing's stats were too low, and if he died, he wouldn't be able to return to the starting village. The next thing the protagonist realized upon seeing his shadow in the water was that he first needed to find a low-level location and only then decide what to do next. As he continued moving forward, the young man watched everything happening around him closely, trying not to miss a single detail. Underwater, he noticed other jellyfish moving slowly through the water and creating a strange shimmer around themselves. Suddenly, the young man realized they were flying over a dense forest, and he decided to head there. After all, the sun wouldn't harm him, and most importantly, he wouldn't crash, so that unknown skill would come in handy. When Xin tried to get the bird to land, it didn't like that at all and began to act even more aggressively. At that moment, the beast refused to put up with such treatment, so it tried to get rid of the jellyfish by forcing it to let go on its own. Feeling exhausted, the young man couldn't figure out what this unknown skill entailed, since his energy was gradually dwindling, and this caused him even greater anxiety. Suddenly, the young man received a message from the system stating that he had activated this ability, and he immediately realized he could use parasitism. His joy knew no bounds, for the protagonist understood that regardless of the opponent's strength, he would be able to influence them and gain the upper hand. Considering this skill his best ability, Xin knew that with its help, he would be able to overcome all obstacles in his path. At that moment, the bird felt a strange discomfort that wouldn't leave it alone, and forced it to nervously change its flight path. The protagonist's thoughts were mixed, for he couldn't understand, had the parasitism really worked, and had he actually managed to see the beast's eyes? The young man certainly hadn't expected such a turn of events, for they began to fall, and at that moment he realized he needed to learn how to control the bird. The landing was very rough, but at the same time it eased the player's suffering and allowed him to recover from the fall. At that moment, the main character's classmate, who was on the other side of the world and had no idea about his situation, was also playing the game. The system notified him of a new achievement and confirmed its completion, which came as an unexpected and pleasant surprise to the player. Mutant ants were rapidly approaching from behind the boy. He didn't notice them at first and only sensed the danger behind him after a while. Although the young man didn't immediately understand what was happening, he regained his composure as quickly as possible and began attacking his enemies. With a light swing of his sword, the player destroyed the first insects that appeared before him and continued the fight, remaining vigilant. The battle with the level 5 poisonous ants proved to be a valuable experience for Zhang Linyao and helped him better understand his capabilities. Unexpectedly, creatures continued to attack him from all sides, and the situation grew increasingly dangerous, forcing the young man to stay on his toes. Using basic sword techniques, the young man continued to fight them and gradually fended off their new attacks. Even though this was only the beginning, the young man overcame his first opponents and, without hesitation, continued the battle, preparing for new dangers. The next creature Chang Linyao encountered was a 6th-level spotted spider, which he destroyed with a single, precise strike. It was no trouble for the player to defeat an 8th-level black-haired boar, and he handled it without much difficulty. On the path to new discoveries, he also encountered 9th-level unholy dryads, which posed no serious threat to the player. Even the boss of this location, who engaged the player in battle, did not prove to be an insurmountable obstacle, as the player confidently defeated it without much effort. With just a few strikes, the young man managed to destroy the strongest monster in the area and ended the battle with a decisive victory without encountering any serious difficulties. After finishing the battles in this location, Chang Linyao was pleased with the reward he received, but felt that the game character's appearance wasn't particularly appealing. For the next few minutes, the young man carefully studied his character's stats, analyzing each attribute and development option. The next thing that surprised him was that he had received a divine artifact that significantly boosted his in-game capabilities. In the player's hands was the helmet of the anonymous commander, which allowed him to hide his face and remain unrecognizable. In the village of Qingxi, in addition to the locals, there were other players, and one of them asked if anyone wanted to form a team. Despite the beauty of the village, rumors that high-stat warriors were looking for girls to join their teams never ceased. What was most surprising about this area was that among the players, there were some whose teams even included a third-level scarecrow. Other characters also had their own stats. Among them were those who lacked any personal skills, which prevented them from effectively fighting monsters in battle. For some players, this game was too hardcore and they lost all motivation to continue playing. Suddenly, one of the girls approached Chang Linyao and asked for help, as she found the monsters too scary and couldn't handle them on her own. Upon seeing the girl, the young man agreed to help and immediately asked if she was playing alone or if she had her own support team. Several more female players ran up to the young man, also asking for help and looking confused in this difficult situation. At that moment, the player thought of his classmate and silently thanked him for giving him this opportunity in the game. Meanwhile, strange events were unfolding for the protagonist. In the middle of a dense forest, he was attacked by poisonous ants and he begged them not to eat him. At that moment, the young man was furious over the loss of his account, while the bird lay unconscious, still under attack from enemies on all sides. The next thing Zixin did was disconnect from the beast and cancel the skill to save his own life and avoid dangerous consequences. Despite the danger, the protagonist confidently began to run, trying to break away from his pursuers as quickly as possible. As the young man ran with all his might, he tried to look back, and when he glanced behind him once more, he was suddenly startled by what he saw. Unexpectedly, ants swarmed the player. They quickly caught up to him, leaving him no time to escape and forcing him to defend himself immediately. One of the insects clamped onto one of his antennae and began biting, causing pain, while the others quickly closed in to help destroy the enemy. Wincing from the unbearable pain, Zixin suddenly found a way out of the situation, trying to save himself at any cost. Despite the pain, the protagonist managed to fend off the attack and momentarily hold back the onslaught of his enemies, buying himself a few precious seconds. Standing firmly on its feet, the jellyfish realized it knew what to do next and was ready to act decisively, despite the danger all around. At that moment, the protagonist resolutely decided that it was time to attack, realizing he needed to strike at the enemy's weak spot and test their reaction. Despite the difference in strength between the young man and the ant, Zixin confidently struck and did not back down in the face of a stronger opponent. When the system reported that the attack was ineffective, the protagonist was at a loss and didn't know how to proceed, so he decided to change tactics and find another way to affect the enemy. With each strike, messages confirming the attack's ineffectiveness appeared, which only heightened the tension and forced him to look for another way to fight. Not knowing what to do, the young man froze in shock, unable to figure out how to continue the fight if he couldn't break through the ant's defense. Suddenly, he realized that if his usual attacks weren't working, he needed to use a special move and change the course of the battle. It came as a huge surprise to the insect when the jellyfish began wrapping its tentacles around its body and restricting its movements. When the player grabbed the ant, he didn't expect events to unfold so rapidly and the situation to spiral out of control so suddenly. The insect began to run at high speed, even though the creature was holding on to it and trying to restrain it. As the creatures moved, Zixin realized that while parasitizing, he would be able to restore his health and also partially control the body of the host he was inhabiting. At that moment, the protagonist decided to use the skill again to see if the ant was indeed ignoring his defense and how this affected the battle. Unexpectedly, the system reported that the resistance was too great and the attack had failed, and the young man was very surprised by this unexpected setback. After the failed attack, the player lost his balance and fell to the ground, leaving him vulnerable for a moment. The poisonous ant's unexpected attack threw him off guard, causing him to momentarily lose his bearings and control of the situation. The poisoning was quite severe, But Zixin understood that this was to be expected, since his stats were too low even despite his high skill level. Realizing what was happening, the young man tried to figure out what to do next, quickly analyzing the situation and looking for a possible way out. In the protagonist's opinion, parasitism made no sense, since he could still die and lose control, not knowing exactly where he would be reborn, just like other creatures. Unexpectedly, the jellyfish realized that death is part of the life cycle and can hold new strength and opportunities for growth. Recalling that he had parasitized the seagull without any trouble. Since it was an ordinary animal, he realized that it had been much easier back then. But the same technique didn't work on the ant, because it was a monster with higher level stats than his own. The next thing the protagonist wanted to try was parasitizing dead insects to test the limits of his abilities. Some species of fungi can control the dead bodies of their hosts, using them as carriers for further spread. At that moment, the young man realized he needed to find a way to survive, and cautiously began approaching the insects while assessing his surroundings. He began implementing his rescue plan immediately, quickly taking action and trying to remedy the situation. Next to the insects lying on the ground stood another living one, which was closely watching what was happening around it. Delighted that everything had worked out, the protagonist began to think about what to do next, carefully weighing his next moves. Each of the insects watched the others closely, as if assessing the situation and anticipating any strange events around them. At that moment, the young man realized that although everything had gone well, he could be exposed at any moment, so it was dangerous to stay there. Despite its fear, another insect began to make sharp noises, as if warning the others of danger and drawing attention. Seeing the ants behave this way, Zixin decided he was doomed, but suddenly opened his eyes and, bewildered, didn't understand exactly what was happening around him. At that moment, it seemed to the protagonist that his disguise had worked. They mistook him for a deceased relative and were carrying him into the anthill among the others. Breathing a sigh of relief, the young man realized that he was safe for the moment and could rest a bit after the tense events and danger. On the screen, the player saw a message stating that at this stage, he had entered the final boss dungeon. Although the system congratulated him on unlocking the entrance to the settlement's dungeon for the first time, the young man realized he hadn't even checked his previous rewards yet, and he knew it would be difficult for him to defeat even the regular mobs, let alone their boss. After they entered the anthill, the protagonist expected that the nest of low-level monsters would be unlit, but things turned out differently than he'd thought. First, the player opened his inventory to check his resources and quickly prepare for the upcoming battle. The reward made a strong impression on him. He already had 1,000 gold at the start of the game, but the 2 helmets cost only 19 gold. So he immediately decided to examine the rest of his inventory. When the system displayed everything the young man had received, he breathed a sigh of relief, as the extra experience points and the teleportation ring made all the risks worthwhile. Zixin didn't want to read the next set of information because there was too much of it, so he asked to have it removed, but in the end he decided to try out the skill and activated it. Confidently pressing the button labeled Gluttony, he activated the skill and immediately felt changes in his condition. The unexpected changes stunned the young man, causing him to freeze for a moment and reevaluate what had just happened. A strange creature appeared before the player. It looked very large and immediately gave off a strong sense of danger, putting him on guard. At that moment, the protagonist finally understood what the new skill looked like and what possibilities it could offer in battle, as he assessed its potential. The glow on the jellyfish's head surprised him even more and made him look more closely at this strange creature, trying to understand its nature. When the young man saw that the worm had begun devouring everything around it, even affecting the parasitism skill, he decided to stop it immediately. But suddenly he realized that this was the skill of the ant he had been parasitizing, and at the same time he noticed a fiery spurt of poison approaching. Then, guided by his habit of gluttony, he obeyed the command and tried to swallow the fiery poison, absorbing its energy. Exhaling with relief, the young man realized that everything had ended well, and the danger had finally passed, allowing him to rest a little. Unexpectedly, the young man heard the system congratulate him on reaching the 2nd level, which came as a pleasant surprise. According to Zixin, if he absorbed the abilities of those he parasitized, his power could increase significantly and open up new possibilities. Just the thought that he would be able to level up much faster filled the protagonist with joy and gave him a surge of motivation and confidence. Having gained new powers, the young man began attacking the ants and pressed down on his enemies with determination, not stopping for a moment, gradually defeating them in battle. Unexpectedly, the system reported again that the attack was ineffective, and the insect was surprised by what it saw, as if it hadn't expected such behavior from its opponent. Even now, if the young man couldn't break through the ants' defenses, he would be able to conquer them in the future, and they would call him their master, and he walked confidently alongside them. What happened next genuinely surprised the protagonist, and he couldn't immediately comprehend what he was seeing. It was that unexpected and strange. When they arrived at their destination, the young man couldn't understand what was happening or why the situation was unfolding this way. The dead insect was left in a room where there were others like it, and this confused the young man even more, making him wary. When the young man saw that the ants were going about their business, he immediately came up with an idea on how to take advantage of this opportunity. Cezanne immediately emerged from his hiding place and cautiously looked around, making sure the path ahead was clear and there was no danger. Standing among the unconscious insects, the protagonist considered himself the king of parasitism and gluttony, ready to conquer everything around him. Using his tentacles, the boy began attacking the ants, delivering rapid strikes and trying to capture them and absorb their energy. Transparent bubbles began to appear around the creatures, slowly rising upward and creating a strange sense of tension in the air. Next to appear was the gluttony worm, which roamed uncontrollably throughout the hall, devouring everything in its path. Upon reaching the 4th level, the player wasn't thrilled, as he believed that absorbing the same skill repeatedly would yield less and less experience. The actions the young man continued to take suddenly surprised him, causing him to pause for a moment and reassess the situation. When the young man saw that 10 units of his life energy had disappeared and the creature was staring at him strangely, he was very surprised and grew wary. Despite the creature's condition, Cezanne used parasitism to completely destroy his opponent and end the fight. At one point, the young man forgot that just a short while ago, he hadn't been able to deal a single point of damage and began to consider first-level creatures very weak and fragile. After a short breather, the protagonist decided to move on, but suddenly noticed that something had fallen and was lying on the ground in front of him. As he got closer, he saw white aphid honey, which the fire ants had been cultivating for their queen, and a single drop restored up to 50% of his health. When Cezanne looked back, the creatures behind him were lying down, regaining their strength and tending to their health after the grueling battle. Having obtained 30 portions of white honey, the protagonist thought that this amount should be enough for him to fight the ant queen. Subsequent events unfolded surprisingly, for while the young man was gathering additional resources for himself, the queen was not idle either and was preparing her next moves. With every step, the insect collected more and more honey balls, gradually amassing a significant supply of the resource. The strange events continued and spread panic among everyone, causing people to lose control of the situation and act chaotically. One of the ants got trapped and began struggling in vain to break free from its confinement. Holding on tight, the young man shouted for the creature to keep moving forward, for he was convinced that the queen was deep underground. As they passed by one of the rooms, Cezanne noticed some honey balls lying on the floor that caught his attention. At that moment, the young man decided that since he was already there, he might as well collect a few more honey balls and sell them later, since they're a very useful resource in the early stages of the game. This method was one of many ways to earn money that allowed him to make a profit while enjoying the process itself. Suddenly, an idea popped into the young man's head, and he immediately decided to put it into action, without wasting a minute and acting as decisively as possible. Having moved away from the dead animal, the protagonist was already preparing for his next target, focusing his mind and getting himself in the right frame of mind for what lay ahead. Upon seeing the unusual intruder near the honey balls, the insects were momentarily disoriented, unable to react immediately to the danger. Standing confidently on his feet, Cezanne gathered his thoughts and carefully surveyed his surroundings, preparing for what came next. The ants launched their assault, attacking with fiery venom and gradually pressing down on the enemy's positions, forcing them to retreat under the onslaught. Striding confidently forward, the young man tried to reach his target as quickly as possible, since his health was critically low. It was important for the protagonist to avoid being hit, while simultaneously trying to anticipate his opponent's every move in order to maintain his advantage in battle. Unexpectedly, the young man found a way out of the situation and managed to defeat one of the insects, turning the tide of battle in his favor. As he gradually completed each of the assigned tasks, the player realized that at any moment he might not deal enough damage to finish the fight. So he decided that in this case, he would simply have to strike at the weak spot to end the fight faster and not drag out the confrontation. With every strike, the protagonist tried to break through his opponent's defenses as quickly as possible, not giving him time to recover, and gradually weakened his defenses. Smiling with pleasure, he continued to attack, sensing that the situation was gradually coming under his control. If the young man had the body of an ant, he could have posed a real challenge to anyone and significantly enhanced his combat capabilities. Even under such conditions, Zixin demonstrated everything he was capable of and ultimately managed to land on the ground with ease, maintaining control of the situation. Thinking of his sister's condition, the young man immediately realized he would do everything in his power to wake her up and have her by his side again. Exhaling with relief, the player saw a system notification that he had reached level 8 and immediately wanted to check how much loot had dropped after the battle ended. He immediately ran to inspect his loot: a soldier's helmet, 50 gold pieces, a breastplate, greaves, and boots. But what upset him most was that, due to his carelessness, he had destroyed the aphid and failed to obtain the honey. The next thing Zixin saw was that his armor wasn't displayed, as if the system hadn't registered it, which left him momentarily confused and prompted him to check his inventory. When another system message appeared, the young man was surprised to see a combo, one that in other games was a standard combination for defeating monsters. Unexpectedly, the protagonist turned to his gluttony companion and asked him to absorb the skill the game had just offered. Confidently and decisively, the player said he didn't need to memorize combos in advance, since he had the skill. Taking her weapon with her, the jellyfish moved forward, slowly and cautiously advancing deeper into the territory, ready for any new threats ahead. Using his weapon, Zixin destroyed every insect that crossed his path, thereby earning new achievements. The protagonist possessed the gluttony skill, which absorbed all the abilities he acquired in the game, but suddenly he saw a bright circle in front of him that was also trying to devour him. After picking up the orb, the young man realized that of all the combos he had used before, only one remained. But despite the more complex mechanics of this world, he still managed to figure them out. A blow to the head, a blow to the stomach, a blow to the heart, and a tail-severing strike. These 4 attacks are combined into a single combo and differ from the first to the 56th version, so they are not identical techniques. If all combinations differ, and the young man controls each strike separately, the number of possible variations will become very large. Suddenly, Zixin remembered that in his last game, to practice his skills, he had sliced mountain peaks to pieces. In addition to the mountains, he used every tree in the forest for training, and thanks to this, he honed his skills well, gradually improving his mastery. As long as the young man has a knife or dagger in his hands, nothing is impossible for him. He is capable of overcoming any obstacle and confidently moving toward his goal without hesitation. Unexpectedly, the system notified him that he had acquired a new skill which needed to be given an appropriate name, since it was of great importance for the hero's development. In addition, the player believed that during each attack, he should shout out its name to make it look more impressive and show others what kind of fighter he is. Confidently and proudly, Zixin decided to name it the Blade of the One Who Will Become a Superstar in 7 days, emphasizing his belief in its future power. At that moment, the young man was surprised because the system reported that the name was too long, so it was shortened to the 7-star Blade. After calming down, the protagonist decided to check his stats and was a little surprised by the result. With a smile on his face, the young man realized that thanks to his weapon, he would be able to double his strength to 14, which was pretty good, and with his parasitic ability factored in, he would actually become stronger than the other participants. Suddenly, the young man remembered Cheng Linyao and wondered if he really enjoyed playing on his account. Even if the stats on that account were significantly better, he still didn't consider himself inferior to his classmate. Never considering himself inferior to others, the protagonist still knew that his acquaintance was a very cunning person. Zixin felt a strange sensation, as if something around him had suddenly changed, putting him on guard. First of all, he felt a strong hunger that suddenly made itself known and forced him to focus on finding food as soon as possible. Gradually and carefully removing his helmet, the young man looked around carefully, trying to assess the situation around him. Exhaling, Zixin immediately asked Tanhua if he had anything to eat, because his hunger was growing stronger and he needed food right away. When the young man saw that his brother had logged out of the game, he immediately began dragging him into another room in the apartment so they could talk in private. At that moment, the protagonist didn't understand what was going on, but his friend explained that something had happened and continued dragging him into the other room. Staring intently at the screen, the guys were shocked by what appeared there and couldn't believe their eyes at first, because what they saw seemed completely unbelievable. Zixin was the most surprised of all. He stared at the screen for a long time, unable to believe his eyes, and tried to figure out exactly what was happening and why it had happened to him specifically. As he read the news carefully, the protagonist couldn't believe what he was seeing and felt a sense of anxiety gradually building. His surprise knew no bounds, as what he saw exceeded all his expectations and forced him to rethink the situation. Among the news reports was the announcement that Zi Xiaoman would be coaching those who would top the list of the strongest players as early as the second day after the game server opened. Computer game enthusiasts consider her one of the best players, as her skill level significantly surpasses that of the others. Another piece of news is that the top 10 has already been published, but it is still unknown who will ultimately make the cut. Most importantly, the young lady will continue her gaming career in Ancient Gods and will continue to develop her talent, attracting the attention of players from all over the world. Furthermore, the main character's brother reported that speculation is circulating on forums and in the media about how much she was paid to give up her career. At that moment, Zixin thought that Zi Xiaoman might have wanted this herself, and that her decision was a conscious one, not imposed by others or under pressure from circumstances. Carefully examining all the information, the young man couldn't figure out exactly what was happening and how it all fit together. One day, the young lady confided that in real life her name was Qi Xiao, and she had long kept this a secret from other players and even her friends in the game. Unexpectedly, the young lady turned to a representative of the 7 stars and asked him to help her reach the maximum level since he was her mentor. With a sweet expression on her face, the girl asked him to give her a weapon that had dropped as loot, since it might come in handy during future battles. Despite his curiosity about why Zi Xiaoman acted this way, the main character immediately explained that she and he were not on the same level. According to Tanhua, this game offers nothing but advantages for the young lady, great career prospects, and a growing fan base, since the game is very popular. Returning to his brother, the young man didn't understand what was happening to him or why he was so intently studying the information. Suddenly, the main character became very angry because he hadn't immediately noticed one detail. If Zhang Linyao hadn't taken his helmet, everything might have turned out differently. When Zixin took a closer look at each player, he realized that his classmate had changed his character's appearance because he didn't like the previous one. While playing throughout the day, Tang Hua was curious about his brother's level, whereas for the young man himself, the main priority was to figure out the game mechanics. The next thing the protagonist mentioned was that he would very soon overtake all the other players and rise to the top of the leaderboard. In the young man's opinion, one shouldn't underestimate the other characters, since each of them might be hiding a power capable of changing the course of events. The account that Shang Linyao had stolen was the only one on the server with a score of 99, and its race value was 43. The next player to join the game was the guy in first place, who had received a secret class reward and could control a level 100 angel. In third place was Pirosi, a legendary player, but he didn't play the same games as the protagonist and had completed many quests for racial evolution, although at this stage it had only occurred once. All of these accounts belonged to strong players who were incredibly lucky and managed to secure rare opportunities for growth. Realizing what was going on, the protagonist asked his brother to be quiet, even though the brother knew full well what his reaction would be. The next thing Tanhua asked was for his friend to carefully read the comments under this news article, as there might be important details there that would help him understand the situation. The guy's reaction to the fact that everyone wanted to unite against Zixing to prevent him from seizing the ancient gods was minimal. According to the protagonist, these comments appeared because someone hadn't been able to defeat the bosses faster than he had, which is why such a reaction arose. He found another news item about the Tanghua game world and asked everyone to listen to it carefully, as it might contain important information that would influence the course of events. In the village of Qingxi, there are 32 quests that yield almost no experience, but players still complete them for the rewards and additional resources needed for progression. When monsters need to be defeated during gameplay, players form groups of 3 because doing it alone is practically impossible. Loot drops very rarely, so even an ordinary white sword costs 50 real ions, and if it has special stat bonuses, the price can reach 4 figures. As for equipment and skills, they come in different rarities: common, rare, advanced, and divine. To Zixing's surprise, what mattered wasn't that Changlin Yao already had 2 divine skills, but whether common gear really cost 50 yuan. When the young man heard that this was indeed the case, he was very upset, as he realized the true value of the gear and how difficult it was to obtain in the game. At that moment, the young man remembered that he had wiped out an entire anthill, so there was no way the quantity was normal anymore. With a smile on his face, Tang Hua asked if his guesses were correct, that the main character had a personal leveling zone. Suddenly, Zixin realized there were a lot of weapons there, yet he had chosen only the white sword, which could restore health. When his brother heard this, he immediately started nudging him to get the protagonist to collect all the items, since they wouldn't disappear until someone took them. Even though his friend was trying to speed up the inventory collection, the young man glanced at the computer screen once more. Seeing that Zi Zhouman was admired by everyone, the young man became very upset and felt disappointed, as he hadn't expected such a reaction or such an attitude from those around him. But despite these circumstances, the player tried to focus on the positive and stay calm so as not to lose his concentration. When Qi Xin returned to the game, he began actively gathering all the loot so as not to miss a single valuable item and to make the most of the opportunities available in the game. With every passing minute, the young man found more and more swords left behind by insect soldiers after the battles, and quickly collected them so as not to miss a single valuable item. The young man was delighted to realize that he was very rich, having found more than 50 items, including complete sets of armor. Feeling confident, the protagonist thought that the Ant Queen must have some awesome loot, at least of the purple level. In high spirits, the young man pressed on in search of treasure, moving forward with confidence and hoping to find even more valuable items in new locations. The farther the young man went, the more the unknown awaited him ahead, and this made him more vigilant. Within the walls of the anthill, Zixin was both confident and focused, carefully surveying the area. Suddenly, the young man saw something that looked like a monster of enormous size, but what struck him most was that the encounter took place very close to the newcomer's village. Faced with such a giant, the young man decided to hide, choosing a safe spot so as not to come into its line of sight. At that moment, the protagonist decided not to make a sound, and even held his breath so as not to attract the attention of the giant, who could instantly detect any movement. The young man believed the Ant Queen hadn't noticed him yet, so he decided to check her stats, but her intelligence rating stunned him. Zixing's emotions ran high, as the insect's stats were extremely high, and not everyone would be able to handle her. At that moment, the young man realized that players leave the village at level 10, since the developers had placed such a monster there. Once his emotions had settled, the protagonist reflected on the circumstances and began to analyze the situation to determine his next steps. Even under these conditions, the young man found the situation appealing, as there might be some very rare materials here. Just as Zixin decided to prepare for the upcoming battle, an insect suddenly scurried past, catching his attention. The most important thing for the protagonist was where exactly the ant had carried the honey, as this could point to important resources or hidden reserves deep within the anthill. Suddenly, the player grabbed his weapon and began preparing for battle, closely watching his opponent's every move and looking for the best moment to attack and defend. At that moment, the young man stood face to face with the queen and declared that he was ready to begin the duel, closely watching her every move and preparing for the decisive battle. Moving at high speed, the young man advanced confidently toward his opponent, never taking his eyes off him. As he drew closer to his opponent, Zixin immediately asked where the opponent was looking, closely watching his reaction and trying to anticipate his next move. At that moment, the young man immediately struck with the 7 stars blade, believing it might work, and closely watched his opponent's reaction to assess the outcome of the attack. The strike was powerful, but it failed to make the queen falter. She didn't even step back and remained standing in place, forcing the young man to rethink his strategy. After the attack, the young man noticed that the ant had begun to act strangely and change its behavior, as if preparing for a counterattack. Although the jellyfish possessed certain skills and had landed a blow, The queen refused to give up and with a single movement sent her opponent flying to the side. Even though the boy had been flung aside, he tried to hold onto the ball of honey and not let it slip from his hands, clutching it tightly with his fingers. The protagonist realized he had almost no energy left, so he decided to eat his treasure to replenish his vitality. An ant watched the young man's behavior closely and was surprised by what he was doing, since such actions did not match the enemy's usual behavior during battle. After replenishing his energy, the young man decided to launch another attack, carefully assessing the situation and looking for a better moment to strike. Seeing what Zixin was doing, the queen also decided not to give up and continued the fight, responding with even stronger attacks. The closer her opponent got to her, the faster she tried to clench her jaws, preparing for a close-range attack. When the protagonist hit his teeth, he began to fall, but had already managed to devise a small plan of action so as not to lose his advantage. In an instant, Zixin found himself at the right distance and delivered another sword strike, closely watching the queen's reaction and assessing the result of the attack. After the strike, the queen began to lose strength. Her movements slowed and her defense weakened, giving Zixin a chance to continue the attack and turn the tide of the battle. Unexpectedly, the young man discovered a weak spot and immediately began attacking with renewed vigor, trying to quickly end the fight. The blow landed exactly where it was needed, which immediately caught the protagonist's attention and forced him to carefully analyze the situation in order to continue the attack effectively. Suddenly, the young man felt an unknown force that, in the blink of an eye, pushed him away from the queen and caused him to lose his balance. But he quickly regained his composure and continued the fight. At that moment, Zixin realized that the insect had used attack replication magic, but he couldn't figure out when it had happened. After a powerful blow, the protagonist was sent flying and fell to the ground, feeling pain, but he quickly tried to get back up so as not to lose his advantage in the fight. When the young man found himself on the floor, he noticed that dust had appeared around the ant, which gradually began to limit his vision and alter the battlefield environment. At that moment, the system reported that the young man was stunned, but he tried to get up and run away as quickly as possible. Suddenly, the protagonist realized what he needed to do and quickly sprang into action, carefully planning each step to turn the situation around. In front of him, Zixin saw an ant lying unconscious and motionless, so he cautiously approached to check whether the enemy truly posed no further threat. Using his parasitism skill, he tried everything he could to save himself, absorbing the opponent's energy and looking for a way to escape the dangerous situation. Having gained access to the dead insect's body, the protagonist tried to figure out what to do next, carefully analyzing his surroundings. The queen didn't understand what her rival was planning to do, so she grew wary and began watching his movements more closely, preparing for any surprises. The player saw a large ball of honey in front of him, which glowed in the dim light and looked extremely valuable, so he immediately began to assess the situation and the risks. Realizing that a 40-level difference was very significant, he didn't know what lay ahead and carefully evaluated the situation before taking the next step. Each of them closely watched the other's movements and waited for the right moment to act, never taking their eyes off their opponent. Suddenly, the young man realized what the creator of this game had in mind. He wanted the players to destroy the Ant Queen. In terms of stats, the main character had high health and strength, but low stamina and agility. Despite his high intelligence, he possessed only one magical skill, deflecting attacks to protect his lower body. If you assemble a group of players who haven't changed their class yet, you'll need at least 5 or even all 10 to defeat the queen. At that moment, the young man had a hunch he wanted to test, and if it proved true, it would work in his favor. Realizing that the insect had a weak spot, he focused on finding it, closely observing her movements and reactions to every strike. This queen gives birth to fire ants, and her main goal is to constantly feed to maintain her strength and develop the colony. The only thing that can distract this creature is food, so that is precisely what can be used as a weakness to create a diversion. Taking a ball of honey with him, the protagonist moved forward resolutely, setting a trap to distract the queen and turn the tide of battle. The next thing Zixin did was throw the ball toward the ant and start looking for a way to approach from the other side. Another move the young man made was to suddenly close in and deliver a powerful blow to his opponent, putting all his strength and determination into it. This action greatly enraged the insect, which furiously lunged forward, trying to tear its opponent apart with its pincers and destroy him with a single strike. With every passing second, the queen's arms steadily closed in on the protagonist, narrowing the distance and forcing him to act quickly to avoid the blow. The creature struck Zixing with all its might. He was sent flying to the side, and his energy immediately dropped by nearly half. But he pulled himself together and got back up to continue the fight. Since they had both eaten a single drop of honey, this proved insufficient for the protagonist, so he decided to quickly adjust his plan and change his tactics. First, the young man decided to drag the dead insects closer to their queen to create a decoy and distract her with food. The boy tried with all his might to do everything possible, because his own fate depended on his actions. The queen herself didn't understand what her opponent was doing, so she watched his actions closely, trying to predict his next move. Meanwhile, the protagonist dropped a drop of honey near one of the motionless insects to use it as bait and distract the creature. While the ant was watching the drop of honey, the young man continued to attack it, not giving it a chance to recover or change position. Next, Zixin used a parasitic tactic to weaken his opponent and gain the upper hand in the fight. The creature did not like these actions, so it tried to fend off subsequent attacks and defend itself more and more aggressively, losing control of the situation. By showing another drop, the player wanted to draw its attention back to himself to distract it from his real plan. Once again, unaware of what was happening, the queen stood and watched, closely studying her opponent's behavior and searching for a hidden threat. Launching yet another attack, the young man tried to do everything he could to end the fight as quickly as possible and gain the upper hand over his opponent. Remaining composed during the fight, Zixin prepared for his next attack, closely watching his opponent's movements and looking for the right moment to deliver the decisive blow. With each strike, the ant's life energy gradually diminished, but it still slowly crept toward the drops of honey, driven by its instinct to feed. Using parasitism once again, the protagonist understood exactly what the queen intended to do and tried to anticipate her next move to gain the upper hand. For the young man, the most important thing was to take the drops of honey in order to lure his opponent into a trap and make him let his guard down. Having gathered everything he needed, the young man gradually began to approach his opponent, carefully closing the distance and preparing for the decisive moment of the battle. With a smile on his face, the player announced that they weren't done yet and the fight was just heating up. Zixin leaves a decoy near one body, then quickly moves to the other using parasitism and attacks while dodging blows. When the insect is almost within reach of its prey, he abruptly moves it to the other body, causing it to lose its bearings. As long as the two bodies lie here and the queen stands before them, a triangle is formed, causing the insect to be distracted by one and then the other, so sooner or later the young man will emerge victorious. For his next attack, the protagonist began wielding the seven-star blade, preparing to deliver a precise, decisive blow. Faced with this turn of events, the beast began to scream loudly, reacting to the unexpected change in the situation and losing control of itself. Unexpectedly, the system announced that Zixin had managed to defeat the boss, the mutated queen of the fire ants, completed the dungeon on his own, and received a 400% experience bonus, as well as several other valuable rewards. After the battle ended, the protagonist decided to sit down and rest, to recover his strength after the grueling confrontation. Exhaling with relief, the young man felt a sense of relief and realized that his skill leveling had gone brilliantly and he had become significantly stronger. What surprised the young man most was that he couldn't select two skills at once, and even more so that his current parasitism skill was of the common rarity but could be upgraded to legendary. There was also the option to enhance other abilities. At that moment, the protagonist decided to choose the transformation for parasitism, and when the system explained that this mutation had a 98.6% chance of evolving into hidden parasitism, he immediately asked to activate the miracle worker. Upon seeing the system's message, Zixin was immediately delighted, as the mutation was evolving into symbiosis, opening up new possibilities for development. At that moment, the young man reflected on the fact that parasitism only works on those weaker than him or already dead. Symbiosis can control targets weakened by debuffs, allowing him to gain an advantage in battle and influence their actions at the decisive moment. The next thing the player decided to pay attention to was the loot, and upon seeing it, he was surprised, for the items he received exceeded all his expectations. Unexpectedly, the protagonist saw that he had obtained a divine artifact, and he froze for a moment in shock, unable to believe his luck. His emotions knew no bounds, and the protagonist couldn't contain his delight at the tool he'd received, for it could radically change his power and future development. The events that followed instantly snapped the young man back to his senses, bringing him back to reality and forcing him to quickly assess the situation around him. Carefully surveying his surroundings, the young man couldn't believe what was happening for a long time, as reality seemed too unbelievable even for him. Puzzled, Zixin realized that events were unfolding too quickly and that he needed to adapt to the new circumstances immediately. Before doing anything, the young man carefully surveyed his surroundings once more, assessing the situation and potential threats to avoid making a mistake. Realizing that this was indeed true, the protagonist began shouting, "Where's my artifact?" as he searched for it among the debris and checked every corner around him. At that moment, the young man fell to the ground and couldn't quite grasp that it was gone, but he saw a light that signaled the object's appearance. The next thing that prevented him from regaining his composure was a new system message stating that one of the 8 items was the most valuable and rare, the Blade of Hope of the ant tribe. On the monitor screen, a woman looked surprised, as if she suspected something, and scrutinized the data closely, trying to understand the reason for the changes. When the young man saw that there was one more item than indicated, he realized it was a bug, and that he had received an extra item. This was confirmed by a video that clearly showed the effects of a legendary artifact dropping, so he was promised gear appropriate for his level. During a conversation with the game's administration, the protagonist became curious about how long the game lasts, and was told that it lasts 3 days, but he had already played for 60 hours. It came as a surprise to the young lady when they discovered that the guy had 2 accounts and one of them had been hacked, so he wouldn't be able to get it back. He decided to back up his story, and for her it was a miracle to have stumbled upon this particular player. With a smile on his face, the protagonist explained that if he'd found such a serious bug in just 3 days, one that no one else knew about, one could only imagine what would happen when he posted the video on the forum. Unexpectedly, the bug-fixing director joined the conversation and offered him anything he wanted as compensation for discovering the error. Everything turned out to be much simpler than the administration had anticipated, because Zixin also suggested claiming a second reward for defeating the boss. With a smile on his face, the young man realized he had done the right thing and was convinced he had made the correct decision, since he believed that leveling up his skills would be far more beneficial to him than an artifact. At that moment, the protagonist realized to some extent that there were ranks higher than legendary, and concluded that the information from his brother had been inaccurate. Reflecting on everything that had happened, Zixin decided he needed to check the 9th item, since he wasn't sure if the artifact had truly disappeared. Unexpectedly, the system reported that the young man had obtained the Queen's Helmet of Hope, a cloak, a breastplate, a crystal, and 2006 resources, but an unidentified item remained right in front of him. Clutching the item tightly in his hands, the player tried to examine it from all angles and gradually realized that it might be part of a hand. For the protagonist, this was a very strange divine artifact that defied logic and raised more questions than it answered. Another peculiarity of this item was that it caused no harm but served a different purpose, one that remained unclear to the hero for the time being. The first thing the young man wanted to do was find an appraiser to determine the true value and properties of the mysterious object. Suddenly, it occurred to him to call Manhwa, and when Manhwa picked up the phone, the first question was, why was it so dark around him and what was going on? At that moment, the protagonist explained that he was in a dungeon and had defeated a powerful boss, news that greatly surprised his friend, who himself had barely managed to defeat a 30th rank demonic bull, a creature 20 levels weaker than an ant. When Zixin heard the suggestion that his friend could record a video, he immediately refused, as he didn't want to draw unnecessary attention to himself at that moment. At that moment, the protagonist asked for the appraiser's contact information, since he had found something interesting, but it took Manhwa 10 minutes to gather all the necessary information. Behind his brother, the young man noticed something strange, so he immediately decided to warn him and be prepared for possible danger. Manhwa didn't understand this warning right away, since he was sure there was only a large rock behind him and nothing dangerous. Next, the protagonist told him that he needed to face the rocks and walk forward without turning either left or right. Not understanding anything, the young man nevertheless decided to ask what was out there and why his friend was so worried about his fate. At Zixin's command, the young man stopped and slowly tilted his head downward, listening intently to what was happening around him. The next thing the protagonist explained was that his friend must not move and must stay put until further instructions. Standing in front of Tonghua was a female player who was watching him closely, assessing his reaction and the situation around them. When the young man began to take a closer look at who was standing before him, he was surprised as he hadn't expected to see this particular person. The young lady felt the same way. She too was surprised and momentarily flustered, not expecting such an encounter. After wrapping up the current conversation, Zixin decided it was time to change his class and identify the artifact. At that moment, the system sent new notifications, but the young man realized that even before entering the dungeon, he had received some kind of hidden quest. Before entering the dungeon, the protagonist had received this quest and was supposed to go see the village elder. But he decided to clear out the anthill first. He was worried that this might affect the story's future development. Usually in quests like this, there are several possible story paths that depend on the player's decisions and can alter the course of the story. While the young man was pondering the situation, he didn't even think about the danger, completely absorbed in analyzing possible outcomes. An unknown ghost was following behind the protagonist, waiting for the right moment to attack, quietly closing the distance. Suddenly, the young man sensed that someone was following him and immediately decided to look back to see what was happening around him. At that moment, the young man was preparing for an attack, concentrating intently and assuming a fighting stance to be ready for any threat. But the course of events changed dramatically, and the situation unfolded completely differently than expected, forcing him to quickly rethink his plan. A fierce and unexpected clash occurred between the protagonist and the stranger, a clash that was inevitable and drastically altered the course of events. These events had a profound impact on his subsequent actions, forcing him to think through every move and act much more cautiously than before. Unexpectedly, Zixin was knocked down by a powerful blow, while the stranger calmly began to rise, displaying complete confidence in his superiority. After the ghost got to his feet, he calmly moved backward, as if he'd lost interest, yet remained dangerously unpredictable. In an instant, the young man stopped and began to look around intently, as if waiting for someone, preparing for a new encounter. The protagonist himself remained lying on the ground, motionless, trying to recover from the blow and figure out what had happened. Realizing everything that had happened, the young man understood that he had been killed off according to the plot, but he was lucky to have the heart of a daredevil, which saved him from death. Thanks to this tool, Zixin managed to recover from death and return to battle, gaining another chance to change his fate. Unexpectedly, after receiving information about a master who might know the mysterious young man who had defeated him, another branch of events opened up for the player. When the mysterious stranger left, he immediately hid the protagonist's weapon. If the protagonist finds it, he'll be able to resolve both storylines. Meanwhile, an imprint of the stranger's face appeared on one of the walls, as if left behind after a brief but forceful contact with the surface. After finding the dagger that Zixin's companion had hidden, he immediately began surveying the area, worrying whether that man might track him down and kill him again. Confidently keeping the situation under control, the protagonist decided to press on without stopping, preparing himself for new challenges. Next, the young man decided to absorb the queen's skills and immediately head to Tanhua to continue his plan. Unexpectedly, the system reported that the ability had not been activated and the absorption process had failed, forcing the young man to reconsider his actions. After studying the information provided by the game developers, the young man realized that the entire essence might be contained within the egg. At that moment, the player found all the necessary information about the item and learned that it was level 600. After reviewing all the materials, Zixin decided to head straight to Tonghua and also sell the extra items he had collected in the dungeon. When the young man stepped out onto the street, he immediately realized that walking was too slow, so he decided to find a monster as quickly as possible to use the parasitic ability and speed up his journey. Suddenly, the protagonist noticed a bright red spot appear in the sky, which was gradually expanding and drawing the attention of those around him. As it turned out, it was a surprise attack by an unknown person aimed directly at the player, which sliced through the sky and was rapidly approaching him. After it was all over, the young man immediately decided to ask who it was and why he had been attacked so suddenly, seeking an explanation for the situation. At that moment, another player approached the jellyfish, realizing that his opponent could speak, and immediately asked if he was an advanced monster. During the conversation, it turned out that Zixing had been mistaken for a creature and was offered the chance to travel with the trainer. Although the man offered to cooperate, he still decided to try to tame him, since he believed he was facing a roughly level 500 monster that could speak. At that moment, the young man immediately refused, explaining that he was a player just like the man, not a monster as they had assumed. After hearing his explanation, the man realized he was facing a very intelligent creature and began to scrutinize him even more closely. Seeing that there would be no conversation, the protagonist decided to move on without wasting time on pointless explanations. Behind him, there was an unexpected explosion and a voice that coldly declared that no one was letting him go, causing the atmosphere to become suddenly tense. The young man jumped aside from the hot blast, trying to stay on his feet while keeping the ball of honey from falling out of his hands. Not understanding what was happening, Zixin turned around and immediately explained that this was the wrong thing to do, as it would only complicate the situation. Because the protagonist immediately refused to negotiate, the man made it clear that he hadn't planned to waste time fighting, but now he would be forced to destroy him. The young man decided to ignore the stranger's words and not explain anything, focusing instead on his next moves. Watching his opponent's reaction, the young man eventually decided how to proceed and began preparing for his next move. Paying no attention to the man, the player calmly sat down on the ground and said he just wanted to play in peace and earn some money. The stranger's behavior surprised him, and he began asking whether his opponent was planning to run away or had chosen the path to freedom. The situation spiraled out of control, and at the same time, an opportunity arose for an unexpected strike against the man. After executing the attack with confidence, the protagonist got back to his feet, closely watching his opponent's reaction and preparing for his next move. Hearing the shouts, other players rushed over, quickly assessing the situation and tensely preparing to intervene in the conflict. One of the players lay in the middle of the field, motionless, watching what was happening around him and trying to recover from the scuffle. One of the arrivals explained that the girl had lost her mind and asked Lan Guo to revive Ruo A, and another, a Shang, to attack with magic from a distance. The man himself decided to deliver a powerful blow using the warrior's thrust technique and a battle cry to maximize the power of his attack. Realizing that a fight was about to begin, the protagonist turned around and began to retreat, trying to shake off his pursuers. With a slight smile on his face, the young man realized he recognized this man and now understood exactly who he was dealing with and what to expect next. This was great news for the young man, since he hadn't planned on looking for him, but the man had unexpectedly found him on his own. Just as Lan Guo was trying to help Ruo, the protagonist immediately decided to take advantage of the situation and intervene, using his body as a starting point for his next moves. These events took the man by surprise, as he hadn't expected things to unfold so quickly and chaotically, with the situation changing every second. The jellyfish's behavior made Lan Guo wary, but he still greeted her and offered to demonstrate his skills. In the blink of an eye, the player's tentacles were too close to the girl, forcing her to react sharply and brace herself for defense. Using symbiosis, the protagonist decided to take control of his opponent's body and mind to gain full control of the situation. These sensations were strange to the girl, and at the same time, she didn't want anyone to do anything to her, so she instinctively tensed up. Embarrassed by the strange sensations, Lan Guo asked the player not to touch her, trying to pull away and regain her composure. The young lady's behavior puzzled everyone present, and for a moment a tense silence hung in the air as everyone tried to figure out what was happening. At that moment, the young man immediately decided to check the information about the symbiosis, and when he read it, he understood how the test of will worked. Persistently trying to gain control, he attempted to influence her consciousness and weaken her will, but the situation was becoming increasingly tense. To the man, Lan Guo's behavior was very strange, since she had never treated him this way before and had always kept a reserved distance. With a smile on his face, the protagonist turned to his acquaintance and said that the man was pondering what he had done wrong. Upon hearing the young man's words, the man began shouting, demanding that the girl be released immediately and that any actions against her cease. The moment the player felt anger, he immediately used the warrior's thrust technique and launched a counterattack, drastically changing the course of the battle. Without wasting a minute, the protagonist decided to remove Lan Guo's hat to better assess her condition and intentions. Next, Zixin attempted to activate the symbiosis, but due to the girl's fear and resistance, the connection became unstable, and both had to struggle with the uncontrolled energy to avoid a breakdown. When the man saw the state the girl was in, he immediately realized he needed to try to bring her to her senses and stabilize her condition. Zijin was partially controlling Lan Guo's body due to the unstable symbiotic bond, so her movements were under the combined control of both minds and required constant coordination. The man's face was very tense, as he was worried about his friend's condition and was trying to figure out how to help her. 7 stars, she said. Just 2 words which confused him even more and put him on guard as he tried to grasp the hidden meaning. With a single strike, Lan Guo knocked her opponent out of commission, instantly turning the tide of the battle in her favor and gaining complete control of the situation. The man's energy had been reduced by half, and he continued to fly high in the air, doing everything he could to get back on the ground. Dust swirled beneath the girl's feet as she ran at high speed, while she herself tried to catch something, staring intently ahead. After catching the right tool, Lan Guo tried once more to utter the words about the 7 stars, focusing her mind and trying to regain control of the situation. Focused and confident, the girl prepared for her next strike, watching closely as her opponent fell to the ground and tried to get back up. The unexpected blow caught the man off guard, causing him to lose his balance and stumble backward for a moment. The symbiosis had partially affected Lan Guo's consciousness, but his control remained unstable. And despite the tense circumstances, the protagonist felt a sense of satisfaction at finally being able to avenge the past. What had happened greatly inspired Xing, while his opponent lay on the ground, completely exhausted and too weak to continue the fight. After the symbiosis, the protagonist will be able to use all the skills and attributes of this body, and when wielding the 7-star blade, the calculation of power is based on the jellyfish's body parameters, to which all acquired bonuses and enhancements are added. Realizing this, the young man understood that if he'd had access to symbiosis on his previous account, he could have become nearly invincible and significantly altered the course of the game. There was only one question on Xing's mind. Was that man behind his helmet that day? And was he the one involved in the events of the past? When the protagonist heard his acquaintance ask whether he was a monster or a player, the young man shouted irritably, demanding an immediate answer. The answer was this: the man had found a small-time reseller in line and hadn't overpaid because, as a businessman, he didn't have time to wait. So he decided to level up and is now among the server's top 1,000 players. Realizing he was dealing with a player of a special caliber, the acquaintance offered him money to join him and play together. The protagonist became curious about exactly what price he would be offered and whether it was worth accepting such a deal. As it turned out, the price depended on Xing himself. If he didn't defeat as many monsters as before, his pay would decrease, but given his strength, he could earn up to 100 gold pieces an hour. Money wasn't an issue for the man. The main thing was that the young man agreed to the offer, since the team needed people like him. Suddenly, an amazing phenomenon unfolded around the player, and his wounds began to heal under the influence of the divine light that completely enveloped him. With a smile on his face, the mercenary decided that the young man had agreed and told him that he must now obey his orders and demonstrate all his skills and abilities. At first, the protagonist, who stood there simply smiling, did not respond. He silently observed the situation, giving nothing away about his intentions. Holding his staff, the protagonist agreed to the man's proposal, carefully weighing the potential benefits of this deal. Once again, the player emphasized that Lan Guo must demonstrate her skills and attributes to prove her strength and compliance with the terms of the agreement. Unexpectedly, a blow aimed at the protagonist struck him squarely in the eye, causing the situation to escalate sharply. The jellyfish immediately healed him with divine light, but not everyone was pleased with this turn of events, and it caused tension among those present. Only a few minutes had passed since the first strike when the next attack struck again, forcing everyone to remain on high alert. After several more strikes, the protagonist activated his symbiosis, attempting to enhance his abilities and turn the tide of battle in his favor. His energy had dropped noticeably from the blows he'd taken, so it became much easier for the young man to access his subconscious and focus on his internal processes. What he saw shocked Lan Guo, but for him, the main thing was to make the most of the circumstances and use the situation to his advantage. Lying before him were the items he had acquired during the game, which bore witness to his gradual development and accumulated experience. At that moment, Xing decided he needed to take everything for himself, and after examining everything he could obtain, he asked the system to terminate the symbiosis. Having enjoyed his revenge, the young man decided to leave everything as it was and no longer interfere with the course of events. In his opinion, the main culprit had already been punished, but his accomplice had to answer for her debt, so he used his skill again. When the girl sensed that the same thing was happening again, she immediately began to run away and begged him not to touch her. Lan Guo's pleas had no effect on the player, and he remained coolly focused on his goal, continuing to maintain the unstable symbiotic link that was increasingly influencing the course of events. The young man placed a small artifact hat on the girl's head, established a mental connection with her, and quickly assessed her condition, after which he calmly remarked that such a generous person would hardly object to an exchange of knowledge. Suddenly, the young man felt he might have overlooked something, but he easily dismissed those thoughts and focused on his next steps. To find out all the necessary information, Zixin decided to call his brother, who was on the run from someone. He was curious to find out exactly who was chasing his friend and what kind of threat that person posed, so he decided not to waste any time and find out everything as soon as possible. Suddenly, an arrow struck Tang Hua, forcing him to stop abruptly and feel a sharp pain that instantly slowed his movements. At that moment, the young man sprinted forward at full speed and shouted loudly, calling for help and trying to attract the attention of his allies. As it turned out, the young man had been shot by another girl who was also playing the game and had used the triple shot skill. Even as Tanhua ran away, the young lady tried with all her might to catch up to him and neutralize him, leaving him not the slightest chance of escape. Unexpectedly, the young man noticed that she was still chasing him, but he thought that with such speed, hardly anyone would want to marry her. The young lady heard the young man's words, so she immediately shouted for him to stop, threatening to tear him to pieces. Listening closely to Tang Hua, the protagonist didn't understand how he had set his friend up, but later realized that from the very beginning of the game, the girl had been using a divine artifact bow that fires 3 arrows at once. Zixin didn't care that his brother was being hunted, because the information he'd been waiting for was more important to him. With a smile on his face, Tang Hua announced that he'd sent the map of Qingxi village and details about the in-game character, who couldn't be controlled by the player in a private message. According to the young man, as soon as the young mage reported to Perosha, the third-ranked official, that he had found a rare magical creature capable of influencing people, its coordinates being 777.443, and that 100 fighters had already been assembled, and that the dazzling sun was on its way there. So the young man decided to take this woman there as well, to observe how events unfolded. Unexpectedly, the protagonist told his friend to forget about it, since he'd been stuck on the 10th level for a long time. So changing classes was now the most important thing, and this animal's abilities were probably not that strong anyway. Using the coordinates provided, the young man began searching for the magical creature, carefully scanning the area and trying not to miss a single detail around him. The biggest surprise was that the creature controlling the people turned out to be Zixin himself, which completely turned the situation on its head. While the protagonist was coming to his senses, an unknown man slowly approached him, closely watching his reaction. Trying to distract himself from his obsessive thoughts, the player attempted to use every available method to focus on the current situation and regain control of himself. The next thing the stranger did was greet the beautiful woman and speak to her politely, trying to make contact. The protagonist did not react immediately to the man's words, but simply watched him silently for a moment, assessing the situation. Unexpectedly, the young man returned the greeting to dazzling sun, which momentarily surprised everyone present and eased the tension in the conversation. At that moment, the man was very surprised to learn that the person across from him recognized him and knew him well. There was no point in the young man wearing a helmet, because as soon as he took it off, his popularity immediately soared, and he calmly explained to the girl that he was easily recognizable. At that moment, the young man was somewhat taken aback by what was happening around him, and for a split second he lost his confidence in the situation. Unexpectedly, Chang Linyao began to act aggressively, believing that the young lady did not respect his help, but she, on the contrary, emphasized that female players must be respected. In light of this turn of events, the young man pointed his sword at the girl, intently gauging her reaction and next moves. Dazzling Sun disapproved of Zixing's behavior, as he believed the young man was hiding something, and if he didn't tell the truth, he could expect unpredictable consequences. Upon hearing his companion's words, the young man fell deep in thought. for he had begun looking in the direction she had pointed when she said that a monster had attacked her teammates and immediately fled. Realizing that the girl might be telling the truth, Chang Lin Yao decided to catch the creature first and deal with the girl later. Unexpectedly, the system reported that the player had successfully equipped the Kessel of Hope from the ant tribe and received a 75% combat bonus. If they were bound to meet, the protagonist decided to challenge his opponent to see who was capable of what. Since his rival was likely relying on a stolen account to stay in second place on the leaderboard and wasn't who he claimed to be. Suddenly, the protagonist began to fall, as he hadn't expected his upper body to become so heavy that he would lose his balance in midair. When Chang Lin Yao turned to face his opponent, he immediately realized from his demeanor that the other was deceiving him. Caught off guard by the unexpected attack, Dazzling Sun momentarily lost his advantage and couldn't understand how such a sweet-looking girl could be so ruthless. The blow was powerful and caused his opponent to lose his balance, stumble backward, and momentarily lose control of the situation, giving him the upper hand in the fight. The girl's gaze was very cruel and cold, as if she had completely lost all compassion for her opponent and was ready to go all the way. From such a powerful attack, the guy was sent flying to the side, losing his balance and momentarily unable to get back on his feet. The young man's life energy began to rapidly deplete, and the man coldly explained that everything could end for her right now. What surprised Lan Guo most was that so little life force remained, yet the burning and poisoning effects weren't working at all. Suddenly, a plan formed in the girl's mind, and she quickly assessed the situation, looking for the best moment to put it into action. The young lady began to put her plan into action, carefully choosing her moment and closely watching her opponent's reaction. But Chang Lin Yao didn't want to give up either and continued to resist, looking for an opportunity to turn the situation to his advantage. The two players' weapons were very close together, creating a tense moment where any movement could decide the outcome of the battle. Only now did the protagonist realize just how powerful the account his classmate had stolen was, and how it shifted the balance of power in the game. With a smile on her face, the young girl decided she would do everything she could to show what she was capable of and prove her strength in battle. Gathering all her strength into a single strike, Lan Guo directed it at her opponent, trying to end the fight with one decisive move. The attack struck the hand holding her opponent's weapon, forcing him to loosen his grip and lose control of his strike. The sword immediately flew out of his hand, and the man was extremely surprised by this turn of events. He was momentarily flustered, unable to react in time to his opponent's next move. After that, the protagonist decided to let the girl go, no longer holding her back and allowing her to choose her next course of action herself. In his next attack, Xin decided to use parasitism against his opponent, attempting to weaken him and gain the upper hand in the fight. The system immediately reported that the parasitism attempt had failed and had no effect on his opponent. Realizing that his attempt would fail, the protagonist began looking for another way to gain the upper hand in the fight ahead of time. But that was enough to move in and seize Chang Lin Yao's sword, gaining a decisive advantage in the duel. He immediately took the dagger for himself, and then Xin decided to use parasitism again, hoping to succeed this time. The protagonist's attack proved highly vulnerable to the blinding sun and forced him to retreat before he could properly defend himself. Having taken control of the man's body through the symbiotic bond, the jellyfish decided to implement her next plan, gradually utilizing her newfound abilities and analyzing the situation. When the player possessed by the jellyfish suddenly began to run away, Chang Lin Yao was very surprised, not expecting such a drastic change in his behavior. Glancing at his hand, the young man was very surprised by the situation and froze for a moment, trying to figure out exactly what had happened. Carefully watching his opponent's movements, the young man didn't understand what was happening and tried to anticipate his next move. The only thing Zhang Lin Yao managed to realize was that he had been tricked and had fallen victim to a deception he hadn't noticed right away. One of the game's participants explained that the magical beast belongs to a unique and very rare species and attacks by using its tentacles to touch the player's heads, forcing them to react quickly to the danger. As soon as it touches someone's head, it gains complete control over the victim's body, and the victim completely loses their free will. The girl went on to say that most people didn't see anything and didn't have time to realize what exactly had happened at that moment. At that point, the man asked why she hadn't joined the fight after Blinding Sun was defeated, since with her combat stats they definitely could have caught him. According to the young lady, Zhang Linyao is ranked second, and a direct confrontation could have affected the course of the mission. So she hired a professional player to catch the jellyfish. This news delighted the young host, and he immediately presented her with the reward for completing the quest. After handing over the entire reward, the man asked her to remove her gear right there on the spot so he could inspect the items she had obtained and check their condition. When the girl heard this, she didn't understand why it was necessary and looked at her boss suspiciously. With a smile on his face, the young man announced that he would double his assistant's commission this week. The young lady's face immediately flushed with shame and hurt, and she looked away for a moment, trying to hide her emotions. Despite her own principles, the assistant complied with her master's request, holding back her emotions and not objecting to his decision. It was very awkward for her and caused her inner discomfort, though she tried not to show it and to remain calm. The man was very taken with the young lady's appearance, and he immediately realized that this situation was unusual, so he suggested she listen to him, assuring her that she would be able to pay off her debts very soon. Further events unfolded in a dense forest, where the group continued their search for the main character, carefully examining every trail and cautiously making their way through the trees. Suddenly, one of the men began shouting that he had encountered a monster, and two other players immediately rushed to his aid, preparing for battle. One of them realized that this wasn't the creature they were looking for, and that it could easily be defeated alone, but no one heard him amid the general commotion and panic. While Zixin was searching, he observed everything happening to the tree in the very clearing where the search was taking place, carefully analyzing every detail of the events. While his assistants were hunting the monster, the protagonist decided with great pleasure to review all the necessary information and asked the system to display the object's properties. It was hard for the young man to accept what the dazzling sun had done to his precious blade, for it was a perfect artifact capable of teaching skills. The information he received made the young man uneasy, as he didn't understand why he had chosen to use such a weapon for defense or what the real point of it was. Gluttony arrived at the player's side, watching its master closely as it assessed his condition and his next moves in the game. To preserve his skills, the jellyfish offered to temporarily store everything he provided in its own memory vault, promising to restore access later once the process was complete. His assistant's face looked rather strange, but the only explanation was that all of this was caused by a fiery aura that was affecting his state and behavior. Suddenly, the young man heard strange words saying that he had been found, and at that very moment, he felt a powerful blow strike the treetop, causing the branches to tremble. Other players were chasing Zixin. They had managed to track him down in just 5 minutes and were rapidly closing in, narrowing the distance. One of those present began shouting, urging everyone to surround the monster and prevent it from escaping while coordinating the rest of the team's actions. Among the various attacks used were freezing, fog, binding vines, and grappling, but someone decided they should wait for the host to arrive first and only then attempt the capture to avoid targeting the wrong person. Unexpectedly, to resolve the situation, the protagonist decided to use parasitism on one of the female players, attempting to turn the tide of events in his favor. But the girl was one step ahead and used a spell called Eagle's Resistance, neutralizing its effect and thwarting her opponent's plan. After colliding with the barrier, the protagonist soared high into the air, losing control of his body and finding himself defenseless in midair for a moment. Overjoyed, the girl began shouting to the others, which caused him to rise slightly, and suggested using her control skills while he was still in the air. With a sly expression on his face, Zixin explained that this had been a tactical retreat and immediately used parasitism again, trying to regain the initiative. Despite the brief pause, it was still difficult for the young man to regain his strength and return to full combat. What he saw shocked the young man. For the first time in his life, he had witnessed this event with his own eyes, unable to believe the reality of what was happening. The use of parasitism was successful, and the protagonist immediately began to flee from his pursuers, taking advantage of the lead he had gained. Unexpectedly, the young man asked to be allowed to escape, promising that after changing classes, he would no longer resort to such actions. The young man was unable to escape as a triple shot was fired at him, blocking his path and forcing him to stop. Manhwa arrived at the scene of the fight. At first, he didn't understand what was happening, but he was unable to prevent the strange events, as he was immediately stopped and prevented from intervening. Events unfolded very rapidly, and before Zixin had even recovered from the shot, he noticed that his friend had also joined the fray, complicating the situation. This situation gave the protagonist an idea, and he immediately sprang into action, taking advantage of the element of surprise and quickly turning the tide of the battle. At that moment, Tang Hua was utterly astonished to find his brother in his grasp, unable to comprehend how it had happened. What surprised the young man even more was that Zixin vanished very quickly, leaving not a single trace and giving him no chance to react. When everyone began to look at him, the young man immediately spoke up, asking if they would believe that he had not the slightest idea what had happened, trying to convince them of his innocence. The protagonist found himself in a secluded spot where he could catch his breath and consider his next moves, remaining unnoticed by his enemies. When the young man touched a strange object, the system immediately reported that he had once again obtained a divine artifact and activated the item's hidden property. As his next step, Zixin decided to remove his helmet so he could better assess the situation and orient himself more freely in his surroundings. Exhaling with relief, the young man realized he was safe and allowed himself to relax for a moment after the tense events. Further events unfolded in Tang Hua's room, where the protagonist gradually formulated a plan of action that could turn the situation in his favor. When the young man saw that his brother was still playing, he immediately decided to do everything he could to find out what he needed to know and above all to figure out why his brother had treated him that way. Meanwhile, Tan Hua continued the game, carrying the girl in his arms. She was following him for safety, but she asked him to put her down, while the people nearby whispered that they were returning to the village for protection. In the young lady's opinion, she had nothing to do with these events, since the young man had caught the magical creature on his own and acted without her involvement. During those events, the young man explained that he hadn't caught anyone. The creature had simply fallen into his arms and subsequently disappeared. Suddenly, Tang Hua sensed strange phenomena happening to him outside the game, and this made him wary. In real life, the young man saw his brother standing across from him, looking him straight in the eyes without looking away. To bring his friend back to the real world, Zixin decided to lift the lid and look at him, trying to make sure he was responding. The girl herself suddenly fell to the ground and was very upset with the boy, feeling that his actions were unfair. With a smile on his face, Tang Hua was pleased that his brother had saved him from danger and come to his aid just in time. It was upsetting for the main character that his best friend had teamed up with some schemers and surrounded him, making him feel betrayed. After recalling all the events, Tang Hua began to suspect that his brother was the jellyfish in question, but logically speaking, he hadn't seen his avatar during the call. From the very beginning, the protagonist found himself in a dungeon, and when he returned to the surface, he couldn't make sense of what was happening around him. This time, Zixin found himself in serious trouble, so the two friends had to stop communicating for a while to avoid even bigger problems. It was important for the main character to hear an explanation of all the events taking place, so he could finally understand their true meaning and causes. In Persia, there is a quest called The Path to Becoming a God, which is a series of tasks related to the gods of the earth. It consists of 5 parts, and each time the player completes one of them, they have a chance to evolve or obtain a powerful item. In an instant, Zixin remembered that he too had a similar quest, and this prompted him to analyze the situation more carefully. When he first heard about the hints from a god-level player related to Western culture, he couldn't understand how this could be connected to the main character. As it turned out, Perseus hadn't yet defeated the final boss, the queen of the fire ants, who had already been killed by a jellyfish that wasn't exactly eager to fight him either, and less than 70 hours had passed since the server launched. Despite these circumstances, Zixin had spent nearly 60 hours in the anthill and achieved significant results. Looking at the situation as a whole, the Earth Goddess panicked and ordered her player to capture the main character and bring him to her. A young sorceress reported that she had been attacked by a mysterious creature, and a player from the top 3 somehow managed to track down Zixin. The first thing that came to the young man's mind was to meet with Persia and try to resolve the situation, but the main thing was not to lose his composure while also showing that they weren't weak either. If their opponent resorted to force, the two friends would be able to demonstrate what the name 7 stars meant by proving their power in battle. Somehow, it wasn't very scary for Tang Hua. Rather, he viewed the situation with cool composure and even a certain confidence. His friend's words greatly angered the protagonist, so he immediately ordered him to log into the game, sent him the coordinates, and suggested they head straight to the village where they could change classes. After Zixin returned to the game, he decided to pick up more gear to sell before logging out in order to earn extra resources. To the female player's surprise, the person she had taken offense at returned, leaving her flustered and at a loss for words. The main character also joined the group and immediately asked what was going on and why everyone had gathered in one place. The first thing the girl decided to ask was why her acquaintance had lied. But not everyone respected Medusa as a player and treated her with distrust. As it turned out, this young lady had already been defeated once, causing her to lose a level of her mastery, and it was impossible to completely recover it. But this information turned out to be just what she needed. To carry out his plan, Zixin employed symbiosis, combining his abilities with available resources to achieve his goal. His brother's skill greatly surprised Manhwa, as he had never seen anything like it and hadn't expected such power. After merging with the girl's body, the protagonist noticed that his abilities had become even stronger and immediately noticed his brother's face, which looked rather strange and alarming. To summarize the young man's strange behavior, he wanted to pursue a relationship with the young lady, but asked his brother not to worry, assuring him that he was happy and in control of the situation. After completing all the preparations, the two friends decided to travel directly to the village of King Shi, and the journey went smoothly. To change classes, they had to pay 100 gold in fees, another 200 for a warhorse, and 250 for knight's armor. But the protagonist asked if he could pay only the fees. As the shop explained, a knight without a horse and equipment isn't a real knight, but as an exception, he could come back for those items later. After changing classes, the system congratulated him on reaching level 17, but as it turned out, even after the funds were deducted, the equipment still didn't appear. This situation greatly disappointed Zixing, so he suggested selling some of his inventory to recoup his expenses and improve his situation a little. An old man approached the young hero and offered him a class change whistle that cost only 1,000 gold. Unexpectedly, Manhwa explained that this was a scam. People would buy from him only to discover later that the whistle consisted entirely of question marks and was impossible to use. At that moment, the protagonist decided to buy the item, but asked his brother for 300 gold coins, which his brother didn't particularly like. According to the elder, anyone who receives this item is blessed by the gods, and a person who manages to use it is capable of becoming a deity themselves. Meanwhile, Perseus brought the great goddess the items he had received for completing 4 quests, thus concluding an important stage of his journey. Among the items were the boy's flint, a letter, a skull, and a map. But his dagger was missing from the collection, which caused him some concern. The man was taken by surprise when the goddess pointed out that he was supposed to kneel while speaking with her. Despite her remark, the player continued to ignore her and acted as if he hadn't heard a single word the goddess had said, remaining calm and confident. To Persia, the earth goddess was just a player he couldn't control, so he didn't understand how she dared to speak to him that way. The man's words angered her greatly, so she immediately unleashed a power he hadn't expected, and he felt its full force upon himself. Using earth magic, the goddess bound the player's arm. He didn't immediately realize what was happening and tried to break free from her grip. Despite the pain, Perseus asked the woman to let him go, trying to remain calm and not escalate the situation. At that moment, the goddess asked if he wished to witness the mighty power of the gods, closely watching his reaction. The man's behavior was a serious offense against the woman and provoked her anger and a decisive response, causing her to act without hesitation. Punishment was not long in coming, and the creature immediately took action that left Perseus barely able to stand. Despite his fear, the man tried to understand what was happening and quickly assessed the situation to find a way to save himself and not lose control. In the Earth Goddess's view, the player was merely an adventurer who had accidentally found himself in her trials and did not realize the true magnitude of her powers. For her, destroying Persia was very easy, for she possessed a mighty power that no one could resist. After facing unexpected threats, the man began to fear that they might come true, and he started to doubt his own abilities. Kneeling before the goddess, the player admitted his guilt and asked permission to leave, so he could complete the quest as quickly as possible. The game had only just begun, so it was important for the guy to do everything he could to avenge the woman's actions and not lose control of the situation. Although Percy did not immediately obey his boss, he was not punished. Instead, they decided to reward him. The goddess's words came true, and his hand was immediately freed, as if the force binding it had vanished instantly without a trace. Hundreds of types of ores were extracted from the Earth's depths, including minerals of the source of life. dragons' blood crystals, and fossils of wild beasts. It was an unfinished artifact, the stone fruit of 9 lives, possessing the 999th level. Having received such a gift, Perseus was surprised and confidently headed for the exit, feeling that he had gained a significant advantage. The man couldn't wrap his head around the fact that creatures that were once alive but were now dead had become part of this stone and from it had been transformed into a new form of life, one that was cyclical. The man's main task was to follow the stone, which pointed the way, and obtain the monkey's blood, which he had to offer to the artifact for it to absorb, so that he could become a demigod and raise his level to 1,000. Only then would he become a faithful assistant. Persia's joy knew no bounds, for a treasure of this caliber was worth no less than 500 gold pieces, and the price of a level 1,000 demigod exceeded millions. The man didn't need money. He was only interested in making it into the top ranks of the best players, so he decided to use incubation. By all measures, this artifact was truly remarkable and far surpassed anything the player had seen before. Persia's thoughts were suddenly interrupted by a sudden event that forced him to immediately focus on what was happening around him. The great goddess could rest easy, for the man would instantly catch the jellyfish and bring her the dagger, fulfilling her request. When the player saw Lady, he asked her to send 500 men from the squad to set up an ambush for the jellyfish, as well as to send 3 more to him, after which she was to follow him. Calm but saddened, the girl agreed to the leadership's request and carried out the order without objection, hiding her own emotions. Meanwhile, the protagonist decided to ask the old man for advice about 2 items that came as a set and how to use them, but he could only get the answer for 1,000 gold pieces. Despite the difference in strength between the 2 brothers, Manhwa did everything he could to get them as far away from the scammers as possible. It was important for the protagonist to learn all the details about his set, so he asked for more funds to be transferred. If that didn't happen, he promised to tell the girl everything. The object in Z Singh's hands was a class change whistle, which held great significance for the traveler and had the power to influence the course of his journey. The traveler was a hermit who assisted the higher powers and, in the name of divine destiny, wandered the world fulfilling his mission. Artifacts, legendary skills, and levels. Divine power is hidden within all of these, defining the limits of this world's possibilities. The elder's advice was that the divine power must be replaced with the power of another god, and only then would the young man be able to change his class. Not understanding what was happening, the players stood there watching the events unfolding around them in complete bewilderment. Unexpectedly, the man informed his colleague that King Pepla's request had been fulfilled and that he hoped the young man would handle it quickly. For a long time afterward, the brothers stood in the middle of the street, looking around and trying to figure out what to do next. Despite the bitter truth, Manhwa decided to warn him anyway that it would be better to spend the money on learning how to turn into sand and vanish. After all, this game was strange, but if Z Sin could study it and figure everything out, he would be able to understand the mechanism itself. At the shop, standard gear of good quality cost 80 gold pieces, and in exchange for a small amount of materials looted from a monster, Z Sin received 11,000 gold pieces. With their earnings in hand, the group set off again, continuing on their way while discussing their next steps and the potential risks ahead. Holding such a large sum for the first time, the protagonist was very pleased and even forgot for a moment that he had to repay his debt to Manhwa. Unexpectedly, Z Sin revealed that he also had the eggs of a maniacal beast. Its rank wasn't very high, with a maximum level of 600, but for the beginning of the game, it was exactly what they needed. When Manhwa saw this item, he immediately decided to ask how much it cost, but his friend explained that it was only level 600, which wasn't very high, so its value wasn't great either. There aren't many races with a reproductive system, since only they have the ability to assemble a group of magical beasts and, once they've chosen a location, can mine metals, gather plants, and search for resources on their own. For ordinary groups of creatures, the maximum rank is 400, while the protagonist's item is 600, and this is most likely a mutation. According to Manhwa, this egg most likely represents a species of insect with great evolutionary potential and could be worth about 1 million gold pieces. He calmly explained that his friend could keep it for himself and that later they would form a group and split the gold equally. Noticing that Zixin remained calm upon learning the price of this item, Manhwa realized at that moment why he was the leader. The protagonist's reaction was surprising and unexpected to everyone, as he was shocked to learn the true value of such an amazing item. At that moment, the young man decided to take the egg for himself, because he loved ants very much, and he remembered from his school days that these very insects, which he had raised, were the strongest. In addition to the egg and the dagger, there were other quest items, and all of them were supposed to go to Persia as a reward for completing the mission. To Manhwa, his brother's decision was completely baffling, since he couldn't just hand these things over without any explanation. Zixin wouldn't give these items away, but if Persia dared to raise his weapon against him, he'd have to pay double. The next thing the young man mentioned was that he wanted to talk to his rival, while the other two players would go level up. In Tanghwa's opinion, his friend was a worthy leader, since even in battle against monsters, he acted confidently and with style. The young lady came to her senses, unable to understand how she had ended up back in Qingxi village, since she had just been near the anthill. Having received his knight's order, the protagonist will finally be able to don it, as this class will definitely make him stronger. As for the traveler, there will be an opportunity to learn more about him in time. When the young man put on the knight's insignia, the system displayed his full stats and he gained the skills of a divine knight. Qi Xin immediately decided to summon his horse, but suddenly noticed that his equipment wasn't showing up again. Unexpectedly, the protagonist saw his horse and was surprised since he had paid 200 gold pieces for it. However, having settled on this horse, the young man decided he would try to progress through the game using his own experience, strategy, and combat skills. To reach his destination, Zixin used symbiosis and requested that all his attributes be distributed immediately. The human race's base score was 30 points from the very beginning, but now it is on par with those who possess powerful and unique races. Even so, the young man decided to deal with Persia first and then with the dazzling sun, because the time had come to reclaim his account. When the protagonist arrived at Qingxi village, his rival's men were already waiting at the entrance, closely watching his every step in action. The men's stares greatly surprised the young man, as he hadn't expected them to be waiting at the entrance, watching his every move so intently. The participants in the game themselves began to pursue Qi Xin, never taking their eyes off him and closely monitoring his every step and action in this situation. As soon as the young man realized that a fight was inevitable, he immediately understood that they were looking for him, not only within the anthill, but also in the village. A large crowd had gathered around the protagonist. They were hunting him down and closely watching his every move. The crowd immediately began shouting that the young man was a thief who must hand over everything he had taken from the anthill. One of the men present explained that he hadn't seen 7 stars for several days, which aroused his suspicion and caused alarm among everyone involved. Recalling that in the previous game, because of Zixin, his squad had failed to besiege the city and lost a lot of money, the man became even angrier. Unexpectedly, the young man asked who was standing before him, since he didn't know him and should therefore be ashamed of slandering innocent people. In a calm voice, the protagonist explained that he had come with pure intentions and hoped to speak with Persia. The protagonist's words outraged the other players, for they knew that their leader had received the blessing of the goddess of the earth herself and would soon change his class to Divine Wanderer, eventually becoming a well-known figure in the game. Among those present were some who had encountered primitive races with a rating of only 10 points, and as a result, they looked down on weaker players in general. The men did not know which gods the protagonist had used to defeat the queen, so they could only speculate about his true strength and intentions. In the player's opinion, their opponent had nowhere to run, since he was surrounded on all sides, and there was almost no way out of this situation. Realizing that these were the exact instructions given by Persia, he immediately grasped the true nature of the situation and the possible consequences for everyone involved. Realizing that there would be no conversation between them, the man explained with a smile that they had no intention of talking to him anyway. Moving straight to decisive action, the player wanted to find out how many people had come with the main character. The people's words immediately surprised him, as it seemed as though they were afraid of him and trying to avoid any direct contact with him in this situation. In a calm voice, Zixin stated that, if he had understood correctly, he already knew how many people he would have to destroy. Meanwhile, Perseus found a baby monkey whose blood essence was similar to that of a demigod, and it was easier to scare. The man wondered why they were taking detours, but, as the goddess explained, it wasn't worth taking a direct route for the sake of her perfection. The only thing that bothered the player was that the monkey was lying in the same pose as the deity, and this aroused his suspicion and a sense of unease inside him. The next thing that surprised him was that his letter mentioned the jellyfish had reappeared, and this could change the course of events throughout the game and in the world around him. At first, the guy decided to catch up with his rival and ordered Stone to transform into him while telling Ice Cube to stay here. It was important to Persia to do everything possible to make the protagonist understand that he shouldn't cross him. Meanwhile, Chang Lin Yao didn't understand what had just happened, since he was at level 26 and could equip a level 200 blue sword capable of defeating a level 50 boss. From the very beginning, the Great Weapon Master skill had allowed the young man to master any weapon instantly, but he couldn't understand how his amazing artifact could have been stolen so easily. The young man's thoughts were interrupted by the unexpected appearance of two more players, who suddenly appeared nearby and immediately caught his attention. Qiaoman suddenly appeared in front of Chang Lin Yao, forcing him to immediately focus and become alert. The first thing the young man asked was whether she really wanted him to be her leveling partner, and if that was why they had been looking for him. The young man's words greatly surprised the young lady, as she hadn't expected such a direct answer, and was momentarily at a loss, unsure of how to respond. For a moment, Qi Xiaoman fell deep in thought, mulling over what she had heard and unsure how to respond appropriately to this situation that had suddenly arisen between them. Unexpectedly, the young lady suggested testing his strength by fighting her three assistants, and the young man gladly agreed. As soon as the player picked up his weapon, he immediately decided to show what he was capable of and fully demonstrate his skills without hesitating for a second. Unexpectedly, Chang Lin Yao used the Burning Sword of the Sun technique, which in a single second turned everything around him into a raging inferno. The guy's results amazed the girl, and she suggested they go to Qingxi village to see what kind of brawl the other players had started over the jellyfish. The news that Zi Xiaoman shared instantly surprised and angered the guy, and he agreed without hesitation to her suggestion that they go to Qingxi village together. Meanwhile, events were unfolding very rapidly, and a fierce fight had already broken out in Qingxi village among players who couldn't agree on how to divide resources and influence within the game. One of the participants decided to take the lead among those present and ordered the mighty warriors with shields to step forward. Although no one had managed to carry out the man's order, the protagonist used a divine moment, which greatly surprised them. Upon reappearing, Zi Xin announced that the next time they appeared, they would already be friends. In an instant, the system reported that the young man had successfully equipped the Blade of Twilight, which he wanted to rename the Weapon of the Seven Stars, and decided that he needed to bring all these events to a close. Holding his weapon, Qi Xin prepared for battle, closely watching his enemy's movements and waiting for the right moment to attack. When the protagonist went on the offensive, everyone present began shouting that his damage output was extremely high, so he had to be stopped immediately. Unexpectedly, another player joined the fray. He was accompanied by his pet and immediately caught everyone's attention. As it turned out, a player named Cold Knife approached the young man, closely watching his actions and assessing the situation. Moving closer to his opponent, the man immediately wanted to strike, but hesitated as he assessed his opponent's strength and possible counterattacks. It was important for the protagonist to resolve this situation as quickly as possible to prevent further casualties and finally deal with his enemies. A few seconds later, the two animals clashed with such force that the ground shook, causing those present to step back to avoid danger. Unexpectedly, Zi Xin noticed that Cold Knife was using a chain that whipped rapidly through the air, posing a danger to anyone nearby. It was important for the protagonist to understand what was happening, as it seemed as though the beast had avoided the clash. In the participant's opinion, relying solely on his skills wasn't enough, since it's impossible to truly grasp the essence of the game without taking physical abilities into account. Holding on to a support with one hand, the young man decided to put his plan into action. With a single leap, the young man decided to show everything he was capable of and prove his strength to those present in the battle, leaving his opponent not a single chance. At that moment, Cold Knife decided to use his weapon for a more effective attack, preparing to deliver the decisive blow. The young man directed all his strength at Zi Xing, who stood opposite him, using the deep wounds technique. Unexpectedly, the protagonist realized that a master stood before him. At the moment of impact, the skill triggered a recoil that lasted only a second, but his opponent seemed to have noticed it. First, he used his chain to latch onto a column behind him, thereby avoiding being stunned by the blow, then selected his weapon from his inventory and equipped it, which allowed him to avoid making any unnecessary movements. At the very end, Cold Knife, after a pause during the skill's cooldown, launched an instant counterattack, abruptly changing the course of the battle and putting pressure on his opponent. When the protagonist saw just how powerful a blow he had dealt to his horse, he immediately realized that his opponent was truly a master. Zixin was immediately knocked aside by the powerful attack, losing his balance and the ability to quickly counter his opponent's strike. With a smile on his face, the man announced that the person who had just destroyed his opponent would be remembered since he was among the top 9 in the game's rankings. The other participants noticed that the jellyfish was in a very precarious position and immediately decided to move on to their next attacks. At the command of one of the men, mages and sorcerers cast control spells on the young man. Others were ordered to restore his stats since he was not supposed to die, and the mages of divine light had to be on alert to resurrect him immediately. Amid the voices of the crowd, Zixin tried to say something, but his words were drowned out by the general noise and shouts. The only one who could make out the young man's words was the leader of the crowd, who immediately made it clear that he had no chance of turning the situation to his advantage. The man spoke the following words with a smile on his face, for he took pleasure in watching them try to destroy this player. Upon seeing the egg he had found in the anthill, the protagonist regretted that he wouldn't be able to sell it or return it to Persia. When Cold Knife saw this, he immediately asked them to stop the young man, realizing that it was a very valuable item. At that moment, Zixin regretted his plan, but still decided to go through with it and tried to reassure himself, since he would eventually be able to get the money needed to treat his sister. By taking advantage of the situation, the protagonist realized that this was his only chance to save not only his sister, but also himself. Everyone present watched intently to see what was happening to the egg, not taking their eyes off it, since no one knew how this unusual situation might end. Gradually, a strange creature that no one had ever seen before emerged from it, and this caused shock and amazement among the participants at the unusual phenomenon. A few minutes later, the features of the creature that was about to face them became clearer, and everyone present prepared for a new dangerous battle. Although no one knew where this symbiosis would lead, everyone felt the tension and waited to see how it would unfold. All stages of the symbiosis were complete, and everyone finally understood who they were up against. As the creature revealed its true and dangerous form, it came as a surprise to the players when Zixin decided to use symbiosis with the Ant Queen, and this completely changed the course of the battle and their expectations. Realizing that everything had ended well, the protagonist suggested that everyone present climb to the summit together and continue on their way without conflict. Silence and anxiety reigned among the crowd. People waited tensely for further developments, not daring to break the oppressive atmosphere. One of the men assured everyone there was no need to be afraid, since he possessed a legendary skill he'd had since the very beginning of the game called Entangling Beam. The player channeled all his power into the creature standing confidently before him, not backing down a single step and staring his opponent straight in the eyes. Continuing to stand calmly in place, Zixin paid no attention to the threat before him, easily parrying the blow with a counterattack. After this incident, the man was stunned by the young man's strength, not expecting such a confident and effortless parry of his attack. He explained to everyone present that, thanks to this skill, the queen had managed to die 10 hours later than planned. The next attack was powerful and abruptly shattered the silence of the battle, causing the air to shudder and the surrounding space to fill with a shockwave. The young man's action sparked a storm of emotions filled with fear and caused those present to freeze in tension, unable to believe what was happening. Even under such conditions, the combatants tried to compose themselves and gather their thoughts, preparing for the next move in the battle. Cold Knife was the first to be ready for battle, clutching a blood-stained scythe tightly in his hands, ready to deliver a fatal blow at any moment. The man hadn't expected such a turn of events, as his opponent had managed to dodge the attack, and even postpone their clash for later. When Zixin confidently got back to his feet, his actions drew the attention of several people who had been watching the events unfold. With a single blow, the young man managed to defeat many of those standing before him, forcing the rest to retreat in fear and bewilderment at his strength. Despite his own fear, the leader tried to calm his colleagues, ordering them to hold their formation and the warriors to continue the attack. The first thing the protagonist said was that, although he didn't understand who was standing before him, the man was talking too much. The clash between the two men ended before it had even truly begun, leaving behind only tension and astonishment among those present. Standing firmly on his feet, Zixin knew what to do next, carefully calculating each of his next moves in battle. The young man's plans were interrupted by a sudden attack from Cold Knife, who unexpectedly appeared right in front of him. If he hadn't had to wait for Persia, the jellyfish would have been destroyed long ago. But, in the protagonist's opinion, his chance had already been missed. The young man's words greatly angered the man, who considered his rival a nobody and did not expect such confidence and boldness in response. The next thing Zixin felt was a flash of insight, for his opponent was so clever that he couldn't tell the difference between a fish and an ant. As it turned out, this body wasn't suited for close combat, so he rejected it and immediately challenged his opponent to a fight. To fight more effectively, Zixin decided to use another person, and through parasitism, do everything in his power to win this battle. When Cold Knife realized what his opponent was about to do, he immediately rushed forward, trying to stop him before the plan could be carried out. Meanwhile, the man was struck by a divine blow so unexpected that he didn't have time to react, and could only feel the force piercing his body. For the player, this situation was not only unexpected but also dangerous, forcing him to act quickly and make decisions without any hesitation. This animal is called a mount by divine will and can protect its master. The next thing Zixin told him was to absorb experience and maintain a shadow clone so that, at the decisive moment, he could use it to gain an advantage in battle. Thanks to his assistant, the protagonist reached level 18 and learned how to use the shadow clone, which significantly enhanced his combat capabilities. Immediately, the young man decided to create a double so he could distract other players at any moment and gain an advantage during combat. At that moment, Zixin realized he could switch between two fields of view and use only part of his mind to outmaneuver his opponent. It was very frustrating for Cold Knife that his opponent looked down on him and didn't take him seriously, which only fueled his rage in battle even more. The battle between the two continued, the tension mounting with every passing second, and each move becoming increasingly dangerous and unpredictable. Several players turned to mages and sorcerers, asking them to cast buffs on the guy with the braid, and use curses to weaken him at the decisive moment. Unexpectedly, an acquaintance approached Shaolin and asked how it was possible that he had just been destroyed, yet was standing right there again. It came as a surprise to the player to see his friend standing before him, with a jellyfish on his head, one that had finally found the one it was looking for. In response, the player, who had used the parasitism skill, explained that he had seen everything from above and decided it was the right choice to select this particular priest, since his skills would come in very handy. The skill was absorbed by gluttony, the assistant's growth was activated, and another ability became available, Dance of the Primitive Warriors. At that moment, one of the participants started shouting to catch the jellyfish, since it was right in front of him. Zixin noticed something strange but decided not to stop, realizing that any pause now could cost him his advantage in this decisive battle. As the young man watched what was happening, a powerful explosion occurred, causing him to immediately flee, using symbiosis to maintain his speed and save his life. Both clones returned to the ant and realized they were incredibly lucky to have survived the dangerous explosion, which could easily have destroyed them all at once. To those watching the events unfold, it was unclear what strange phenomena were occurring and exactly what was happening on the battlefield. The dance of the primitive warriors greatly surprised the players and caused chaos on the battlefield, while the guy himself felt extremely cool and confident in his abilities. First and foremost, Cold Knife was outraged by his opponent's skills, which seemed too powerful and unfair to him. As it turned out, the protagonist decided to do everything in his power to make his opponent return to the city and set a condition. If the opponent didn't want to lose his 9th place in the rankings, he would have to do exactly as told. The man had only a few seconds to think it over, because if the terms didn't suit him, the fight could resume. He didn't particularly like the terms, but he had a choice he didn't want to pass up either. A whistle inscribed with the words "Return to the City" was placed before Cold Knife, symbolizing the new terms and the opportunity to end the conflict without a fight. The man chose to return to the city, as he understood that this would give him a chance to regroup, prepare, and avoid further losses in this battle. In an instant, the player vanished from the scene, leaving behind only astonishment and silence among those who had been watching him just a moment ago. This moment surprised everyone present, as no one expected such a strong contender to forgo victory in the battle. None of those present could figure out whether this was truly a human or a magical monster that had appeared out of nowhere and changed the course of events, causing everyone to lose their confidence. When Cold Knife returned to the city, he immediately began analyzing the course of the battle, trying to understand his mistakes and find a way to become stronger in the future. Controlling two avatars simultaneously and juggling multiple tasks among different players with varying skill sets allowed him to acquire two essential abilities. In the man's opinion, the most absurd race, with its masterful combination of skills, had become incomprehensible and chaotic in its actions. His opponent controlled every strike, dodged with ease, and found ways to parry every attack with cool confidence, forcing his opponent to lose the initiative. And unless you ambush the protagonist, who could possibly defeat him in a fair fight when he reacts so quickly and leaves no room for a counterattack? Considering Zixing a monster, after all, he'll destroy you before you can catch him off guard, leaving his opponent no chance for any counterattack. If you consider the guy a monster, then everything makes sense. But the man was curious whether he was really like that in real life. While the system was reporting on the protagonist's new achievements, Perseus quietly approached and asked if his rival had finished what he'd started. First, the man decided to inform him that the Earth Goddess was waiting for the young man and that he needed to follow him. In a calm voice, Zixin explained that he had finally been waiting for him to appear and could now continue on his path without doubting the correctness of his choice. At first, the young man suggested they talk in private, but after assessing the situation, he realized that wasn't going to happen. At that moment, he heard the voice of his former classmate, who asked if he was comfortable with someone else's weapon and watched his reaction closely in silence. When the protagonist saw Chang Linyao, who had come with Qi Xiaoman, it gave him immense pleasure. After asking for his weapon back, the young man also ordered him to reset all his skills, get down on his knees, and only then would he allow the youth to continue playing in the safe zone. The biggest surprise wasn't the threats from his acquaintance, but the fact that a young lady had come with him, one who mistook Zhang Linyao for him. At that moment, the protagonist recalled that Tang Hua had said that Perseus was no worse than him, that his classmate was a very bad person, and that the defeated players would soon be resurrected. Unexpectedly, Zhang Linyao allowed him to say his last words, and after he finished, he promised to finish off his rival. When Zixin agreed to the proposal, he immediately panicked and didn't know what to say, feeling as though the situation was spiraling out of control and changing too quickly. As of today, the protagonist had become truly invincible and asked his acquaintance not to pretend to be someone else, since there was nothing left to take from him. These words remain a fact that need not be spoken, but he decided to express them briefly and to the point so as not to leave his interlocutor with any unnecessary questions. Despite everything that had been said, Zixin decided without hesitation to deliver a powerful blow to put an end to this conflict and stop wasting time on empty talk. The events unfolded at Xiaoman's house, where she was lying on the couch while her mother criticized her for how she looked at that moment. The only thing the woman asked of her daughter was to sit properly and spend her free time without her phone. But in response, her daughter said that people become famous to live comfortably. Startled by her mother's sudden outburst, the girl was very frightened, agreed with her, and decided to go to her room to get some work done. After talking with the person closest to her, the young lady glanced at her watch and realized she'd wasted a lot of time, so she hurried back to her tasks. All her thoughts were focused on just one person who should have returned home long ago after his part-time job, and this made her grow increasingly anxious and eager. The only thing Zi Xiaoman couldn't understand was why her friend had decided to quietly switch to another game. After all, he always warned her beforehand, but this time he hadn't. Feeling angry, the girl didn't know how she would play without him now. Feeling a sense of emptiness and confusion due to his sudden absence from both the game and her life. Strange sounds came from her daughter's room, and the mother immediately reacted, but was told that they were just practicing in there. Suddenly, the young lady lay down on her bed and began to reflect on her life, recalling the events of the day and the people who had influenced her decision and her future path. According to Zi Xiaoman, she didn't understand why she was becoming an idol or what the future held for her. Was this truly her path or simply a dream imposed on her by those around her? The only thing the young lady didn't understand was what exactly guys liked about her and why they paid her so much attention, even though she considered herself ordinary. Her fans found her charming with a gorgeous figure, and her singing and dancing made them feel alive. Despite this, she wondered what would happen without her perfect figure. Would she still be able to shine in the virtual world? And would her true talent be recognized? Suddenly, Zishoman recalled the story of the frog when she was engulfed by flames that caused her to fall, and this memory made her lose her confidence and composure for a moment. Meanwhile, the male lead watched her and remarked that her actions were pleasant and endearing to watch, and that they even lifted his spirits. To the girl, the young man's words seemed very strange, for he had never seen such a fragile green creature as she was. To protect the young man asked her to hide behind him and memorize every detail of the battle. All the events that had unfolded over the past few minutes were not only surprising to Xiaoman, but also forced her to rethink what was happening around her. As a token of gratitude, the girl decided to secretly reveal who she really was and what circumstances had forced her to hide her true identity from others. The young lady's words didn't surprise the guy at all, and this threw her off balance, since she had expected a completely different reaction, which made her reflect on the situation at hand. After explaining right away that the main character likes to play games where he can escape the problems of reality, he didn't hesitate to call himself a loser and added that he hardly ever talks to girls. For Zixing, simply trying to get by was exhausting, but in the game he could leave it all behind and feel as if his problems didn't exist at all. Upon hearing this, Xiaoman was surprised and began to rethink her life, reflecting on the young man's words and how they had influenced her view of the world. With a smile on his face, the young man wondered whether it was possible to find oneself in the virtual world, to discover one's true nature, and simply to be oneself, living without masks. After a while, the young lady asked Zhao Fu to send someone to check all the video games and find the player 7 stars, but it turned out that such an account no longer existed as it had been deleted. Unexpectedly, Xiaoman was told not to make a scene, as the company could no longer tolerate her behavior, which annoyed her even more. In the girl's opinion, the organization's representative was to blame for the young man's disappearance, but he explained that without them, she was nobody, and that the guy himself didn't deserve to be spoken to. In desperation, the young lady began to plead. If the man found the young man, the company would immediately sign a contract with him and make him an esports star. When the CEO heard his subordinate's request, he was surprised but explained that we've now entered an era where the connection between technology and the human brain is highly advanced. According to the CEO, every player can change their appearance in the game, walk on the ground, and fly through the sky. So why should this particular person become an esports star? The unexpected advice to play in moderation and not let her temper ruin everything really surprised the girl, who was already very excited. At that moment, Xiaoman set herself the goal of definitely finding her friend, because she didn't believe he had just abandoned her like that. It was important to her that someone was looking for her, and that when they found each other, they would be able to destroy anyone who dared to harm them. With a high opinion of herself, Xiaoman believed that without her, the protagonist would be helpless, like a knight without his horse. The blow brought the girl to her senses, and the young man's words rang out clearly. He ordered her to hand over the sword of the hater's rage. Zixing's behavior greatly surprised the young lady, as she hadn't expected such a cold and decisive reaction from him. Xiaoman realized that the young man wanted her to serve as a diversion, and this made her nervous, but at the same time, she trusted him at this decisive moment. While the young lady was calling for help, the two young men would focus on protecting her, and it was precisely at that moment that they might miss their opponent's decisive strike. Xiaoman's behavior greatly surprised the protagonist, since she believed that even when he took absolutely everything into account, nothing could be hidden from her eyes. Not understanding what she was laughing at, the young man realized that with a single blow he could send the young lady to the respawn point and then calmly continue the fight. At that moment, Chang Linyao joined the fight and declared that he would not let his opponent strike Xiaoman. Just then, Zixin was immune to fire attacks, which gave him a significant advantage in the fight, allowing him to act more boldly and without fear of taking damage. During the battle, the system reported that he had taken fire damage and that the protagonist had acquired the Burning Stride skill. He had expected this from his opponent, but at the moment the young man, though strong, could not yet stand on equal footing with him and was forced to look for another way out. But he really liked this turn of events, as it added excitement and forced him to act even more decisively in this dangerous confrontation. Grabbing his weapon, the young man simply wanted to destroy his opponent, but suddenly stopped, sensing something strange about the way the situation was unfolding. It was important for Zixing to return to his own body, because he had no intention of staying in the virtual world forever and losing touch with reality. Even under these circumstances, Chang Linyao wanted to see what his former classmate was capable of and how many blows he could land on him. Two powerful attacks converged at a single point in an instant, and each of the guys was doing everything he could to end the fight. Xiaoman watched the events unfold and noticed that Persian was merely watching the two players without intervening in the fight, which alarmed her the most, since that wasn't like him at all. As she followed all the unfolding events, the young lady didn't take her eyes off the battlefield for a single moment, carefully noting every movement and change in the situation. The girl noticed a jellyfish sneaking past her, and this was exactly the moment she had been waiting for. Using the parasitism skill, the player gathered all the skills of the other participants and gradually grew stronger, ruthlessly absorbing their combat experience. Upon noticing the main character's skill, Xiaoman immediately understood what his true goal had been from the very beginning. The next thing the girl did was run toward Persia to assess the situation and figure out what was happening around the battle and what steps to take next so as not to make a mistake. At that moment, the young lady began screaming that he wanted to kill her and that she urgently needed protection nearby because she sensed a real danger to herself. When Zhang Linyao heard the girl's voice, he immediately announced that he was ending the fight with the guy and was coming to her aid. While his former classmate was distracted, Zixin noticed that his dominant hand was his right and braced himself for a punch. Not understanding what was happening, Chang Linyao stood there waiting for the unexpected, closely watching his opponent's every move and the situation around him. The punch landed on the guy's left side, but he managed to block it and quickly countered the attack, maintaining his balance and preventing his opponent from gaining the upper hand in the fight. After a powerful attack, the protagonist began to fall, and losing his balance, asked if his opponent knew what phrase could describe him. Just as the young man was doing everything he could to make his opponent fall, the latter said that he was a demigod, held back by a force that kept him at the level of a mortal. With every passing minute, the players fought more intensely, and the battle grew increasingly fierce and tense. Considering his opponent foolish, Zixin continued to attack, paying no attention to anything else and not slowing down the pace of the fight, while maintaining complete control over the situation around him. The next attack was just as unexpected as the previous ones, and once again caught his opponent off guard, forcing him to react quickly and look for a way out of the situation. In the protagonist's opinion, in real life, they would have to settle the score regardless of the circumstances and consequences of their future encounter outside the game. The powerful blow sent Chang Linyao crashing to the ground. He felt his life energy plummet, and his body grew heavy, barely responding to his commands. Realizing that a single blow had failed to defeat his opponent, the protagonist decided to change tactics and proceed more cautiously, analyzing every one of his opponent's movements. Meanwhile, Xiaoman turned to Persia and asked for help, as she didn't want to be destroyed just like that. It was important to the man that no one touch him, and he demonstrated that he possessed the magical spirit of the earth element, which automatically created shields and protected him from all sides against attacks. The young lady's joy knew no bounds, but she realized that this guy was a tamer of magical creatures and that she might get another 500th level item, since Zixin really loves rich enemies. As he tried to get back on his feet, Chang Linyao found it extremely difficult to do so. His body barely responded after the blow he'd received. When the young man finally stood up, he explained that the protagonist had thoroughly enraged him and that he would be able to destroy him even in the real world, where he would discover who his rival truly was. When Zixin moved closer to his rival, the latter replied that outside the game, he was suffering no less damage than in the virtual world. Unexpectedly, the protagonist asked his former classmate not to be angry, explaining that he was a mercenary fulfilling a contract. Perseus had paid him 10,000 gold pieces to eliminate his rival, and now he was certain to take second place in the rankings. Next, the young man proposed that if he were paid 20,000 gold pieces, he would join forces with his rival to eliminate the third one among them. With a smile on his face, Zixin waited for a response, closely watching his rival's reaction and realizing that the course of events would be decided right then and there. For several minutes, the young man waited for a response, closely watching his opponent's reaction without taking his eyes off him. As he waited for a long overdue answer, the protagonist tried to make it clear that someday even he would have to kneel before him and beg for mercy. Chang Linyao's face was contorted with fury, his eyes blazing with rage and his body tensed as if he were ready to rush back into battle at any moment without hesitation. The young man's convictions made no impression on the man, for he didn't care who he was fighting. The main thing was to destroy his opponent. The two powerful weapons clashed once more at a single point, and the collision created a powerful wave of energy that made the surrounding space tremble from the force of the impact. With a single strike, Zijin parried his classmate's attack. The classmate was immediately sent flying to the side and lost his balance, giving the protagonist a brief advantage in the fight. When the man hit the ground, a cloud of dust rose around him, obscuring his figure and for a moment making the situation even more tense for both sides. Moving closer to his opponent, the protagonist immediately swung his weapon, preparing to deliver the decisive blow in this tense clash. Suddenly, the young man realized that he was holding a level 200 weapon of superior quality, and this gave him added confidence in the upcoming battle. Meanwhile, Changlin Yao had suffered a serious injury, and his movement speed had slowed considerably, forcing him to move more cautiously and seek cover. After receiving the system notification, the man thought it was a terrible game and wanted to shut it down and delete it immediately. Holding two weapons in his hands, Zijin couldn't decide which one to continue fighting with, wavering between options and assessing the situation on the battlefield to make the right choice. When Changlin Yao realized what was about to happen, he was very surprised and tensed up, realizing that these events could drastically change the course of the entire battle around him. Unexpectedly, the protagonist thrust his sword into the ground and explained that they didn't need to fight to the bitter end, since they were on the same side. Killing this man would be too easy, since he was exactly what the protagonist needed, so the protagonist decided to proceed more cautiously, analyzing his every move and potential. In confidence, Zijin decided to reveal that Perseus had helped him hone his skills for the mission, which was why he had become so strong, and that Changlin Yao's level was also very high. At that moment, the man realized the truth of his classmates' words, for the third of them was currently undertaking the quest, the path to becoming a god, and the reward for this quest was the goddess's blessing. Since the protagonist would receive this reward, the man also decided to go back and complete the quest. After demonstrating a gaming device that functions as a lie detector, the young man decided to verify whether the ant he had been parasitizing from the very beginning actually belonged to the Persian player. The meeting with the man is crucial for both players. For one, the return of the Queen of Insects is essential, while for the protagonist, a meeting with the goddess of the earth is imperative. Listening intently to every word the young man said, Zhang Linyao reflected on the situation and tried to understand the hidden meaning behind his plan. When Zijin showed him the screen of his tablet, his former classmate was even more surprised, as what he saw completely changed his perception of the situation. The young man continued his story. He said that he had once ridden a mammoth, which was why he could take control of it and direct it from such a close distance. The baby elephant quickly obeyed the protagonist's request, much to the surprise of everyone else present, as no one had expected such obedience from the creature. Meanwhile, Perseus was very surprised, but immediately suspected a lie and began to carefully analyze the young man's words and behavior, trying to uncover the hidden truth. A jellyfish clone came to Zijin's aid, instantly intervening in the situation and supporting the protagonist, giving him an additional advantage in battle. Unexpectedly, Percy read a system notification about an attack by the player's 7 stars and explained that he had let them fool around, but they had taken advantage of the situation and attacked him. At the man's command, the mammoth unleashed a combat stomp, which sent a powerful wave of energy that knocked everyone out of the colony, causing the ground to tremble and the enemies to lose their balance. Amid the dust stood a girl trying to figure out what was happening, as these events were incomprehensible to her. The unfolding events greatly surprised Yao Man, prompting her to watch every detail closely and try to figure out what would happen next around her. A jellyfish appeared behind the young lady and warned her not to move as it wanted to hide. The unexpected appearance of the 7 stars player surprised her, but the first thing she decided to ask him was why he had treated her that way. To her great surprise, the jellyfish explained that Xiaoman had mistaken him for someone else and that he had nothing to do with the situation that had occurred earlier. The first thing the young lady noticed was that the player's name wasn't hidden, which immediately made her wary, and she pointed this out to her interlocutor. Amid the storm of dust, the dictator of lies system confirmed the protagonist's words, who explained that in the early stages of the game it's difficult to level up and nearly impossible to catch up to those who pulled ahead, and that Persia has hidden motives. At that moment, Zhang Linyao offered 50,000 gold pieces for an alliance, but on one condition: that his counterpart not deceive him. With a smile on his face, Zixin agreed and asked him to contact him if any other work came up. A job aimed at making a profit suited Zixin perfectly, since it was important to him to destroy his enemies. Events continued to unfold in Qingxi village, and with every passing minute, the situation grew increasingly tense, drawing in new participants and hidden forces. It was important to the girl that Percy not notice anything, but at the same time she considered him a schemer. Another thing that troubled Xiaoman was why the players 7 stars, who didn't want to add her as a friend again, had disappeared without warning. The argument lasted several minutes, and with every passing second, the tension between them only grew, leaving no room for compromise or a peaceful resolution. At first, the guys decided to pretend to be in a fierce battle and move around while doing so, waiting for that guy to appear next to them. Zixing's speed was astonishing, and even Zhang Linyao, one of the top players, couldn't catch up to him. Despite this pace, the boys still hadn't reached their destination, which made them even more tense and forced them to rethink their next course of action. Watching his former classmates' moves, the protagonist was determined to do everything in his power to carry out his plan and prevent the situation from spiraling out of control. At that moment, Zixin decided to launch a powerful attack, which took his opponent completely by surprise, causing him to lose his concentration and retreat. The blow was so powerful that it inflicted significant damage on his opponent and threw him off balance, forcing him to retreat and lose control of the situation. This situation baffled the protagonist, as he didn't understand what kind of account this was or who was behind it in this strange and dangerous game. What surprised the guy most was that the wound looked quite strange and didn't resemble the usual injuries sustained during combat. After being wounded, Chang Linyao lost most of his energy, but his friend explained that when choosing a hero, there was another race capable of restoring energy reserves, and that was the legendary one. The situation greatly upset the young man, and he didn't want to be the only one suffering during the battle, so he decided he had to fix everything and change the course of events. The only thing the player asked of his opponent was that he not deal too much damage, enough to wipe him out in a second. Chang Linyao was utterly astonished when he saw the protagonist's acrobatic abilities and how effortlessly he used them in battle. With a smile on his face, the young man realized his advantage and decided to do everything in his power to destroy both players. Everyone present watched Zixing's actions as he skillfully did everything to achieve his goal, drawing closer, step by step, to the decisive moment of the battle. Each player stood in their place as if preparing for something impossible, and the tension between them grew stronger with every passing second. Percy broke the silence, stating that he didn't care for getting involved in their low-level fights, but they had forced him to do so. He wasn't too pleased that he would have to take matters into his own hands and resolve the situation on his own, as it was rapidly spiraling out of control around him. There was something strange on Persia's hand that immediately caught the attention of those present and aroused suspicion, for this object looked unusual and possessed hidden power. Using his petrified hand, he summoned the totem of the mountain spirits, who emerged from the bowels of the earth and began to surround the battlefield, creating a menacing atmosphere. Something that was very important to the man appeared behind him, and this immediately changed his behavior, causing him to take a closer look at the unexpected phenomenon. Everyone present was surprised by the appearance of a giant totem, which was at level 800 and possessed numerous skills. After assessing the situation, the protagonist realized there was enough distance to launch an immediate attack. To proceed, Perseus harnessed the Earth's gravitational force, creating a double gravitational pull within a 10-meter radius around the totem. At that moment, Zixing grasped the full extent of the situation and immediately began devising a new plan of action to turn the tide of battle in his favor. For Chang Linyao, this turn of events was extremely frustrating, as he couldn't make sense of what was happening and had lost control of the situation. As he gradually approached Persia, the protagonist tried to figure out as quickly as possible how to weaken his opponent, since he wouldn't be able to fight within a gravitational field. Suddenly, the young man remembered that destroying the center of gravity could weaken the body's gravitational pull. A misunderstanding arose between Zhang Linyao and Persia, as one of them didn't like being considered inferior to someone else. To the player's surprise, he took advantage of a rock slide, which automatically blocked the space around him. Zhang Linyao was very pleased with this large-scale attack, as he believed his opponent wouldn't be able to block it. Unexpectedly, the protagonist saw that a suitable opportunity had arisen to put his plan into action and exploit his opponent's weakness for a decisive strike. Gradually, the young man tried to approach the desired spot unnoticed, closely watching his opponent's movements and seizing every opportunity to remain in the shadows. A bright orb appeared on the street, suddenly glowing and drawing the attention of everyone present, creating a tense and mysterious atmosphere around the scene. Inside the orb were Xiaoman and the jellyfish's doppelganger, who couldn't see eye to eye, as he was deeply offended by the girl. Meanwhile, Chang Linyao began striking with his flaming sword of the sun, which burst into a bright blaze and boosted his combat power in this battle. For Persia, this attack was meaningless, as he used a square shield that easily withstood the blow and didn't even shake his stance in battle. The attack was directed at the shield and dealt no damage. It simply shattered against its sturdy surface, leaving the course of the battle unchanged. For Zhang Linyao, this turn of events came as a complete surprise, causing him to become flustered and momentarily lose control of the situation. Behind the man stood the protagonist, who was waiting for the right moment to launch a surprise attack and turn the tide of this tense battle. At that moment, Percy realized that his movements had been too loud for a surprise attack, and this had given away his plan even before he struck. The protagonist had only one thought in mind, that his opponent did not possess magic, as that would completely shift the balance of their battle. But at that moment, the player stated that anyone who believed a person could lack magic could be destroyed, and this declaration drastically altered the tension of the battle. A minor skirmish broke out among the group, but suddenly their plans were disrupted by unexpected events that forced them to shift their focus and change tactics. An unexpected attack by a third participant in the battle completely altered the course of events and forced everyone to reassess their actions in this suddenly complicated situation. The blow struck the elephant, which could not evade it without its master's command, and so it remained in place, taking the attack without resistance. A jellyfish clone was also observing the situation and immediately decided to deactivate the symbiosis in order to destroy its opponent once and for all. Directing his ability at the totem, he activated a hidden power that instantly began to alter the battlefield, causing his opponents to lose control of the situation. At that moment, Xiaoman was surprised to hear that Zixin had decided to use parasitism and was reaching out his tentacles toward her. A protective sphere appeared around the girl, deflecting the attack and saving her, while the young man fell to the ground, losing his balance from the blow. Immediately, the young man began screaming in pain as he started bleeding and felt his condition deteriorate rapidly. But to improve his condition, Zixin used parasitism on the elephant, which worked successfully and began to restore his strength. When one of the jellyfish clones used symbiosis, the system reported that the willpower test had begun, and the atmosphere on the battlefield changed instantly. Suddenly, Perseus sensed that the Earth Goddess was in danger and decided to protect her with magic, without hesitating for a moment. Seeing what the man was doing, the protagonist, taken aback, grew wary and began to quickly assess his actions in order to anticipate his next move. At that moment, the young man felt both bewilderment and a sense of paralysis, which froze his thoughts and caused him to momentarily lose his ability to act in this critical situation. When the young man found himself in an unfamiliar place, he immediately began surveying the area, carefully examining the details and trying to figure out where he was. From his vantage point high above, Zixin looked down, assessing the situation and trying to find a safe path forward. Suddenly at that moment, the protagonist felt a strange premonition that made him grow wary and prepare for possible dangers ahead. The Earth Goddess addressed the young man, greeting him immediately. Her voice sounded calm yet commanding, filling the surrounding space with power. The young man's main task was to understand how it had come to pass that he had applied symbiosis to an inanimate object, and in doing so had managed to teleport to another location. The creature could not understand why the player did not notice what was happening behind him and continued to act as if nothing were threatening him. The Earth Goddess's words greatly surprised Zixing, for he didn't know what they might mean or exactly what she had in mind when she said them right to his face. Finding himself in such a situation for the first time, the protagonist immediately decided to ask whether he could use symbiosis on her, because if it suddenly didn't work, it would cause him trouble. To test the skill, he needed to merge with her spiritual world and use symbiosis to see if it would actually work under these conditions. After the creature's unexpected, terrifying movements, the protagonist was frightened and realized that his inner heroism needed time to grow stronger and overcome this fear. Strange phenomena began to occur around the goddess, causing everyone present to become alert and closely monitor the unfolding events. The young man hadn't expected such a turn of events, since he had planned for the conversation to go quite differently and for the situation to unfold in a different way. The voice the young man heard ordered him to run as fast as possible, forcing him to react instantly and look for a safe escape route. As soon as Zixin decided to do as he was told, he unexpectedly saw something astonishing that made him pause for a moment and change his course of action. A giant jellyfish emerged from the ground, bearing a striking resemblance to a player, which immediately caused astonishment and tension among those present. This event completely threw him off balance, as everything was happening too quickly for him to fully grasp the changing situation around him. As the young man stood next to the giant, the first thought that crossed his mind was that he had encountered yet another god. But how could that be, when he was only at level 20? Suddenly, the earth goddess began to scream, and the player was terrified and stepped back, not understanding what was happening around him. The creature's arms were wrapped in tentacles, but she looked very calm and composed, as if the situation didn't bother her at all. The giant was the first to speak. He considered the protagonist a simpleton and made no attempt to hide his contempt for him. As it turned out, this hulking figure was the inner world of the earth goddess, which came as a complete surprise to the young man and forced him to rethink the entire situation around him. According to Zixin, the creature meant that it was impossible to escape from this area, which alarmed him and forced him to look for a way out. As the player was running away, the goddess suddenly began screaming again as she fell into the abyss, causing him to pause for a moment and look back. The sudden end of the symbiosis brought Qi-Xin back to the totem and the other combatants, forcing him to instantly reassess the situation on the battlefield. The first thing the protagonist saw before him was Persia, who looked strange and completely different from how she had appeared before her disappearance from the battlefield. At that moment, the ant also looked strange, as if its condition had changed after all the events in the arena, which caused even more surprise. Meanwhile, Zhong Linyao used his weapon to fend off a large number of rocks flying toward him from all directions. Xiaoman, who had been protected by a barrier for some time, watched all the events unfold, carefully assessing the situation around her. The jellyfish's next move was to use symbiosis and return to the ant's body to regain control of the situation. Unexpectedly, the system reported that the targets had successfully blocked his skill, so he needed to enter the target's spiritual realm to pass the test of will. A flood of questions plagued the young man as he didn't know how to proceed, but what surprised him most was that a mark identical to the one on the giant jellyfish had appeared on the ant's body. After Zixin moved closer to his assistant, he immediately realized that the mark on his head was the same as his own, but with certain differences. At that moment, the young man realized that as long as parasitism reigned in the spiritual world, the situation would remain out of control, and he needed to find a way out urgently. The only way out of this situation was to use symbiosis in the game, which would allow him to consistently control the process and continue playing without risk. The protagonist's thoughts were interrupted by the unexpected voice of the goddess who ruled Persia, and she immediately asked if she had given him permission to run away from her. Suddenly, the creature revealed that the fourth ability of the mountain spirit's totem was to summon spirits that empower the bearer and alter the course of battle. The man's words startled the young man, and he immediately remembered that his shadow clone was in danger, which compelled him to act at once. The mammoth stomp threw Persia off balance, and he immediately began to fall to the ground, losing control of his movements. Realizing that the situation was very serious, the protagonist approached Xiaoman and decided to take her with him so she wouldn't get hurt. The young man began running as fast as he could, as far away as possible, because he understood that they might be in danger and needed to leave immediately. Behind Zixing was a creature that was closely watching his every move, never letting him out of its sight and assessing his every step. Seizing the moment, the young man tried to do everything he could to ensure their safety, quickly resolve the situation, and protect everyone from danger. When the protagonist realized that this approach wouldn't work, he came to terms with the fact that his horse had been destroyed and he had no other one. Symbiosis had only one free skill slot, and Zhao Man hadn't received any bonuses from that skill. Even if she had, her stamina and agility would still have been insufficient. The only way out of this situation was to return to the city, but the system reported that they were in combat mode so they couldn't return to their residence. In the direction Sin and the girl were fleeing, the Earth Goddess's hand suddenly began to approach, forcing him to change course abruptly. But unexpectedly, the creature decided it needed to fully emerge onto the Earth's surface and demonstrate its true power. With a single powerful blow, strange growths appeared on the goddess's hand. They rapidly stretched out and reached all the way to the protagonist, creating a new threat. The situation was escalating, so the young man decided to try every possible option to find a way out and save himself and his companion. The young people began falling into the abyss, losing their footing and unsure how to escape this critical situation. At that moment, they managed to stay afloat and escape danger, quickly regaining their composure and continuing on to avoid a new threat. For Xiaoman, this flight reminded her of the time when she and the Seven Stars player crossed the Great Canyon of Kalisa and miraculously survived a dangerous jump. The protagonist didn't hear the girl's words because of the strong wind during their descent from the summit, so he immediately asked her to repeat what she had said. Realizing that things couldn't go on like this, the young man immediately decided to take decisive action and change the course of events while there was still a chance to fix the situation. It's clear that the giant jellyfish is here specifically to help the protagonist, since he's likely triggered a secret quest related to his race. When Zhang Linyao saw the giant before him, he was extremely surprised and momentarily frozen, realizing the scale of the threat. At first glance, it seemed that this jellyfish wasn't particularly powerful, and if he continued trying to drop a large rock on it, he might get seriously hurt. Unexpectedly, the protagonist decided that he needed to help the creature and perhaps receive a reward for it, so he began quickly devising a plan of action. In an instant, Zixin decided to use all the hidden and obvious clues to find a solution and gain the upper hand in this difficult situation. When the young man used symbiosis, he immediately triggered a test of will and entered the spiritual realm of the mountain spirit's totem, which is why the giant jellyfish can follow him back and enters that realm with him every time. Each of the protagonist's skills originates from the giant and is linked to his strength and influence on the surrounding world. Parasitism requires a test of the target's physical strength, while symbiosis requires a test of the spirit, and the success of using these skills in battle depends precisely on this. One of the skills had failed to activate several times already, while symbiosis had never let him down, and he had never faced a test of will. So perhaps this wasn't a bug, but a hidden game mechanic or one of its quirks. After these reflections, Zixing had an unexpected idea that could completely change his future actions and approach to the situation. The first thing the protagonist did was call his friend to quickly explain the situation and get advice on what to do next. At that moment, Tanghua was surprised by the events unfolding in Qingxi village and explained that the continental plates might have shifted due to strong underground tremors. To the young man, his brother's words were nonsense, but he still decided to ask how the archer was feeling after the symbiosis. However, it turned out she was offline. Feeling frustrated, the guy didn't know what to do, since the only way to check her condition after using the skill was to ask her directly, and the jellyfish might have been in serious trouble. But as it turned out, the girl didn't remember what had happened and thought she'd simply lost track of time. Unexpectedly, Zixin decided that he needed to act immediately, and he would deal with his friend after logging out of the game. If everything is as the protagonist suspects, then the answer becomes obvious and leaves no room for doubt, so he decides to act as quickly and cautiously as possible. At that moment, the young man decided that he needed to deactivate the symbiosis, and his clone would take advantage of the divine requirements and become a pack animal. The turning point came when the young man decided to persuade the celebrity to lend him her body for a certain period of time, which could change the course of all events in the game. Faced with this unexpected turn of events, the girl began to scream, not understanding what was happening and trying to find at least some way out of the situation. Using that very symbiosis, the boy created a spiritual bridge between them, so the jellyfish had only to wait a little while for the connection to stabilize. Xiaoman was flustered with embarrassment, for she understood what was happening at that moment and couldn't hide her confusion in front of the others. Another thing that worried the young lady was that she didn't know where they were and was trying to find at least some landmarks around her. It came as a great surprise to the protagonist when he saw Xiaoman's inner world, which was significantly different from what he had expected. At one point, the girl asked him not to shout because he was coming, but Zixin didn't understand her words and remained confused. Seeing a giant tentacle in front of them, the young people were startled and tensed up sharply, bracing themselves for a new danger. A giant jellyfish appeared before the players and told them that it wasn't bad, even though the protagonist's understanding of innate skills was rudimentary. What interested the young man most was whether she would be able to follow the giant and continue moving alongside him in this unusual situation. As it turned out, the girl lacked sufficient knowledge of spiritual will, since this spiritual realm belonged exclusively to their race and had its own laws. If you help a non-player character in the game, you can unlock a quest chain, so Z-Sin decided to offer the giant his help. At that moment, the creature refused the help, since his companion was too weak to be of any use in this situation. The protagonist couldn't understand why things weren't going the way he'd imagined, and this only added to his confusion. To reach the required level, the young man needs to complete any quest that will grant enough experience and allow him to progress faster. Suddenly, the giant explained that the player needed to level up faster and asked if he needed help to achieve this more quickly. In response, the young man said he didn't need help, since he was there to merge with the creature. Unexpectedly, the system reported that the symbiosis had failed, and the young people were surprised to find themselves back at the battlefield so quickly. What surprised Z-Sing most was that he had been kicked out so easily, and because of this, he considered the system arrogant and indifferent. Deciding that the protagonist had seen something he wasn't supposed to, Xiaoman began yelling at him, trying to keep her emotions in check. While the young lady and the clone were settling their differences, the ant and the jellyfish tried to find a way to coordinate their actions and avoid a new danger. The player's eyes filled with frenzied aggression, and he was ready to do anything to protect himself and turn the tide of battle. Meanwhile, the Earth Goddess pointed at the protagonist, drawing the attention of everyone present to him. Something strange began to happen around Z-Sing and the ant, and the space around them seemed to warp under the influence of an unknown force. At that moment, the protagonist tried to figure out what was happening and watched closely as everything unfolded around him. Once he realized what was actually happening, he immediately came up with a plan of action that could change the course of events and give them the upper hand. When the young man ran up to the girl, he immediately explained that they needed to leave the scene immediately because something dangerous was about to happen there. Even in this dangerous situation, Xiaoman tried to find a way to feel more comfortable, despite the threat of danger all around. Meanwhile, Changlin Yao and Persian also ran after the protagonist, trying not to fall behind and to stay together in this dangerous situation. The man was very curious about what had just happened, since he had lost control of his body. And this led him to believe that the skill of summoning a god allows beings to take control of a body. Perseus noticed that the goddess had given him a premium quest, which greatly intrigued him and prompted him to quickly assess his new capabilities. The letter described the path to becoming a god, which consists of 5 consecutive stages, each for which rewards are granted: maximum land ownership, a magical beast, level 800, and dual specialization, warrior, and master of earth elements. Having a top-tier account at the start of the game is basically cheating, and Changlin Yao had amazing rewards from the very beginning. But at that very moment, a young man approached Persia and asked him to stop so they could finish their conversation. At that moment, the player had no intention of stopping, so he kept moving forward, ignoring the request. Fully proficient in all types of weapons, Zhang Lin Yao explained that this melee sword could also be thrown at a distance. But his companion didn't need this information, as he was determined to complete the quest and not get distracted by details. At that moment, the young man asked him not to take offense, since it was supposedly Perseus who had ordered his destruction. But when he was told that this was a lie, he was immediately surprised. When Zhang Lin Yao found out that his artifact blade had been stolen, he began to wonder. Since every item was tied to a specific account, therefore he assumed that one of his classmates might have hacked into his account. Unexpectedly, Percy said he didn't even understand how his conversation partner could have done such a thing, since Z-Sin plays as a jellyfish. But in any case, it wasn't his place to judge other players. In conclusion, the man said that if Zhang Lin Yao found this player in real life, he should bring him to help complete the quest, and in return he would receive a reward. Upon hearing these words, the young man didn't understand what was going on at first and tried to make sense of the information he'd heard. But when he sensed serious danger, he immediately began to ponder these words, trying to find a hidden meaning in them. In the real world, when his gaming helmet was removed, the young man realized exactly who they were talking about. Leaving his room, Chang Lin Yao headed for the exit, intending to leave the building as quickly as possible. Two men were sitting in the apartment's living room chatting. When they saw the young man, they immediately greeted him. With a smile on his face, Uncle Lin asked if the young man was going to college next year, and where exactly, since he wanted to help with the application process. Showing a lack of respect for his elders, Chang Lin Yao turned around and went about his business, immediately saying that they would discuss everything later. Once the young man had left, the men began talking about him, agreeing that he was behaving with dignity, though he still had a lot to learn. After calling Zhao Hu, the young man asked him to bring a few people over as soon as possible, since the situation required immediate support and action. After hanging up the phone, the young man thought that someone must be very sad, and that thought lingered in his mind for a long time. Meanwhile, the young people were talking about a mutual acquaintance who was pretending to be someone else, something the girl already knew. This situation threw the main character off balance. He became very angry and couldn't understand how she could have been with that young man. Strange emotions flashed across Yaoman's face, which made her feel ashamed, but she explained that she was with him now, and everything else was in the past. A misunderstanding arose between the players, so the main character decided to leave the girl in the bushes and told her that someone would help her later. When the young lady managed to get up even a little, she immediately started shouting that her army of admirers would deal with him. Despite the warnings, the young man immediately asked Yaoman to call him too, when she gathered her people, preferably as close to him as possible. For the girl, Zixing's behavior was unacceptable, since no one had ever treated her that way before. Suddenly, the young lady noticed that the young man was no longer by her side. He had quietly slipped out of sight, leaving her completely bewildered and surprised. The celebrity was pleased that the protagonist had decided to look out for her and had done everything to ensure she didn't get hurt when she fell. Another important point was that it seemed to her as if the guy was constantly thinking about her. Since the main character had exited combat mode, he could return to the city at any moment by using his whistle. For Zixing, the most appealing part of the game was secretly stealing from enemies, finding mythical creatures, learning legendary skills, successfully escaping from powerful bosses, and earning money. As his next step, the protagonist decided to log out of the game, withdraw his earnings and give them to his mother to support the family and cover all their financial needs. After taking off his helmet, the young man breathed a sigh of relief, but he had no idea what awaited him next, events that could completely change the course of his future. Tanhua's appearance at the bedside really frightened the young man, because he hadn't expected such a turn of events at all and didn't understand how Tanhua had suddenly ended up there. At that moment, the protagonist's brother advised him to change his nickname and not to say it out loud, since his former enemies could easily find him. With a serious expression, the young man explained that he had been constantly dreaming of 9 stars that connected one after another, but the 7th star would break away, and that was when he would appear. When Tanhua heard his friend's explanation, he immediately pretended to believe it, though in reality he doubted what he had heard. Changing the subject to Zixing's brother, he immediately asked why the latter hadn't changed his nickname and had stuck with the arrogant Nuggets, but he never received an answer. Putting jokes aside, the protagonist immediately explained that he would help deal with the enemies in such a way that they would be afraid to log into the game again. The conversation immediately turned to the Earth Goddess, since any information about her would help deal with her in the future, so Tanhua agreed to help without hesitation. With a smile on his face, the protagonist realized that it was the heavens that had sent him these trials, which lay ahead and would test his strength and will. After a casual conversation among friends, some unfamiliar people appeared, and this immediately put them on guard, forcing them to be more cautious. 2 young men were standing in the room, talking to each other, unaware that very difficult trials were already awaiting them. One of the unknown men kicked the door open in a single motion and froze, waiting for the other's reaction. When the main character saw that uninvited guests had arrived, he felt a sense of emptiness and tension inside. Without an invitation, the crowd immediately began entering the room where the 2 friends were, putting them on guard. Unexpectedly, a fight broke out in the middle of the apartment, injuring Tan Hua and Zixin, who found themselves at the center of the chaos. A powerful blow sent the protagonist flying to the side, and he fell to the floor right onto the items lying there, momentarily losing his bearings. As he shielded his helmet, the protagonist realized that a new phase of events was about to begin and that he would have to act quickly and cautiously. Chang Lin Yao came to visit Qi Xin along with his friends, who were the ones who started this fight. At that moment, the man was closely watching his opponent, assessing his moves and looking for weaknesses. Enraged, the player explained that the protagonist was a very skilled player, and this annoyed him. It came as a big surprise to Qi Xin when he realized that his opponent knew everything about his moves, and this made him wary and prompted him to rethink his plan. The young man's thoughts were confirmed by Zhang Linyao's words, which only strengthened his confidence that his guesses were correct. The first thing the young man figured out was the blade, since the artifacts and advantages obtained at the start of the game are tied to the account. After giving the order to start the fight, the man warned that he would take responsibility if this situation led to serious consequences. It was important to the player that no one mock him, so he tried to act confidently and not show his weaknesses, even in difficult situations. In addition to the fight, the group also claimed that the protagonist was insulting their leader with his skillful gameplay, which further fueled the conflict. Tang Hua decided to stand up for his friend, shouting for them to stop, since there is a law to which they would be held accountable. At that moment, the young man realized that a simple request wasn't working, so he immediately began shouting and calling for help. Chang Lin Yao didn't like the young man's behavior, so he ordered him to be stopped and punished for disrespect and breaking the rules, which only made the situation worse. Zixin was most worried about his helmet, as he didn't want it to get broken during the scuffle. Tang Hua also got into trouble. He was very concerned about his friend's fate and tried to help him even in the most difficult situation that arose during the fight. According to the main character, only with the helmet would he be able to fix everything and regain control of the situation. Considering himself the hope of the entire family, the young man wanted to find out the value of the Ant Queen, withdraw funds from his account, and earn even more. Lying in the middle of the room was Ziyi Xin, who didn't understand what was happening to him and was trying to make sense of the situation he found himself in after the sudden events of the fight. The first thing that came to his mind was that this situation confirmed that this was his destiny and that it was now impossible to avoid it. Despite his classmate's condition, the man explained that he had helped him strengthen himself so that he could complete the task without fail, and that was why he was so strong now. Chang Lin Yao's next words sounded more serious, as he wanted to know where the young man had found the strength he displayed in the game, since in real life he didn't look particularly courageous. Taking him by the hand, his former classmate said that once he smashed the helmet, the young man would be able to leave in peace, all for his own peace of mind, he explained. It was important for Zixing to keep his helmet, so he held on to it with all his might, refusing to let go even under pressure. When Zhang Linyao looked closely at his opponent, he was very surprised by his behavior, not expecting such tenacity. No one had expected such a turn of events, since everyone had considered the protagonist weak, yet he was suddenly the first to attack his opponent. A memory surfaced in Zixing's mind of a time when his father had decided to help a man who had deceived him, and he had been too young back then to make a difference. The attack was not only unexpected, but also very powerful, throwing his opponent off balance and causing him to lose control of the situation for a few moments. The next memory that came to mind was the moment when his sister collapsed and lay unconscious in a hospital bed, and because of a lack of funds, he couldn't do anything to help her either. With every passing minute, the young man recalled fragments of his life and grew increasingly enraged and determined in his actions. The next and final event was when he was deceived and robbed, and even then, being a coward, he did nothing, but now he would do anything to protect himself. Only at that moment did Zixin realize that he no longer wanted to be walked all over and considered a coward who could do nothing, and he no longer wished to doubt himself. Other participants in the fight ran up to the two men. They didn't understand why the protagonist had become so aggressive and tried to pull them apart. Even if it means losing his life, he cannot accept such a fate and will fight to the end, refusing to accept defeat under any circumstances. Driven by a fierce desire to avenge all the trouble caused by his former classmate, Zixin tried everything to make him experience the same pain he had inflicted on others. Unexpectedly, one of the men present struck him in the back, a blow that would determine the protagonist's very survival. Everyone present was taken aback by what was happening, but no one dared to intervene. They simply watched the events unfold in tense silence. One of the onlookers was particularly shaken and even began to step away from his friends, unable to believe what was happening. In an attempt to restrain Tan Hua, two men held him back, but the young man began shouting at Zhang that he had done everything to destroy his rival. After the blow, Zhang Linyao did everything he could to break free from their grip and sharply shoved his injured classmate aside, trying to create space to maneuver. Tang Hua was the most shocked by the men's actions. He tried everything he could to make himself heard and stop the conflict. Realizing he had been let go, the young man ran over to his friend and started shouting for someone to call an ambulance. When the young man saw his brother's body fall completely to the floor, he immediately asked him to hold on a little longer. His first words were about the helmet, as if it were the decisive factor in everything that was happening, and he couldn't think of anything else at that moment. His helmet was already lying next to him, but no one understood why he needed it or why he had tried so hard to protect it. Clutching the device Tang Hua had given him tightly, the young man realized that it was the only thing that could save them and change the course of events at this critical moment. When the crowd saw the state Ziyan Xin was in, they feared they had seriously hurt him, but they hesitated to approach him, thinking he might be faking it. At that moment, Chang Lin Yao began shouting at his friends to call an ambulance since he too was seriously injured. Meanwhile, the traveler realized that the protagonist had achieved his goal, and it also seemed to him that the player was eager to learn even more about the power of the ashes. And perhaps right now, they would help him complete his class change and an important stage of his life. It was important to Tan Hua that his friend was all right. He was genuinely concerned about his condition and tried to help in any way he could. The events that followed unfolded within the game, where an ant stood before him waiting for his next move, and it seemed that his future fate would be decided right then and there. The jellyfish returned to the insect, and it looked strange because its appearance changed the atmosphere around them, and it seemed that it would play an important role in what was to come. Suddenly, the young man sensed that something strange and incomprehensible was happening, as if reality itself around him had begun to change right at that moment. At that moment, the player sensed that he might be in danger in the real world, even facing complete annihilation. That's why he couldn't understand why he had returned to the game. Perhaps he had become a ghost within it, and it was precisely at that moment that the system opened up before him. Another intriguing point was why the inventory opened on its own, as if the system were reacting to something invisible. Suddenly, one of the items the protagonist had obtained in the anthill appeared, as if the system had activated it on its own for some unknown reason. Remembering that this strange object had appeared in the queen's nest, he grew wary, realizing that it might be connected to the current events in the game. Startled by the unexpected appearance of the item in her inventory, the jellyfish began to scream loudly, not understanding what was happening. At that moment, another object began to wrap itself around the player, causing him to lose his balance and react warily to what was happening. During the flight, the protagonist didn't understand what was happening and tried to gather his thoughts while the situation was rapidly changing. Ironically, Zixian thought he had more time before his class change, but the traveler realized that the player had accidentally fulfilled all the conditions ahead of schedule. As it turned out, fate had made the choice, and the protagonist would inevitably set out on the right path, even if he wasn't yet fully aware of it. In the Elder's opinion, they were rushing things, since the plan of the soul and the flesh had been revealed too soon, and the gods had already taken notice of it. This won't be a problem for them, since Veden believes that in time they will reveal themselves, and then everything that is hidden will become obvious to everyone involved. Meanwhile, Tan Hua tried everything he could to help his friend come to his senses, as his condition was very frightening and caused great anxiety. The events that followed surprised the young man, who continued to help his brother, not expecting the situation to unfold this way. A strange glow appeared around the boys, enveloping them on all sides and causing them to watch what was happening with caution. When the jellyfish found herself in the real world, she saw her body, which her soul had already left due to severe injuries. Not understanding what was happening, the player realized that his soul had become a character in the game, and he needed to return to his body. The jellyfish found it strange that they wouldn't let him go back, since he wanted to finish the battle and regain control of the situation. Suddenly, the player was told that his soul was very weak, which was why he couldn't be resurrected in his body and would likely disappear altogether. When Medusa heard this voice, she realized it might be the giant, but she couldn't calm down, wondering why she could hear him and whether the game had become reality. If the player's suspicions prove correct, the skills they've acquired will certainly come in handy in the future. By using symbiosis, the player can merge with Zi Sing and use this to rectify the situation. Gradually, the protagonist's body and the jellyfish's soul merged into a single entity, forming a new being that transformed their power and perception of the world around them. For a while, the young man lay motionless on the floor, as if trying to recover from what he had just experienced and make sense of what was happening around him. Suddenly, Zixin opened his eyes, snapping back to reality after everything he had been through and trying to figure out where he was and what had happened. Gradually, the young man came to his senses, but when he sat up, he noticed that tentacles had appeared on his head. Looking around, the protagonist didn't understand what was happening and tried to make sense of the changes around him and his new situation in this world. When Zixin recovered and realized he was alive, he slowly began to look around, trying to figure out where he was and what had happened to him. Unexpectedly, the protagonist asked Tang Hua to take a look at what exactly was growing on the back of his head, and because of this, he began to worry and wait for an answer. The young man himself looked very strange, which immediately caught his friend's attention. The friend looked at him warily. Seeing that everyone had frozen in place surprised the young man even more, and he began to look around carefully, trying to figure out the reason for their reaction. At that moment, the young man didn't understand what was happening or why no one was answering him, which caused him even greater anxiety. A voice explained that it was the power of time that had stopped everything around them, and that it was this very power that had intervened, causing space to freeze in complete silence and stillness. At that moment, the young man noticed the window in the room, for it was from there that these words were coming, and this made him even more wary and caused him to look back. The next thing the giant told him was that Zixin must complete his class change and alter his destiny, and only then would the whole world make way for him. The most difficult condition was dying on Pepley, but the young man had already fulfilled it and moved on to the next stage, just as the old man had taught him. Therefore, he needed to complete his class change, and only then would he be able to dispel all his doubts. Recalling the moment when he had spoken with the traveler during the game, he realized what conditions were being referred to and exactly what was now expected of him. Changing his class to traveler felt somewhat strange to Zixin. The first condition was to obtain a bone hand. The second was to get a whistle from the old man. The third was to die on Pepley, and the fourth was to replace his divine power. The protagonist felt as if he were in a vast void, but since the game and reality were intertwined, he wondered what could possibly stop him. 3 years had passed since Shenmun's founding until the start of its independent development of ancient gods, from a single person to a close-knit team. Recently, rumors have been circulating that the UN and the 5 largest member states, as well as the World Bank, the Continental Financial Union, and other international organizations, will jointly participate in the development of ancient gods and oversee the game in proportion to their contributions. Many consider this nonsense, but there is one person who believes it and has been studying Chinese for 12 years, as well as working at this company for 3 years as one of the people involved in development from the very beginning. Since Mr. Jamie was the designer of this game, he arrived earlier than usual today to review the new changes and prepare for an important phase of the project. When the man greeted his colleague, he mentioned that a meeting would be held in the afternoon so everyone should prepare to discuss important issues. At that moment, several employees approached the designer to ask how his annual vacation had gone and invited him to relax with them over the weekend. One of the employees asked Jamie how things were going with the plan they'd discussed the night before and whether he would be using it in the next update. With a smile on his face, the man said that he needed to get the manager's approval and that he would definitely call him to finalize the project. Regardless of what the employee was doing, the lead designer was confident that everything was heading in the right direction. All the settings and data developed over the past 3 years remain safe and sound, and Jamie confirms this. The true ancient gods do not require an internet connection, and tens of thousands of employees have been sent to every home to install them. The mind control system fully synchronizes brain waves, creating a precise connection between consciousness and the gaming environment. Realistic, error-free scene modeling and rendering of the finest details, as well as randomly generated gods without any prior information. This isn't something that can be created openly, and only those who know what's happening there right now understand all this madness inside. Although in China there are several appropriate expressions to avoid discussing all the details. According to the man, the genius of the production team is hidden behind the scenes, or is it a supercomputer leading the world into a new era of technology? That is precisely why Jamie wants to reveal this secret to his homeland, so that people can understand the true scale of what lies behind the project and its implications. Suddenly, the man began to open his eyes, gradually realizing where he was and what had happened around him. For a moment, he was startled to see an employee in a spacesuit standing silently right in front of him. For the first time in his life, The designer had a flood of questions with no answers, since he had just been standing in front of the office door of the organization's head. One of those present explained that he shouldn't move around too much, since they would soon be descending 10 kilometers, and if the elevator broke down, no one would be able to help them. As it turned out, the men had gone down to the server room, and if they could get in there, they could dispel all their doubts. Realizing that it was the voice of their boss, who hadn't appeared in public once in 3 years, they became wary. When the designer saw a strange object in one of his colleagues' hands, he immediately asked what it was, why it was there, and who had brought it. One of the men explained that the object would come in handy since they'd have to clean up the dirt. But Jamie was taken by surprise when he heard those words. His colleague's words about cleaning up dirt underground surprised him, but the designer pushed his doubts aside since he had a long journey ahead of him to uncover all the secrets, though he suddenly felt that he would miss this place. The moment the elevator doors opened, the man suddenly wondered whether Chinese restaurants served steamed dishes and why that particular flavor had come to mind just then. His thoughts immediately vanished when an employee of the organization saw a very strange sight before him, causing him to freeze in place. Before his eyes, he saw lava located at an immense depth underground, and the sight stunned him. The next thing that struck the employee was a mannequin against the wall, which was connected to various devices and looked like part of a strange underground experiment. This scene was very shocking because not everyone would be able to witness something like this and remain underground for a long time without losing their composure. A flood of questions about this scene rushed through the man's mind, and he tried to find answers, but the situation became even more baffling. Next, Jamie wondered whether other divine-level races would be introduced and what specific possibilities they would unlock in future game updates. Not understanding what the Shenmen company was up to, he speculated that perhaps it was building a large exhibition hall. The man's thoughts were interrupted by another employee who explained that this was the central processing unit of the gods and that the entire system for creating the game world was controlled right here. As it turned out, Shenmen is the dream of a god, and ancient gods is the realm of dreams where all reality is formed, and it is from there that all the events and forces of this world originate. Realizing that his employee was surprised, the commander-in-chief explained that it had been a good idea to imprison an ancient creature here and then create a game based on its dreams. It was amazing. The next thing that surprised Jamie was the other employee's question about whether he brought new hires with the same shovel. One of those present began saying that, due to exhaustion, he could see 3 more people before his eyes, but they needed even more workers. After explaining that there were already 4 of them, he added that there was no need to worry, since 3 were on their side, and they would handle it quickly. When the man saw the spheres, he immediately realized he needed to wait until the other workers explained everything in more detail. At that moment, Jamie picked up a sphere, and more questions arose. Were these synthetic materials, or perhaps overheated metals? Suddenly, the designer understood everything, and his perspective on what was happening around him changed completely. For now, the hidden truth had become obvious to him. Geothermal energy is the cheapest source of energy, one that is practically unlimited and always available to humans, since it is precisely this energy that powers the game and keeps the entire system cool. Countless such mechanisms operate in turn, enabling the production of gods at the highest level. These processors undoubtedly usher in a new era of technology. After all, no one knows. Perhaps their effectiveness is being tested in this game, and if used during wartime, the consequences would be catastrophic. This was to be expected from the sleeping lion, since his family continues to tirelessly hinder the development of this despicable country's logistical capabilities. Yet despite this, they managed to achieve a technological breakthrough. It was important for the man to figure everything out down to the smallest detail, because he wanted to know absolutely everything, and therefore decided to do everything possible to see how far their computing capabilities had advanced. At that moment, the organization's staff were very surprised and didn't understand what their acquaintance was doing, but they quickly realized that he didn't know what he was holding in his hands, and one of them warned the others to keep an eye on him so as not to wake the giant. The first thing Jamie decided to do was try to figure out how to activate the sphere, though he thought the protective suit was too tight. The man's subsequent actions stunned the staff, as they didn't understand what he was doing or why, which caused them even greater surprise and alarm. When one of them approached the designer, he ordered him to stop immediately, as his actions could pose a danger to everyone in the room. The employee's words surprised him, as he didn't understand what had alarmed them so much, and he concluded that they didn't want him to reveal a hidden secret. Suddenly, someone grabbed Jamie by the arm and held him tightly, preventing him from moving any further, which shocked him and made him suddenly realize the danger of the situation. One of the staff members looked at the man with a serious expression but said nothing for several seconds, as if weighing every word. Suddenly, the supervisor explained that they were underground at a depth of 10 kilometers, where the air temperature reached 300 degrees Celsius, and without a protective suit, a person would burn to death in a matter of minutes. The worker's appearance greatly surprised the designer, as the worker quickly approached him, and he was even more struck by the thought of the enormous distance to the surface, which led him to believe he was being lied to. As they continued to hold Jamie's hand, they asked him to stop staring at the dirt, and at that moment they were about to tell him something interesting. At that moment, the man thought they wanted him to guess what the underground sculpture was made of, and this piqued his curiosity even more. As it turned out, this statue belongs to the race of giants from the main plot of the first chapter of Gods, the Fall of the City of Giants, and their leader from the Kuafu clan has been sleeping for 1,000 years. Jamie's guess wasn't bad, but one of the staff members asked him not to speculate about who was down there, since he himself didn't know what kind of creature it was. Another theory was that this person had lived in the last century and had taken responsibility for the fate of an entire race. All the staff members believed that the giant might have been a giant child, but they had no evidence and continued to debate his true origins. Jamie didn't believe the staff's speculations because the statue's body seemed to him to be very important and significant for the entire system. It was important for the man to hear exactly what he needed to hear, and he listened intently for explanations, trying to understand the true meaning of the staff's words. At that moment, management didn't understand why their employee had so disregarded their words, since they believed that children were their future. Unexpectedly, the events that had taken place in the protagonist's life reappeared on the tablet screen, forcing him to revisit every detail of the past once again. Every moment was recorded by the system and transmitted to the organization's staff, who were monitoring the entire process at that time. When the program recorded the final signals, the employee already understood what was about to happen and closely watched every subsequent action of the system. After hearing the safety instructions, everyone present was in a panic and didn't know what to do first, trying to gather their thoughts and make a decision. These events began just as Jamie was in the basement and witnessed everything around him start to change rapidly. It was important for the man to understand what was happening, since this was his first time in such a situation, and he was trying to gather his thoughts so as not to lose control. At that moment, the designer began shouting, warning of an earthquake, and begging everyone present to run, because if everything around them collapsed, no one would be able to escape. The other employees stood calmly and watched what was happening, showing no signs of panic. During the conversation, a sphere appeared, shooting out from where the giant had been standing, and began moving rapidly through the air, causing panic among those present. When he first witnessed these strange events, the designer couldn't figure out if it was really a metal ball, and if so, where it had come from. What happened next surprised the newcomer even more, because everything was unfolding completely differently than he had expected, and the situation was getting stranger and stranger. Suddenly, the man saw where the ball had come from, and at that moment, another one began to emerge from its hiding place, causing even more tension in the area. A multitude of spheres began falling on the organization's employees, which frightened those present even more and forced them to seek shelter amid the chaos of the underground complex. One of the spheres fell onto a shovel, causing an unexpectedly loud and sharp sound that echoed throughout the room. As it turned out, every time divine power overflows, a great many of these black orbs appear. When Jamie saw so many orbs, he immediately understood why the other men called this job cleaning up the mess. After all, they really did look very dirty. In the manager's hands were a power orb and a helmet, which allowed the protagonist to enter the game and gain access to a hidden virtual world. When two orbs collide, there is first a bright flash that instantly illuminates the space and causes a strong vibration around them. What happens next after the spheres collide is the appearance of a helmet possessing that very divine power and capable of altering reality itself. The first 10,000 helmets sold with super accounts were created in exactly this way, and Jamie was particularly interested in this very aspect. It was hard to believe this information, but the man tried to make sense of it and find a logical explanation for every fact he had heard in the underground complex. At that moment, it became clear to the designer that when a player purchases a helmet like this, They gain enormous advantages in the game and rapid progression right from the start. But these advantages are predetermined and firmly tied to the divine power that governs the player's development and capabilities in the virtual world. Next, the man wondered whether the number rolled on the dice truly reflected the amount of divine power and determined one's influence in this world. Unexpectedly, Jamie began yelling at his interlocutor, who considered him a simple-minded child capable of making up any story, and demanded to see the technological chips and the production team. He considered the employee to be very disruptive, since he wouldn't let anyone continue working in peace and constantly interfered with the process, creating chaos all around. For the manager, this person's behavior was extremely outrageous and caused sharp dissatisfaction, as he was disrupting order and jeopardizing the entire system's operations. But to the chief designer, the boss's words were nonsense, and he still stood his ground and demanded all the confidential information. Unexpectedly, the manager explained that those words were not directed at him, but at the person standing behind him, which made the situation even more tense. Upon hearing this, Jamie panicked, since no one knew who was behind him, and he immediately began to make excuses, trying to explain his behavior. Although this man has golden hair and fair skin, he is a spy for the Kingdom of the Four Islands and immediately passes on all the information he receives. At that moment, the organization's leadership announced that the Prime Minister and his advisors in the Kingdom of the Four Islands must listen to him carefully, as these were unprecedented changes. Suddenly, the organization's employee began to glow a bright green light, which greatly surprised everyone present and caused panic among the observers. When the man soared high into the air, he unexpectedly flew toward the scammer and was unable to do anything as he tried to stay aloft and avoid falling. For the spy, this turned out to be his final conversation. For after those words, his fate was sealed and no one was going to save him anymore. After the enemy was eliminated, a massive explosion occurred behind the agent, shaking everything around and causing those present to freeze in fear. Meanwhile, at the agency where Special Agent Jamie, codenamed 320, worked, they realized he had been sacrificed, but he had managed to send a recording. After hearing what one of the female employees said, the man ordered that all advisors and leadership be contacted immediately to hold an emergency meeting. At the scene of the recent events, only a helmet and a glove remained after the enemy had been destroyed. The events unfolded at Manhwa's house, where the traveler explained that it was necessary to choose skills for transforming divine power. Upon hearing the man's words, the protagonist thought deeply, for this was a very important step for him, one that could change his future destiny. Before the young man chose his skills, the old man asked what he thought about divine power, which is divided among various gods, most of whom are still unknown, difficult to identify, and unclear as to who embodies good and who embodies evil, and whether they are worth sparing. Upon hearing this, Zixin asked whether each type of divine power could be used to change a traveler's class. The young man's assumption was theoretically possible, but each type of divine power had its own conditions, and only the King of Ash, as a god allied with the human race, allowed class changes according to simple rules. When the protagonist began selecting skills, he first reviewed all the available information and chose only rare purple-level skills. At first, the young man decided to keep the skills parasitism, symbiosis, gluttony, and miracle worker, while the rest needed to be transformed for further development. After completing his preparations for the most important moment, the protagonist declared that he was ready to begin his class change and confidently took a step toward this new phase. What began to happen greatly surprised the young man, as this was his first time experiencing such events, and he tried to understand exactly what was happening around him. Despite everything going on, Zixin watched everything closely, not wanting to miss a single moment. For the young man, every minute during the class change seemed not only long, but also quite an interesting test that put his composure and attention to the test. Upon seeing a massive celestial body before him, the boy realized it was most likely a stone slab the size of a planet, somewhat resembling a clock. Suddenly, the protagonist noticed the roll of paper next to him and was surprised because something strange was beginning to happen to it. As the roll unrolled even further, it began to reflect a bright light that blinded his eyes and forced the protagonist to take a step back. Realizing that this was a divine power of transformation, Zixin calmly waited for it to finish, maintaining his concentration and not letting himself be distracted from the process. The light flared even brighter than before, filling the entire space and forcing the protagonist to close his eyes and wait for the process to finish. At the sight, the young man froze for several minutes, unable to move, as he tried to make sense of what was happening around him in that strange moment. The powerful flash nearly knocked the young man off his feet. He felt intense energy pressure all around him, forcing him to focus all his attention. A storm of dust rose from the stone slab, gradually dissipating beyond its edges, revealing hidden symbols and altering the atmosphere around it. A current of air moved directly over the surface of the slab, creating a slight vibration and altering the direction of the dust, which slowly dispersed into the surrounding space. Meanwhile, amid these baffling events, Zixin could barely stay on his feet, but he bravely tried to endure all the trials. Once everything had concluded, a shadow appeared on the stone, gradually growing larger, covering the surface of the slab and creating a sense that something was approaching. Slowly, the protagonist sank to the ground, trying to regain his balance after what he had just experienced and to understand exactly what had happened around him. Watching everything unfold closely, the young man couldn't understand what exactly was happening around him or why events had taken such a strange turn. At that moment, Zixin saw that the celestial bodies were aligned in a row, forming a strange symbol that radiated a mysterious energy. To his surprise, the young man realized that this was exactly how he had come into being, and now his existence was linked to this mysterious force. While the young man was selecting all the necessary parameters, the traveler realized that he had seen the divine disk of creation. The man's words greatly surprised the protagonist and momentarily distracted him from the monitor, causing him to reflect on what he had heard. Immediately, the old man decided to explain that inscribed on the disk were the 24 divine principles existing in the world, and the same number of divisions of life, life that encounters divine power for the first time and can perceive this division, and that the young man had seen the continent of ash. This came as a surprise to Zixin when he heard about the 24, for he had seen only half and could not understand how the remaining parts could exist. The old man decided to reassure the young man by explaining that the power of the ash had successfully transformed his class and granted him a new attribute. As it turned out, the young man had seen only 12 because they were in front of him, while the rest were behind him, and this was how the divine nature manifested itself, where every beginning has its own opposite. As for the ashes, this is the place where the dead find peace. Even the gods find solace here, for this is the foreign core of the entire universe, possessing the power of death. This information isn't necessarily true. It was told by a stone statue at the bottom of the sea, and if the young man gathers enough strength, he'll be able to go and check it out for himself, since once a large jellyfish hid in a crevice of the sculpture and thus survived. According to Zixin, the plot unfolds as a prequel to the ancient gods, and the screenwriter has done a tremendous job of ensuring there are no gaps. If there really are 24 gods, not counting ashes, then who else remains? And how do they influence the world and the balance of the divine forces? The entire history preceding this era has been lost to oblivion, and unless it is resurrected, they will never learn about the past, for each deity possesses a unique power that no other creature can withstand. However, the deity that took 23rd place was recognized by most of the divine travelers as being the same, and they gave it a common name. When the protagonist heard that this deity was called Personality, he was very surprised, for he had not expected such a name among the 24 principles. But after a while, the young man realized that this was all just ordinary nonsense, which he neither believed nor took seriously. Zixin was curious about exactly what abilities this god possessed, but as it turned out, he had not yet appeared, and no one knew. The man's words were a disappointment to Zixin, as he had expected clearer answers, but instead received only uncertainty and doubt. The traveler went on to explain that only 2 chapters had been added to the divine disk of creation. The remaining powers were still in their nascent stages and had not yet been observed. He added that every deity has an opposite being, and the opposite of the personality is the shadow-cloaked one. At that moment, the elder decided to illustrate what this looked like, and slowly activated the power to demonstrate the true nature of the phenomenon. Ashes can open a bridge between reality and the game and allow the dead to return, while the opposing force is capable of crossing that bridge in the opposite direction. The old man went on to explain that these shadows must be destroyed, after which the shadow's master would be able to regain consciousness. For the young man, this was a truly astonishing turn of events, as he had long wanted to fight someone. On high alert, the protagonist was already bracing for battle, gripping his weapon intently and preparing for any possible turn of events around him. A shadow appeared opposite Zixing, which was also ready for battle and radiated a cold energy, making the air around it feel heavier. In the traveler's opinion, the shadow still lacked patience, so he warned the young man to be careful, since the stability of time had been disrupted. Unexpectedly, the protagonist decided to verify his thoughts, since in order to wake his friend, he needed to destroy his shadow. Another point Zixin wanted to clarify was what else he needed to know about his enemies in order to better prepare for the upcoming battles. Unexpectedly, the man fell into thought, but immediately explained that their abilities were the same as their nature. As for their goal, he spent a few more minutes thinking about how best to explain it. So the shadow's goal was to prevent the emergence of the personality, disrupt the balance of the divine disk of world creation, and halt the changes. Having learned more about his opponents, the young man confidently prepared for battle, since he was facing simple but brutal foes, much like classic minor bosses. So he decided to start with the minor minions. At one point, the traveler wondered whether he should reveal the bitter truth, since it could alter the course of events and influence the protagonist's decision. The symbols on the disc of the magical creation of the world indicate that at the end of this era, 12 deities will appear who will symbolize the end and possess power equal to that of the god of creation. The dark side of the last deity, the goal of the one hidden in the shadows, may be to gather all the deities and destroy them, thereby disrupting the world's balance. The future looks bleak, and their only hope lies in the spirit of the seer master who creates the gods, who may be able to alter the course of events and save this world. Another factor they must count on is the place where the gods have fallen asleep, for it is there that the keys to this world's power and secrets are hidden. The final factor they are counting on is a person with a chosen destiny, capable of changing the course of events and influencing the balance of power throughout the world. At that moment, the protagonist delivered a powerful blow, directing all his strength against the enemy to quickly break through his defenses and gain the upper hand. When the shadow dodged the attack, it immediately counterattacked, quickly changing position and attempting to pierce Zixing's defenses. Despite this turn of events, the young man managed to dodge the blow and stay on his feet, maintaining his balance and readiness for further combat. The old man was greatly surprised when he saw what the young man was capable of, and he didn't know what to expect from him next. At that moment, the protagonist didn't understand why everything was happening so quickly. It resembled the abilities the traveler had spoken of, which were of a similar nature, but the man himself was surprised, for in the one hidden in the shadows, this ability was 2 or 3 times stronger. Suddenly, the young man realized what it might be, but at the same time, he tried to dodge the follow-up attack and not lose control of the situation. Well acquainted with this attack method, the young man understood that he would have to dodge it 10,000 times, and then attack just as many times to get used to it and respond to the strikes instinctively. So the young man decided to use this method to defeat his opponents and do everything possible to wake his friend up. The fight continued, and the protagonist kept landing blows, not letting his opponent counterattack and gradually gaining the upper hand. Suddenly, Zixin attacked his brother's shadow, giving it no time to defend and trying to end the fight with a single powerful strike. A traveler watched the fight, admiring the protagonist's agility and determination as he closely followed his every move. At one point, the man thought the young man considered this merely a game he could easily win and didn't realize the true danger of the situation. The young man's reaction greatly surprised the traveler, for he had been worried about whether his friend was all right after such an attack. But as it turned out, hidden in the shadows had taken the full brunt of the blow himself. 3 opponents immediately launched an attack from behind the young man, determined to catch him off guard and leave him no time to react. Unexpectedly, the old man began to wonder again, did the young man truly possess the strength of character that the gods expected, and was he capable of changing the course of destiny? At that moment, Zixin was in a completely relaxed state and was supposed to fall correctly, but no one knew if he would manage to keep his balance during the fight. During the fight, the young man looked like a gecko, bracing himself on all 4 limbs and moving swiftly across the ground, dodging attacks and maintaining his balance. Also in the heat of battle, the young man used cat-like movements to dodge attacks and maintain his speed advantage and control over the situation. At that moment, the old man noticed that the protagonist exhibited animal-like behavior, a changeable temperament, beast-like movements, fluidity, and a vivid imagination, and this was no coincidence. Realizing this, the traveler observed that all the skills the young man had witnessed had become second nature, and he demonstrated unmatched reflexes, acting without a moment's hesitation in battle. There are 12 deities, and each has 12 forms representing 12 types of divine power, for example, the hourglass once bestowed by the great Medusa. Furthermore, the fruit of desires, which the traveler obtained through his own aspirations, is merely one of the powers of certain deities, and the individual must also possess 12 abilities. According to a person who believes in Taoism, one must follow the principles of nature and live in harmony with all that exists. Therefore, learning or emulation is the personality's first ability. He embodies all that exists, and fate has set its sights on him, for the young man had never openly displayed divine power or shown any connection to the King of Ash or any other divine nature. Exhaling with relief, the man realized that a danger invisible to the eye still existed and that many deities were hiding in the shadows. Watching the battle, the traveler understood that there was no room for rest in combat and that every moment could be decisive for the fate of all those involved. Suddenly, the protagonist noticed the shadows beginning to disperse, but he didn't know what would happen next or what still lay ahead for him in this strange battle. At that moment, the young man sensed someone standing behind him, watching him intently, causing him to tense up and brace himself for any attack. Realizing that Chang Lin Yao was standing before him, Qi Xin understood that the real fight was still ahead and that he would have to give it his all. It came as a great surprise to the protagonist when he saw that his former classmate had become so huge and enraged. Unexpectedly, the old man intervened and explained that this was an old trick, gathering all the darkness into a single body to make it stronger, and immediately suggested that the Seven Stars player not engage in battle. To everyone's surprise, the protagonist was ordered to continue fighting the shadow. When the man looked out the window, he saw a huge jellyfish that also wanted to test the limits of Zi Xing's abilities without using the power of the ashes. Unexpectedly, the giant explained that they didn't need to rush to resolve this issue, because there was resentment in the young man's heart, and Chang Lin Yao was a very good target. At that moment, the assistant added that, if necessary, he would use the hourglass of time to set everything back to normal. To the man, the creature's words were quite unexpected, for time and fate had been kind to him, granting him 3 chances to control time, and the giant wanted to use one of them right here. People upon whom fate has set its sights often face misfortunes and trials, for their path is rarely easy or peaceful. The protagonist's mind was shackled and blinded by darkness, so it was difficult for him to find a foothold, but no one knew if he would ever be able to stand firmly on his own 2 feet again. Realizing that the giant had been cutting the young man off from the source of his power from the very beginning, the traveler was very displeased by this turn of events. To help the young man, the man immediately warned him that he must use the power of Ash, and only then would he be able to defeat his enemy. At that moment, Zixin explained that he had simply been stalling for time, waiting for the right moment to make his next move. The next thing the protagonist did was put on his helmet and enter the game of the ancient gods, preparing for new and dangerous trials. Once the young man found himself in the virtual world, he immediately headed toward the ant to test its strength and gauge the level of danger in this place. What surprised the young man most was that, in the game, he remained the same little jellyfish, but he decided not to dwell on it. After activating the symbiosis, Zi Jin finished preparing for battle, focusing all his strength and inner energy ahead of the decisive confrontation. When the young man opened the system, he immediately decided to review Ash's followers' skills, and as it turned out, they were magnificent. The skills selected for transformation had returned even stronger. The next thing he needed to do was verify his assumptions about these skills, so he immediately opened Ash's space to confirm his theory. As it turned out, Ash's is a bridge connecting the virtual world and reality, allowing him to use this space simultaneously to influence both sides. With this approach, the guy can freely use his in-game body and act in 2 realities at once without losing control of his movements. Even in real life, he can use this method to outmaneuver his competitors and gain the upper hand in any situation. In real life, the protagonist was already prepared for the final battle, focused, determined, and confident that he could overcome any threat. Unexpectedly, Zi Xin immediately felt the very same sensations and power he had experienced while playing the game, and this forced him to focus on his new reality. What troubled the young man most at that moment was why he was becoming less and less human, and what changes were taking place in his body and mind. The young man's thoughts were interrupted by Chang Lin Yao, who was ready to attack and was already concentrating all his strength to deliver the decisive blow in the fight. As the man moved closer to the chair, he already knew what he was going to do and confidently prepared for the next move, without hesitating for a moment. The chair flew toward the protagonist, who instantly dodged the unexpected blow and kept his balance, preparing for the next attack. With a smile on his face, the player said he had become a superhuman and was capable of doing anything to win this battle and defeat any enemy. Chang Linyao didn't like his classmate's attitude, so he immediately warned him that he was in for a rough time. The fight broke out unexpectedly, and each of them did everything they could to win this round, unleashing their maximum strength and speed in the clash. The first blow landed on Chang Linyao, who hadn't expected such a turn of events and lost his balance for a moment, but quickly regained his composure to counterattack. Holding his nose, the man screamed in pain, while the protagonist calmly landed on the ground and was already planning his next moves. It was unexpected for Zixin to experience the same sensations he had felt while playing, and this made him wary and focused on the situation. At that moment, the young man laid out his conditions. After all, he didn't care how much hidden power his opponent possessed. The main thing was that his belongings be returned to him, and then he would spare him. Unexpectedly, the man began to make threats, but Zixin didn't take his words seriously and simply watched his opponent's actions calmly. A plan suddenly occurred to the protagonist that could completely change the course of this battle and give him the upper hand over his opponent. With a single strike, the young man hit his opponent and waited for his reaction, closely watching every movement and preparing for a counterattack. What unfolded next greatly astonished everyone present and made them take a fresh look at the protagonist's capabilities. Seeing that the strike had no effect, the young man began preparing for his opponent's attack and closely monitored his movements. When the traveler saw the battle begin, he immediately warned them not to underestimate their opponent, since he was one with the other shadows, and his strength was already 8 or even 10 times greater than that of an ordinary person. At that moment, Zhang Linyao began threatening his classmate again, but he had no idea what awaited him next. After dodging a powerful blow, Zixin immediately began putting his plan into action and steering events in the right direction. The plan was for him to grab his opponent's arm and deliver a powerful blow using the opponent's own strength against him. When the boy pulled his arm away, Zixin was sent flying to the side and quickly rolled across the ground, trying to maintain his balance and not lose control of the fight. At that moment, Chang Linyao decided to ask what was happening, closely watching his opponent and trying to figure out his next moves. During the last strike, the protagonist used his new skill, Ash's invasion power, and unleashed a powerful surge that changed the course of the fight. Zixin knew only needed to add 8 more Ash marks, because just a few more attacks like that, and the man would become a slave. After landing another attack, the young man stated that his belongings still hadn't been returned, and he had no intention of stopping until he got them all back. With a smile on his face, Chang Linyao explained that he was growing stronger by the minute, and his opponent's blows would become useless. For the protagonist, giving up would be a huge mistake, so he stood his ground, not backing down a single step. Every time the boy attacked his opponent, he landed more and more blows, gradually picking up the pace and not giving his opponent a moment to catch his breath. The most important thing for the fighter was to defeat his classmate and prove his superiority, stopping at nothing and using all his strength. Unexpectedly, the protagonist grabbed his opponent by the hair and decided to repeat his last move one more time so he wouldn't have to revisit the issue. One last time, he asked if Chang Linyao would return his belongings, because things could get even worse from here on out, and he couldn't guarantee he'd be able to restrain himself from taking further action. As he delivered the final blow, the boys suddenly noticed something strange. Unusual changes were beginning to take place around them. Blinded by the bright light, the protagonist instinctively covered his face with his hands, trying to protect his eyes and figure out exactly what was happening around him. Something strange and terrifying began to happen around the gigantic shadow of one of the players, causing everyone nearby to grow wary and freeze in place. For Zixin, this came as a complete surprise, since he had never seen anything like it in his life and couldn't immediately grasp what was happening. To the young man's surprise, someone announced that it was all over and that he had done a very good job, which surprised him even more. A giant tentacle appeared next to the main character, instantly changing the course of events and causing all the combatants to stop and become wary. Suddenly at that moment, the young man saw the bright light again. It grew even stronger and completely filled the space, causing everyone to freeze. At that moment, the old man sighed heavily, because fate had not sent a seer, and his companion continued to stand his ground and failed to appreciate what was being given to him. Turning to the giant, the man realized he was ready to expend all his strength to turn back time, and it seemed to him that the creature wanted to give the young man two chances at time. Although the jellyfish's abilities stem from a gift from the goddess, who is now in a deep sleep, its existence does not depend on this, and it continues to exist independently. Unexpectedly, the traveler asked that the giant spirit leave this body and cease interfering with the course of events, for this could disrupt the balance of the entire system. At that moment, the mark on the creature began to glow brightly, gradually filling the space with a strange energy and drawing the attention of everyone present. A spirit appeared before the old man and told him that he could continue to live peacefully by accepting his fate and not to fear the trials and changes to come. Seeing this, the traveler began to smile, for he knew what was going on and was certain that the situation would soon change. One of the men began to remove his helmet, slowly revealing his face and preparing to show his true identity to everyone present. One of the organization's employees realized that this was difficult for him and that, if he could turn back time, he would have to destroy Jamie again, even though he was a wonderful guy. Suddenly, the protagonist began to recall everything that had happened to him during the period before he had changed classes. A new era of gaming had dawned, and on that very day, 10,000 headsets were distributed, and upon entering the game, someone could receive a super account. At that moment, the protagonist began to come to his senses and didn't understand what was happening around him, trying to gather his thoughts and make sense of the situation. When the young man saw that he was standing right in front of the very place where he had bought his helmet, he stopped and remembered everything that had happened earlier. Everything was happening exactly as it had the last time when he was walking and carrying boxes of helmets, retracing the familiar path and experiencing a strange sense of déjà vu. Zijin was walking down the same street. He immediately realized that time might have turned back, giving him a chance to set things right. Amid the commotion, the young man realized that time had indeed turned back, giving him a second chance to change the course of events and correct his own mistakes. Suddenly, Qixin remembered that the old man had said something at the last moment, but he couldn't recall those words and tried to piece them together in his mind. So that the young man could return to the past, the giant jellyfish sacrificed herself, but the traveler saved her, and she returned to the first helmet for her. This was not yet the end, and she still had a rescue mission ahead of her. The last thing the man added was that one must cherish such an opportunity and return to rise among the gods. Recalling the old man's words, the young man decided to do everything he could to start the game perfectly this time and not repeat his past mistakes. At one point, the young man fell deep in thought as one detail immediately alarmed him, so he decided to find out at any cost exactly what had caused it. The source of his anxiety was the traveler's words, who had said that the large jellyfish was in the first helmet, but the protagonist didn't understand which one exactly he needed. At that moment, the young man began to get angry at himself, because back then, he'd been thinking only about how to sell the devices for the highest price, and now he couldn't remember which helmet he'd kept for himself. If he sold the right one, he didn't know what would happen next. Suddenly, Zijin decided that the only way out was to treat this situation as a story quest that needed to be completed, and that his ability could be the key to success. Reflecting on his own words, the young man realized that his main ability was to unravel the prophecy of ashes, which concealed true power. A bright light began to shine around the young man, gradually enveloping the entire space and evoking a strange sense of danger. Realizing he could use symbiosis, the protagonist decided to employ it for his next moves and gain an advantage over the others. The result was immediate, and at that moment, Zixing grew tentacles that transformed his appearance and gave him new capabilities in battle. When the young man used symbiosis in real life, the result took him by surprise, as he hadn't expected such a powerful effect from his ability. The effect of his ability in everyday life was that he could see the contents of boxes and bags because the helmet would start to glow. Usually, if certain conditions are met, for example, possessing divine power, then one can see and feel how it manifests in the world. Using his ability, the protagonist realized that the box glowing the brightest might contain a helmet with a super account. Just as Zijin realized that the second helmet might not be very valuable, a man called out to him, shouting that he'd been waiting for him for half a day. The aggressive man vented all his frustration, saying that Zijin was working too slowly and that he'd never seen anyone like him before. Continuing to be aggressive toward the young man, the stranger began gathering the boxes, but unexpectedly, the other man started shouting. Zixing's reaction greatly surprised the man, and he asked him not to waste time and to get the job done quickly so as not to hold up the process. When the stranger picked up the boxes, the protagonist immediately began approaching him, closely watching his movements and preparing to intervene. Unexpectedly, the young man decided to harm himself, and this decision was an unexpected move for him, one that could change the course of events around him. Immediately after the blow, the protagonist began to fall, which surprised the stranger even more. He hadn't expected such a reaction and was momentarily taken aback. To draw more attention to their conversation, Zixin decided to start shouting and calling for help. The indignant man began arguing that he had been slandered, insisting that no one had hit anyone and demanding a more detailed explanation of the situation. Some of the guys started saying that not everyone had managed to buy helmets yet, so they should take everything for themselves, but that didn't matter to the young man. He realized he had gone too far. When he got home, Zixin remembered that he had called the stranger from an anonymous number so he couldn't be traced, so he saw no reason to blame himself for what happened to the man, since he hadn't resold the device. Realizing that his buyer was shady and had even been arrested for a fight, he began to reflect on the situation. Suddenly, Zixin remembered how at the police station, he had asked an officer to let the man go, since the man had fallen on his own. As the police officer explained, there was no need to fear retaliation, since the stranger had ended up there because of a fight and the theft of items worth more than 60,000 yuan. To the man's surprise, the young man began saying that the man had tried to swindle him out of money, but since he demanded justice, he should face the consequences under the law, and moral compensation was unnecessary. The next thing the protagonist decided to do was not to waste a single minute, because his next move was extremely important and could change everything. When Zixin put the helmet on his head, he immediately announced that he wanted to log into the game and create an account, not wanting to waste any precious time. Upon entering the game, the young man heard the system announce that he had successfully connected and entered the game world. At that moment, the system informed him that he was in the Chinese region and needed to wait for the next data to finish loading. When the screen appeared before the player, he decided to skip the introductory animation and go straight to rolling the ball so as not to waste any extra time. The moment the ball with numbers appeared, the system announced that it was beginning to register a new user and prepare his data for logging into the game. It was important to Zixin that the system fast-forward to the part with the throw and give him the chance to get the number 99. This time, the same number he wanted came up again, but he already knew all the nuances of the game, so he asked once more to skip the information and have it sent to his email for a detailed review. Next on this account was supposed to be the appearance of Xiao Man, and what the young man saw surprised him greatly. The girl's unexpected appearance in a new outfit really struck Zixin because he hadn't expected to see her like that, and for a moment he was even taken aback by his surprise. The young lady did not like the protagonist's behavior, and she immediately thought that he shouldn't have acted that way, as it could have consequences for both of them. At that moment, it seemed to the young man that the old man had swapped her soul for one of the exclusive rewards, and he hadn't had a chance to test that feature yet. Next, the protagonist tried to set the record straight about their introduction, told her his name, and explained that he could also be called 7 Stars. It came as a great surprise to the player when he heard that the girl didn't have a name and didn't need one. Realizing that she was a goddess, and because of this, unfamiliar with human customs, he began to perceive her words and behavior differently, more attentively and calmly. At that moment, Zixin decided to ask right away how he should address her, since there was a great difference in power and status between them. The first thing that came to the girl's mind was the name Xuan Shu, and she immediately asked the young man what he thought of it, waiting for his reaction and response. Everything turned out just as Zixin had planned, for he believed that the gods had approved of his talent, and now his path in the game would become much easier and more confident. In the young lady's opinion, she had no right to be considered a god, since the traveler was the original bearer of divine power. She had merely advanced one stage further than the old man, while the young man was the pioneer of the personality skill, which could grant him the status of a deity. Unexpectedly, the young man apologized for interrupting, as he wanted to thank Xuan Shu for the opportunity to play through the game from the very beginning once again. It was important for Zixing to play the game as well as possible and make the most of this chance, so he suggested continuing the conversation later since he still had things to do in real life. After discussing all the nuances of the game, The player began to log out, ending the session and preparing to return to the real world. Realizing that no one had knocked on the door yet, the young man realized he had time to fully prepare for his meeting with his former classmate. The next step was to prevent the crime and make it seem as if it had never happened. So the young man decided to play it safe and avoid any risks. First, Zixin called his friend to ask for help reselling the helmets faster and at a better profit using his connections. It came as a shock to Manhwa when he found out that his brother had somehow learned that he had ordered a helmet from the second batch. But the plan was for him to post a message in the classmate group and receive a helmet from the first batch in return. Next, the protagonist set up a camera across from the front door to record everything clearly and have evidence of any events. To make sure the camera was working properly, Dad decided to check it again later to ensure it was functioning correctly and without glitches. The third step was to contact 3 buyers and quickly sell the 3 helmets at a good price, using his trusted contacts and prior arrangements. Realizing that he had 53,000 yuan, with another 7,000 on his mom's card, which should be enough for 2 days, he decided to head to Marashnik. Unexpectedly, the protagonist decided to keep 2 helmets for himself and his sister, so that they too would have the chance to dive into the game and gain experience. At this point, all preparations were complete, and he calmly waited for Changlin Yao to arrive, closely watching every movement around him. Arriving at the door just in time, the young man heard someone knocking, so he smiled and invited them into the apartment. At that moment, his former classmate walked in and immediately asked if there really was an extra helmet. But Zixin explained that his friend had misunderstood and posted the news in the chat group prematurely. Despite Zixin's explanation that he wanted to use the device to earn money for college, his acquaintance refused to listen. Suddenly, Chang Linyao struck his opponent and tried to forcibly take the helmet away so he could leave. For the man, it was important to simply hand over the device without any trouble and resolve the situation quickly without prolonging the conflict or the misunderstanding. Despite the circumstances, his former classmate immediately warned that he would take it anyway, even if he had to destroy it. During their conversation, a helmet belonging to a jellyfish appeared on Chang Linyao's head, emitting a strange light that astonished those present. Unexpectedly, the young man found himself in a game he had entered through another helmet, since he had skipped the part where he chose a name and gone straight into the game. And when the seagull appeared again, he decided to befriend it. Immediately, the protagonist used symbiosis to speed up their journey and reach their destination faster. As they flew over the water, Zixin decided they needed to head straight for the fire ant's nest so as not to waste precious time. Upon arriving at their destination, the system announced that the protagonist was the first to leave the starting village and received a reward of 1,000 gold coins for it. The rewards remained the same, but the title of First Discoverer and the teleportation ring with resurrection had disappeared. At that moment, the young man was disheartened because the power to reincarnate could no longer be restored, but he did not lose hope, for everything was still ahead of him. To start with, the player decided to go level up, and at that very moment, a message arrived stating that he was the first to discover and enter the final boss's dungeon. During the flight, the protagonist tried his best to memorize the map, and before entering, decided to review its layout one more time. The Qingxi novice village was located in the center. The fire ant nest was to the east, and the boss dungeons were to the south and north. Early in the game, Chang Linyao defeated a level 30 demon bull, which likely happened on the coast during one of his early battles. At the same time, Perseus destroyed 4 enemy creatures while carrying out the mission assigned to him by the god. These creatures were most likely located in a strange stone forest. With a smile on his face, Zixin felt the advantages of this game and realized that his capabilities were growing with every new stage and decision he made in the game world. First and foremost, the young man decided that he needed to complete the first stage of the trial in order to gain access to the next levels and new opportunities for development. During the battle, the young man managed to acquire the gluttony skill, which would allow him to absorb other privileges, and also obtained a 7-star blade. This time, it took him less than 2 hours to complete the first stage, while the other players, in the protagonist's opinion, most likely hadn't even left the starting village yet. While Zixin was resting, an assistant appeared beside him, and he decided to ask about the legendary skills imbued with divine power and which god the weapon he had just received belonged to. In a calm voice, the young lady replied that when seawater evaporates, it is no longer water, but merely free steam. Suddenly, the young man realized what the girl was talking about. It could be unleashed power without a master, and if he were to collect all the free water vapor until its volume equaled that of the sea, would he be able to become a god in this way? With an indifferent expression, Xuanshu repeated that steam was still just steam, and only after she said this did the protagonist understand exactly what his assistant meant. At that moment, the young man realized that this wasn't just a qualitative change, for divine power could be sublimated and contained within a vessel. The girl's words greatly surprised the young man, for she told him he needed to come down from the heavens to earth, since he had just touched upon one of the 12 personal abilities, and in this system, the protagonist hadn't even reached the status of a traveler yet. At that moment, Zixin realized that he needed to choose the right path and move forward without looking back, focusing entirely on his goal. Watching the player, Xuanshu was very surprised by his behavior, as she hadn't expected him to adapt so quickly to the new conditions and rules of the game. Despite the various circumstances that might arise, the protagonist promised to help restore the physical form of the great jellyfish and take the next step toward becoming a god. For a few minutes, the young lady didn't know what to say, silently watching the young man and pondering his words, which seemed unusual and bold to her. To start with, the young man needs to level up the parasitism skill given to him by his assistant in order to enhance his abilities and better control his power. The conversation between the young people was interrupted by an incoming call from an arrogant jerk, which the protagonist answered immediately, shifting his attention to the new conversation. The first thing Manhwa reported was some good news about his friend. He had taken second place in the rankings, which had been released an hour ago. Upon hearing this, Zixin was shocked and immediately asked who was in first place, listening intently for the answer and trying to assess the situation. As it turned out, first place was held by a level 15 player who had already completed the rare class change quest, and there had even been a complaint that he might be a cheater. Upon learning this, the protagonist decided to inquire about the information he had asked his friend to find in order to better understand the situation. As it turned out, Manhwa had been secretly following Zhang Linyao, who had already completed the beginner's quest and was heading toward the server center in Qingxi village. Events were unfolding in the forest where Zixin was reviewing information about helmets and realized that thanks to one of them, he had received the number 99 awesome rewards and that only he could feel its power. After ordering his mail to be opened, the young man wanted to claim all his rewards to check the items and resources he had obtained and use them for further development. Next, he opened the stats panel to fully familiarize himself with his attributes, skills, and available abilities. Upon opening his inventory, Zixin realized that his appearance wasn't particularly attractive and that he was short, which upset him a little. When the player pulled out the artifact blade, he decided to equip it immediately to test the weapon's power and feel its effect in the upcoming battle. What surprised the player most was the unhatched dragon egg, and he considered it utter nonsense that he needed to feed on dragon blood as well as its spirit and crystals. The next reward he received was a class change scroll. By completing the quest The Path to Divine Recognition, a person could change their class, but he didn't understand why such rewards were given. When Zixin opened the letter, he was surprised by its description and capabilities, and immediately felt a strong desire to use it for his own purposes as soon as possible. The first task was to summon the Fruit of Desire. Then he had to make a wish and receive a corresponding quest based on the difficulty of his wish, complete it, and gain its power. The next step was to absorb this desire, after which he would be able to teleport to a special realm where the Tree of Desires grows and then proceed to the next stage. Unexpectedly, Zixin began to get frustrated, as he had to read a lot and understand complex conditions, which made him dissatisfied with the process. After the young man read the document, he immediately set about summoning the Fruit of Desires to complete the next stage of his task. If the young man makes a wish while playing this game, he will become the strongest fire-type player and will be able to significantly outperform all his rivals in battle. Unexpectedly, the protagonist realized what he wanted and wished for the power of fire, which was supposed to make him significantly stronger in battle and help him in his future development. At that moment, the system announced that the young man had made a wish and received a level 6 quest, which required considerable effort to complete. The next quest was easier than the others, so Zixin immediately set out to complete it, moving confidently toward his goal without wasting any time. Using his basic sword-fighting skill, the protagonist successfully completed the quest, and his wish was granted, giving him new strength and confidence. At that moment, the protagonist rejoiced, for he had managed to acquire the skill of fire control, which significantly enhanced his combat capabilities in future battles. As he checked everything he had, the young man continued to rejoice over the reward he'd received, for it was important to him to possess a variety of skills to fight his enemies. Suddenly, the young man heard strange sounds that immediately caught his attention, causing him to be on guard and prepare for a potentially dangerous turn of events. Looking around, Zisin tried to figure out who was lurking nearby, listening intently to every rustle and preparing for potential danger. A giant wild boar was roaming the forest where the protagonist was located, its immense strength putting everything around it on high alert. After calming down a bit, the young man realized that it was just an 8th-level, red-eyed, black-furred monster that had appeared just in time. It came as a surprise to the young man that the beast was gray rather than black, and this greatly astonished him, forcing him to take a closer look at the dangerous creature. Terrified that his subclass, which hadn't been switched to Beast Tamer, had malfunctioned, and that his grapple skill couldn't be used, the young man didn't know what to do. The following events unfolded during Tang Hua and Zixing's journey when a jellyfish was inflicting pain on another player, forcing everyone to be cautious. Suddenly, the protagonist started shouting that Zhang Linyao had obtained the fire element skill and that he had sacrificed his own wish. For several minutes, the young man remained agitated, as he wanted to destroy his former classmate, while his best friend tried to calm his brother down. Tang Hua looked through all his skills and noticed Ash's invasion among them, a skill that allowed him to turn monsters into servants and take control of them, which was way cooler than his main skill, Assassin Spy. Having calmed down a bit, the young man said there was no need to talk nonsense, and suggested that Tang Hua log out of the game and post the video on all social media platforms to attract attention. Meanwhile, in the protagonist's room, the players remained online and continued their journey through the virtual world. When Tang Hua took off his helmet, he told his friend not to worry, because he could always count on him in any situation and with any problem. At that moment, Zixin equipped the ant soldier's blade and decided to use it in the upcoming battle. But first he wanted to find his opponent and challenge him to a duel. With his weapon at the ready, the protagonist ordered his opponent to prepare for battle and wait for him, since he had no intention of retreating. Confidently and cautiously, the young man made his way to meet his rival, though he didn't know if the other was actually nearby. Still, he spoke of his strange appearance. It was important for the young man to destroy all his rivals, so he declared resolutely that this was the last day Zhang Linyao would have a chance at luck, and asked him to enjoy the moment. As it turned out, the first thing he had to do was put his weapons in his inventory, since the heavy gear was draining his stamina, making it quite difficult for the young man to move around. Without hesitation, Zixin confidently continued talking to himself, as if addressing the man and repeating that he would be able to get his account back. Listening intently to every sound, the player was suddenly startled by strange noises nearby, which made him grow wary and look around. The first thing the protagonist did was check to see if the bird he needed was nearby, because without it, carrying out his plan would be nearly impossible. Looking around, the young man couldn't figure out where all the monsters had gone, since he didn't even have a mount, and after his account was restored, he immediately wanted to tame a magical beast. At first, the young man decided to see what Zhang Linyao was doing, and used his skill to gather information and better understand his next moves. When the player opened his eyes, he was surprised, as he hadn't expected to see such a scene at all, and immediately tried to figure out what was going on around him. To conclude his covert surveillance of his rival, the protagonist closed his eyes, already knowing exactly what his next move would be in his future actions and plans. Realizing the full complexity of the situation, Zixin began to berate himself for not having figured this out sooner, and for failing to avoid the problems that had now arisen around him. The young man tried to run as fast as he could, realizing at that moment that, according to the original scenario, Zhang Linyao was supposed to go ahead and defeat the level 30 demonic bull. All the way from Qingxi village, the protagonist used the Ash invasion skill to keep the boar under control. The closer he got to the location, the fewer monsters he encountered, which could mean that the boss area was ahead. Unexpectedly, Zixin received a call from his friend, who told him he'd uploaded the video they'd been talking about, and to avoid being tracked down, he'd done it from a computer at an internet cafe. With a smile on his face, Tang Hua added that this had really inspired him, and after the video was posted, many journalists contacted him, to whom he gave Zhang Linyao's address. Suddenly, his smile faded, and he grew worried about his friend, so he decided to ask if anyone was following him, looking around carefully. The protagonist warned that he was in the boss's zone and that if he encountered a man, he would easily defeat him. But as for the bull, there was nothing he could do about it. When Zixin found a place where no one could find him, he immediately decided to test something and wanted to make sure it would work. Using his control over the ashes, the protagonist carefully analyzed the situation, trying to figure out his next move and apply his skill correctly. The power the young man used affected the bull, which immediately sensed its might and began to react to the impact, forced to change its behavior in battle. When the young man stopped the boar, he became curious about where exactly it was fleeing so rapidly and what could have frightened it so much in this dangerous forest. At that moment, Zixin asked his friend to come to him as soon as possible, because he wanted his friend to evolve and gain new opportunities for growth. The young man was still curious about where all the monsters had gone. Could they have returned to the safe zone, which was closer to Qingxi village? The protagonist's thoughts were interrupted by a strange noise around him, which instantly put him on guard and made him worry about a possible danger. Two bright circles began to glow near the animals. They looked quite eerie, but those present had no idea what they might be. Suddenly, a giant monster appeared. It looked truly terrifying and struck fear into everyone who saw it. This creature really did look astonishing. So the guy wasn't surprised that it was a sea creature that exerted immense pressure even on land, though it still couldn't compare to the queen ant. From the distance the creature had chosen, it immediately appeared hostile, which meant they were facing an aggressive boss that was already preparing for a powerful charge. Even though a collision was about to occur, the protagonist wanted to see what the creatures transformed by ash after their destruction would become, so he watched everything that was happening closely. What surprised the boar most was that Zixin had decided to do everything possible to avoid a clash between the animals and prevent a dangerous battle. For the little creature, this situation turned out to be pleasant. But at the same time, the young man was trying to parry the giant's blow, defending himself with all his might and continuing the fight. The two friends' plan changed drastically because the protagonist had come up with something more interesting, and this creature would definitely be defeated. So he asked if Manhwa could help him find someone to assist him in battle. What surprised his brother most was how he could have found out about the creation of the Kinyue Brotherhood when only 2 hours had passed since the server went live. The protagonist was curious to know if his friend had anyone who could help in battle, but, as it turned out, someone proactive had already contacted him. The information provided by Manhwa really surprised Qi Xin, because after the video was posted, an intriguing woman had contacted him and sent him a private message, but he was afraid to reply, and once the new game started, it would be difficult to get in touch with her. After hearing his friend's words, the young man began to worry deeply, because he already knew who they were talking about and realized that the situation could become much more complicated than he had expected. As it turned out, it was Luo Xiaoxi, and that name immediately stirred mixed feelings in the young man, since he realized that what happened next might get more complicated. At that moment, the protagonist didn't understand his own feelings, but at the same time, he was trying to figure out if that was her login address for the virtual world. During a conversation among friends, Manhwa explained that if it were that very account, he would have recognized her immediately by her playing style and behavior. The young man also warned that he would get everything done on time, since he had promised to fulfill his brother's request and not let him down at such a crucial moment. Unexpectedly, Zixin received an email that immediately caught his attention and made him read the message carefully. Upon opening the email, he saw a video sent by an unknown sender, which immediately aroused his suspicion. At that moment, the protagonist decided to watch the recording right away to understand its meaning and find out who might have sent it and for what purpose. The first few seconds of the video were confusing and didn't reveal anything, but as time went on, it became increasingly clear what exactly the video was trying to show. With every movement the unknown person made, it became clearer who they were, but the young man still didn't fully understand the meaning of the video. When this person looked up at the sky, it was as if they were pondering something, and their behavior became increasingly mysterious. As it turned out, it was Luo Xiaoxi, who at that very moment turned to face the camera and looked directly at him. The young lady's actions continued to surprise the protagonist, compelling him to closely watch her every move and try to understand her true intentions. The young lady's gaze was piercing and yet full of hidden anxiety, as if she were trying to discern others' intentions. Manhwa interrupted the viewing. Curious about what exactly his friend was watching, he decided to ask for clarification to better understand the situation. Although Zixin was shocked by what he saw, he tried to calmly explain exactly what had happened and how it might affect future events. The first thing the guy said was that the very girl they had just been talking about was looking at him, and that immediately changed his emotional state. Upon hearing this, Tonghua panicked and didn't know what to do, so he opened the control panel and decided to change his name to avoid unnecessary attention. At some point, the young man decided to stop panicking and froze in place, trying to calm down and gather his thoughts before taking further action. It seemed to the young man that Luo Xiaoxi wanted to intimidate the main character, but in reality, the video only inspired him to meet her as soon as possible and do everything he could to destroy her. Then Shi Xin asked if his friend wanted him to log back into the game, since he believed it might pique her interest and change the course of future events. The smile on the young man's face looked very malicious and at the same time cold, as if he had already made a decision that left his rivals no chance of escape. After giving his coordinates, the protagonist asked his brother to come to him. To make the trip, he would need to send a battle request and the coordinates 156.42, and in an hour he would be where Changlinya was, 500 meters from the training ground. When Tong Hua arrived at his friend's place, his friend warned him that he had received a letter from Luo Xiaoxi in Qingxi village, and that she would be able to arrive at their destination within an hour. Although quite some time had passed since the game began, this would be the main character's brother's first no-rules fight. At that moment, Tong Hua felt as if Zixin was trying to take control of his body, but Medusa explained that they would have amazing abilities. It was difficult for the young man to make a decision regarding the symbiosis his friend would use, but since they only had half an hour left, they needed to hurry. Using the symbiosis, the protagonist asked his friend not to resist, so that the process would go safely and they could quickly achieve the desired result. Suddenly, the players didn't know where they were, because their surroundings had changed and they'd lost their bearings in both space and the situation. The protagonist's thoughts were interrupted by an unexpected sound, which made him alert and quickly look around. In front of them, the young men saw a giant jellyfish, which they asked not to interfere since they wanted to handle the situation themselves and see it through to the end. Tanhua was curious about who his friend was talking to, but his friend explained that these were merely auditory hallucinations and that he was trying to control them on his own. First, he had to clear his mind of all thoughts, sensing Zixing's commands, and allow his body to behave strangely and suspiciously, so the young man agreed. The next step was to arm himself with an ant soldier's blade to prepare for battle and increase his chances of successfully completing the upcoming mission. At that moment, Tang Hua didn't understand where the weapon had come from, so he immediately asked if it belonged to his friend, trying to quickly figure out the situation. After asking his brother to calm down, he continued to listen carefully to his instructions on what to do next, trying to remember every detail of the plan. Behind the young man stood a stranger who, upon witnessing the situation, realized that he was being influenced by another person's ability. The protagonist's assistant was observing the situation. She understood that parasitism takes over bodies by suppressing their life force, while symbiosis is its spiritual form, which gains control over the body. At the same time, the girl noticed that the young man had acted in such a way that his spiritual power and that of the other being were in harmony and entered into a symbiosis in which the body's host retained free will. As she continued to watch, Xiaoman realized that even she would not have been able to do such a thing, for the two friends were using the skill of coexistence. The next thing Zixin noticed was a new skill, after which he began to wonder whether he could achieve harmony with a magical beast and whether this would result in one body with two souls. He then warned his friend not to pay attention to health points and wounds, since the most important thing right now was to level up. Suddenly, Tong Hua began running away from several wild boars that were rapidly chasing him, forcing him to look for a safe place. While fleeing, the young man didn't notice that another animal was standing ahead, blocking his path and forcing him to change direction abruptly. The powerful collision sent the young man flying upward. He momentarily lost his bearings as he tried to figure out what had happened and how to avoid further danger. Despite being struck with such force, Tanhua continued to attack the creatures, pressing on without pause and searching for their weak spot. During the battle, the young man told his friend that the system had displayed a dialogue box asking him to confirm or deny coexistence with the player's 7 stars, and after clicking accept, the following task appeared: to determine whether he should take on the lead role. Meanwhile, Xi Xin asked his brother to give up the lead role and indicate this in the system, without even noticing that his brother was upset. When the protagonist took control over his friend, he decided to do everything in his power to destroy the creatures standing before him. Each of them tried their best to win the battle, using their skills and strategy to gain the upper hand over their opponent. With a single strike, the young man destroyed several creatures that crossed his path, moving forward without stopping and giving his enemies not the slightest chance to resist. After the first part of the battle ended, Manhwa decided to ask his friend how it was possible that he could use his skills to send messages but not control his body. Another thing that bothered the young man was that everything else worked, but the field of view didn't change. So at that moment, the player decided he needed to switch the game view to a third-person perspective to better control the situation and see his surroundings. While Manhwa stood there pondering the situation, the main character suddenly warned that someone was behind them, causing both of them to become alert. As it turned out, this warning came at just the right time for the young man and allowed him to easily dodge a powerful attack. Seeing this phenomenon for the first time, the young man didn't understand what was happening until Zixin explained that his mana was being restored. The player was curious about what was happening until the protagonist explained that the legendary skill was being restored and that within a certain range, 20% of the mana spent on various actions was being replenished. To obtain this skill, the guy joined a leveling group and, thanks to the mana regeneration, farmed straw dummies until he reached level 3, at which point Manhwa was supposed to feel his energy instantly replenish and his desire to fight return. The protagonist's blade possessed the ability to unleash an endless series of basic attacks without consuming mana, allowing him to continuously pressure the enemy. After defeating yet another boar, Manhwa reached level 4. But according to his subordinate, who had already obtained a helmet, the battle against Luo Xiaoqi would be far from easy. Next, the group decided to review the materials collected by Ziqing's brother to better prepare for the upcoming battle. One of the files they found was a video, which they immediately began watching, carefully analyzing every detail and trying to understand its content. When they played the recording, they saw Luo Xiaoqi standing before them, calmly looking into the camera as if she already knew they were there. The next moment, the young men saw the girl interacting with a cold knife standing next to the underground dragon, and the dragon asked her to leave if she didn't want to fight. Suddenly, Manhwa realized he knew this guy, and this made him pause for a moment, trying to recall all the details of their encounter. The young lady held a weapon in her hands, which she twirled with ease as if it were an ordinary toy, demonstrating complete control and confidence. Suddenly, Luo Xiaoqi found herself in the midst of a thick fog, within which she could easily and unnoticeably vanish, forcing everyone around her to strain their senses and lose sight of her. Seeing that the girl had become invisible, Cold Knife asked the dragon to use its roar to stop her, revealing her position within the fog. As it turned out, the creature's roar, within a certain range, could lower a target's mental resistance and cause their mind to become clouded. The young man himself was waiting for the right moment to use a few more tactics and destroy his opponent, closely watching his every move. Suddenly, the young man realized he had found his enemy and began to consider his next moves, looking for the best moment to attack and gain the upper hand in the fight. Using his deep-cut skill, Cold Knife immediately swung his weapon, but he had no idea that an unexpected turn of events awaited him. The unexpected appearance of Luo Xiaoqi, standing behind him, threw him off balance, causing him to lose his concentration and pause for a moment in the middle of the fight. The video ended at that moment, which surprised the two friends even more, causing them to exchange glances and wonder what happened next. According to Manhwa, this situation is similar to a girl challenging those at the top of the rankings and then posting their humiliation, which looks very bad. Having gathered all the necessary information, Zixin decided to cancel the symbiosis and already had a plan for his next steps. As it turned out, the girl possesses invisibility, cloning, and a lethal strike, a standard set of abilities for an assassin. She's level 6 and her class is unmodified, but her dagger might be her trump card. Suddenly, Manhwa sensed that his brother was trying to do something, though he didn't understand exactly what, which made him grow wary and watch closely. At that moment, the protagonist suggested that the young man test their combat strength against each other, which would take them about 10 minutes, as well as level up and take care of a few other necessary tasks. Zixing's stats were low, but he had reached level 10, while his other attributes remained weak. Manhwa's attributes were no different from his other stats, So the protagonist pondered the situation, trying to figure out the reason. Suddenly, the young man remembered that he had the Ash Apprentice class, which is one of the Traveler tiers, and that unless he defeated the Ant Queen and obtained the bone hand required for class change, neither the class nor its skills would be displayed. Luo Xiaoxi's stats were at least 6th tier, and her early game rewards had to be taken into account, so she might be a high-tier humanoid race. For Tang Hua, these circumstances weren't very encouraging, since he didn't know what to do in this situation and was trying to quickly find a way out of the problem. What surprised the young man most was that the girl had a large number of newbies, which could create a serious imbalance and affect the course of events. It was important to the young man that his friend teleport back to Qingxi village, change classes, and gain bonuses and skills, because only then would they be able to fight her on equal terms. After hearing Tang Hua's words, the protagonist pondered that while his attributes wouldn't change after changing classes, he had only one slot left. If he used it, he wouldn't be able to return to the Ash Disciple and would lose more than he gained. Once back on the ground, Zixin decided to calm his brother down and asked him to listen carefully, explaining that he already had a plan for what to do next. First, the protagonist told his friend that he needed to return to the city and buy as many teleportation scrolls to a specific location as possible, specifying the coordinates of that location. However, his friend was surprised by the number of scrolls required, since there were very few of them at the beginning of the game. In response, the guy was told that all of this was specifically for him, since the scrolls could be exchanged for gold at the in-game store. When Tanhua saw the amount of gear, he was even more surprised and couldn't believe his eyes, trying to grasp the scale of the preparations. Unexpectedly, the protagonist struck his brother, who was unprepared for such a turn of events. Tang Hua's life energy plummeted to 0, and he froze, unable to comprehend what had happened, while the tension and silence of battle thickened around him. At that moment, the system notified him that he had eliminated a player and earned 100 rage points, as well as bonus experience for successfully completing the battle. Opening the screen, the boy decided to review all the information on the matter, and with every passing minute, he grew more and more confident. While Zixin was reviewing the information, his friend remained lying motionless on the ground, waiting for him to finish and explain what to do next. Unexpectedly, the protagonist used his teleportation ability to move his friend's body to a safe place to avoid further danger and enemy attacks. After using the skill, Tanhua began shouting that it had been very difficult for him to improve his skills and reach the 4th level. An unexpected blow struck the young man again, causing him to lose his balance and for a moment focus solely on defending against the next attack. Using the same skill again, Zixin warned that he needed to teleport as quickly as possible since he desperately needed help, and the system again reported that he had received 100 rage points. While carrying out the next series of actions, Tang Hua didn't understand what was happening or why he was involved in it. Meanwhile, the system had already reported receiving 100 points for the 4th time, and the young man said that his skills had dropped to level 1, and he didn't understand why they should seem weak to Luo Xiaoqi. When Zixin decided once again to destroy his friend, he asked if the other would try to do the same to him, since that would be fair. Meanwhile, Luo Xiaoqi activated her threat sensing skill, which the system rated as medium level due to the boss's territory, and she got the feeling that the protagonist had decided to let someone else do all the dirty work. With a slight smile on her face, the girl realized that the young man was plotting something serious, and she began to closely watch his every move. The young lady didn't like such developments, but she understood that he wouldn't get away with it, so she kept a close eye on the situation and prepared to act. Suddenly, Luo Xiaoqi realized that the young man couldn't fight her one-on-one, so she decided to take a much tougher stance against him. At that moment, the young lady used another skill that allowed her to become invisible and gain the upper hand to defeat her enemy in battle. After a while, the girl noticed that the area around her had changed, which made her wary and gave her a sense of impending danger. Luo Xiaoxi's thoughts were interrupted by a system notification announcing that a message had arrived from the player 7 stars, which immediately put her on guard. Immediately after receiving the notification that a reply had arrived, the young woman guessed that the young man was going to surprise her, and she watched the unfolding events closely. On the monitor screen, she saw her rival, who asked her to guess where he was, closely watching her reaction. At that moment, the young lady began teasing Zixin, assuming he was using the magical beast just to chat with her. Then, with his permission, she suggested using her dagger to figure out where the young man was and where his animal was. But in an instant, Luo Shaoxi realized this might be a trap, since it all seemed too easy and aroused suspicion. When against the will of the heavens, the server opened, they immediately revealed the main weapon capable of defeating the final boss. It dealt triple damage, granted numerous skills, and allowed access to a special realm. Unexpectedly, just as a huge commotion arose around this information, an unknown player dressed as a gnome appeared, selling the same weapon at a rate of 10 per day. Although it was very expensive, players still bought the weapon to complete the game, sparing no expense. On a regular basis, the carrot-headed gnome demanded that players leave their money in a magical field inside a cave, and in this way, he would teleport them. Afterward, he would hand out a map with coordinates indicating where the player was to retrieve their weapon, and wait until the player fulfilled all the conditions to complete the transaction. Some of them were buried in the ground, and players had to find them by carefully exploring the area and using clues from the map to proceed. Some were hidden under pebbles in the water, and players had to carefully examine the riverbed, using clues to find the necessary items. Participants also had to climb trees and carefully examine the branches to find hidden items concealed from the other player's view. When players picked up the weapon to battle the heavens, they immediately understood its true power, and the reason why there was so much buzz surrounding it. The damage dealt by this weapon was indeed triple, but it wasn't powerful enough to help them progress further. According to the young lady, all these events are happening because of one player, 7 stars, who is hiding his true intentions and influencing others. As it turned out, he used an ID card to trick his friend into falling for the carrot-headed gnome, thereby winning the player's trust. Meanwhile, having been one of the first to find the entrance to a special area, he sat there for hours, preventing others from entering. Relying on his weapon, the young man repeatedly defeated monsters there and leveled it up, with attribute values ranging from 100 to 2,000 points, whereas the highest value of any weapon he sold did not exceed 500 points. Weapons used in that space were imbued with the boss's blood, allowing them to gain 10 attributes, but the young man hadn't sold a single one of them, and the coordinates on the maps he sold led to the Valley of 1,000 Snakes, where traps were everywhere. The first thought that crossed Luo Shaoxi's mind was that such a small jellyfish wasn't particularly frightening, but it was clearly plotting something strange and unpredictable. After these reflections, the girl decided to change her strategy and took cover, closely monitoring her surroundings and waiting for the right moment. In the young lady's opinion, the jellyfish was not a player but a magical creature, a carefully crafted opponent, and she should be avoided, since it had appeared unexpectedly. At that moment, the player wondered, had the main character really followed her train of thought or foreseen her suspicions? Another thought that popped into her head unexpectedly was shocking. She believed that if she destroyed this jellyfish, she might receive a curse. Despite the girl's belief that this was impossible, there was a high probability that it could be true, and she began to analyze it seriously. Zixing was at skill level 10, and in the video she had demonstrated basic assassin skills, which were enough to mislead him, but the young lady didn't lose heart because she had every chance of winning. In her mind, Luo Shaoxi addressed the protagonist, wanting to warn him that she had become dozens of times stronger and was ready to do anything to destroy him, which was why she was waiting for him to appear and was wary of the jellyfish. Suddenly, Zixin began to wonder if his opponent was mentally stable, since she had been muttering something under her breath for a long time and had barely moved. As he continued to watch his rival, the young man recalled that the protagonist had just used Ash's invasion, and at the cost of animal remains turned a small patch of land into an ashen desert. In this desert, control belonged to the young man, for as its master he could sense any presence within it, and moreover could teleport objects within the boundaries of the area he had created. Recalling his divine power, Zixin realized that he had very little of it, and didn't know if it would be useful, so he carefully weighed each move. When the protagonist noticed that the girl wasn't doing anything, he decided to take the initiative and activated Call of the Ashes. Suddenly, Luo Shaoxi realized that the most interesting part was about to begin, for she heard strange sounds all around her and sensed danger approaching. Using her weapon, the girl tried to remain unnoticed while maintaining her advantage in battle. The first thing she decided to do was replenish her mana reserves and restore her stamina so she would be ready for further combat and not lose her advantage. After the young lady drank the contents of the vial, she already had a clear plan for her next moves and was ready to act quickly and without hesitation in the upcoming battle. Once on the ground, Luo Xiaoqi refined her plan and weighed the possible consequences that might hinder her. The only thing the contestant knew for certain was that a single strike would be enough to destroy her opponent, so she carefully prepared for the moment of attack. Just then, a wild boar charged at the young lady, but at the last moment, it realized there was no one in front of it. Seeing this, the beast stopped abruptly, and the girl, who was standing in the same spot, did everything she could to avoid a collision. Once on the ground, Luo Xiaoqi did not yet know that several creatures were hiding in a secluded spot behind her. Although the distance between the wild boars and the young lady was considerable, she heard strange sounds behind her, which prompted her to act decisively. Each of them tried everything to win, using their skills, strategy, and strength, stopping at nothing. The beasts surrounded the young lady from all sides, and she tried to quickly come up with a new strategy to escape the dangerous situation. Realizing she had been exposed, the girl instantly realized that her opponent might have switched to the beast tamer class, but there couldn't be any errors in the information about him, so one option was to use a summoning whistle. They're quite expensive at the beginning of the game, but Luo Xiaoxi decided to use every method available to fight her competitors. At this stage, the girl knew that there were many types of assassins. Some hide and strike with a single blow, while others rely on traps, spells, and secret weapons. In their circles, such assassins are called guerrillas. Those who specialize in poisons actively use them by slipping them into their victims' drinks and wield the weapon known as the blue-eyed kiss, while those whose attacks are swift and cold-blooded possess a tool called the sting of the dancing bee. The artifact in Luo Xiaoxi's possession allows her to use all her skills and switch between different types of destroyers at will, and such a weapon was perfect for her. Unexpectedly, the young woman struck the beasts with her thunder blade, forcing them to retreat under the powerful blow and lose control of their attack. With a single strike, the young lady managed to destroy several creatures standing very close to one another, leaving them no chance at all. The next move the player used was a hunting trap, which allowed her to stop her enemies and gain a tactical advantage in battle. Unaware of anything unusual, the beasts remained standing in one spot, motionless, waiting to see what their opponent would do next. Using this skill, the creatures were destroyed in a single blow, without even having time to realize what had caused their demise. With each subsequent attack, the young lady used different weapons, changing her tactics and adapting to the flow of the battle. At that moment, Luo Xiaoxi used the plague spears to destroy the next group of boars and prevent her enemies from closing in on her. The attack once again proved unpredictable, and the beasts were destroyed in a matter of seconds before they even had a chance to react to the danger. Upon completing this stage, the young lady awaited the arrival of the main protagonist, who had set all these events in motion, preparing for the decisive encounter. Suddenly, Luo Xiaoxi said that it was time for the young man to come out and show what he was truly capable of. The young man's appearance didn't surprise the girl, but she was alarmed by the fact that he was keeping such a great distance from her, as if preparing for something dangerous. The only thing that reassured her was that the player had chosen an ordinary sword, resembling a hoe, for the fight, and it looked rather boring. But the unexpected appearance of her opponent in full view caused her to freeze in place for a few minutes, carefully assessing his next move. Standing before Luo Xiaoqi was a young man with the head of a boar, who was closely watching her actions, assessing her every move and her readiness for the next attack. Tang Hua's appearance greatly surprised the young lady, and she began to ask irritably why he had dressed up like that, as if it were some kind of performance. The Ash Wanderer's final ability is his substitution. A creature contains his power and can serve as his substitute. If he expends this energy, the protagonist gains control over it, but such a body can exist for only 2 minutes. At that moment, the creature was preparing for battle but patiently waiting for the right moment to attack, closely watching its opponent's every move. In the young man's opinion, even 10 seconds would be enough to land a powerful blow and decide the outcome of the battle in his favor without any extra effort. Realizing that the right moment was about to present itself, he decided to humble his opponent and strike back. At that moment, the player tried to strike his opponent and end the fight as quickly as possible without giving the enemy a chance to retaliate. Unexpectedly, the young man himself suffered a serious injury, as he hadn't anticipated that the young lady would use her invisibility magic at that very moment. During her next attack, the girl didn't understand what was happening and instantly froze in place, sensing a strange danger and an inexplicable sense of unease. Upon hearing an unknown voice informing her that Luo Xiaoxi had fallen into a trap, the girl was even more surprised and looked around warily. When the young lady turned her head, what she saw astonished her even more, for she had not expected such a turn of events at all. The first thing that crossed her mind was that the protagonist had managed to master the art of necromancy and keep it hidden from everyone around him. As she tried to run away, Luo Xiaoxi felt an unknown hand grab her leg and try to hold her back, preventing her from breaking free. Suddenly, the girl lost her balance and fell, trying to react quickly and figure out what exactly had caused her to fall. Hands began attacking the helpless player from all sides, surrounding her and leaving her not the slightest chance of escape. But these events didn't come as a shock to her, so she simply smiled and was already planning to turn the situation to her advantage. Despite these circumstances, the girl managed to acquire new skills and immediately decided to use one of them, trying to grab a weapon. When Luo Xiaoqi tried to get to her feet, she felt herself being held firmly once again, preventing her from standing up and forcing her to remain trapped. At that moment, the young lady decided to use another skill to make a more effective attempt to free herself, preparing to turn the situation around. In the player's opinion, the guy's behavior was unusual. He started by summoning beasts and then moved on to controlling the undead, so she believed he had abandoned his strengths and was simply relying on that skill. Another possibility was that Xin wanted to keep the young lady from figuring out his class and playstyle, causing her to choose the wrong strategy against him. This opinion of Luo Xiaoxi's combat style led her to conclude that the young man wasn't taking the game seriously and considered her a novice. The longer the young man continued to summon undead and combine this with disciplined melee attacks, forcing her to switch between different types of assassins, the more mana she would consume. New strange creatures appeared around the player, trying to oppose her and giving her no chance to catch her breath. When all the buffs wear off, whatever is hiding behind the horde of creatures will immediately go on the offensive, leaving the player no time to defend herself. As she continued to attack the monsters, the girl immediately declared that she was very difficult to control and that she would shatter her opponent's wildest dreams in the blink of an eye. Fighting was very easy for Luo Xiaoqi, since she was using the dancing bee's stinger, her primary attack method, with which she could battle for an entire day. The next thing that interested the young lady was how many corpses the protagonist could summon and how long this endless onslaught would last. What happened next greatly surprised the girl, as she hadn't expected this turn of events or such a sudden twist at all. Luo Xiaoqi was suddenly attacked by a 4th-level golem, forcing her to instantly focus and look for a way to dodge the powerful blow. Surrounding the young lady on all sides, the creatures tried to attack her. Although the situation was strange after all, they had quickly changed classes. She thought about how to find a way out as quickly as possible. Trying to dodge the attack, the player leaned back and realized that several creatures were attacking her from different sides at once. But at the last moment, she managed to dodge them. Suddenly, Luo Xiaoxi realized that something had gone wrong again, and this alarmed her, forcing her to quickly assess the situation around her. Just as the girl was trying to dodge the blow, the creature grabbed her by a limb again and held her tightly. When Luo Xiaoqi returned to her starting position, she immediately began wielding the dagger she held in her hand. During her subsequent attacks, the young woman unleashed a barrage of bee stings on her opponents, forcing them to retreat under a continuous stream of swift and precise strikes. A few seconds later, the fight ended in victory for the young lady, who coolly utilized her arsenal and left the enemy no chance at all. Realizing that the protagonist had decided to hold Luo Xiaoxi back as long as possible at this stage, she still didn't understand why, and at that moment, something made her wary. Standing opposite her was a 2nd-level ash golem, which was attempting to deliver a powerful blow to the girl, forcing her to react instantly. But the young lady reacted in time, drew her weapon, and began attacking on her own, not giving the ash golem the slightest chance to get close. With her dagger, the player delivered a powerful strike, cutting through the enemy's defense and forcing it to retreat under the relentless onslaught of her lightning-fast actions. A distinct mark from the weapon remained on the young man's body, testifying to the force of the blow and causing him to feel pain and lose his advantage in the fight. Strange events were unfolding on the battlefield that no one could understand, and this only heightened the tension among the participants. The first thing that came to Luo Xiaoxi's mind was that the young man was Xing's partner, who wasn't anywhere near there. After what she had seen, the girl was even more determined to get to her opponent and destroy him. So at this stage, she was preparing for the next battle. With every blow, the young lady realized that her patience was running out, and because of this, everything that came within her reach was smashed to pieces. Unable to contain her emotions, the young lady tried to figure out who was standing before her and where the seven-star player was, scrutinizing those present closely. It was important to the girl that her opponent reveal his true self, so she kept shouting. Tang Hua appeared before Luo Xiaoxi and explained that she still hadn't understood what was going on, since from the very beginning his boss had asked her to guess everything he had planned. Despite these events, the young man understood that with every undead creature destroyed, it lost a level and gradually grew weaker, but he still couldn't figure out where the necromancer's skills had come from. But the girl realized only one thing. These creatures posed no danger, so she gradually calmed down and stopped taking them seriously. After these reflections, the young lady asked whether the protagonist had really not been by her side for even a single moment all this time. Suddenly, Tong Hua glanced at his watch and explained that only 20 minutes had passed since the agreed-upon time. It surprised the young man that Luo Xiaoxi thought that if she arrived early, she would catch them off guard and be able to win this battle. The next thing that surprised her was that the young man told her his boss would definitely arrive after the battle was over, since he always showed up on time. At that moment, the player played a video showing Zixin fighting a monster while his rival was talking to his friend. After watching the recording, the young lady immediately asked where his brother was, trying intently to figure out the true purpose behind the whole plan. Noticing the dagger in Luo Xiaoxi's hands, the young man immediately pointed out that, unlike her who had secretly come to kill mobs, the main character was actually playing the game earnestly. At that moment, the girl launched her attack, ignoring their entire conversation and focusing entirely on the battle and her opponent's next move. In a calm voice, the young man asked the young lady to stop and watch closely what he was about to show her, never taking his eyes off her. Despite Teng Hua's pleas, the girl had no intention of stopping and continued moving forward, completely ignoring his words. The only thing that managed to stop Luo Xiaoxi was what she saw in front of her. She couldn't immediately figure out what it could be. Neither the girl nor the young man had expected such a turn of events. They stood there, unable to believe what was happening. There was a mark drawn on the young man's body beforehand, and at that moment Tong Hua hoped that no blow would be directed at him. When the player realized it was all over, he couldn't believe that his opponent had actually backed off and hadn't caused him the slightest harm. Recalling the moment when Zixin drew that symbol, the guy realized what he had meant when he spoke of Cheng Linyao and his wildly underestimated ability to set branches on fire. The protagonist also explained that if his friend provoked the girl, she would immediately pounce on him, and to avoid being killed with the first blow, he needed to expose his stomach. The moment Luo Xiaoxi saw that eye on her rival, she immediately realized she had been under surveillance the whole time. Furthermore, she recalled that while she was talking to him, she had to guess where he was, and only now did she realize that this dark energy was in fact his stomach. The first thing that crossed her mind was whether destroying that part of his body would truly allow her to defeat her opponent. Summoning creatures, necromancer magic, melee attacks. It seemed that one mob was weaker than the next, but this turned out to be a trap, and the protagonist's main goal was to make his opponent let her guard down. According to Luo Xiaoqi, her interlocutor believed she didn't understand what was happening, and therefore Zixin didn't need to engage her in combat. Suddenly, the girl realized that this was an empty fortress tactic designed to mislead her and make her let her guard down. Feeling that someone was watching her, the young lady immediately decided to ask where he was looking, trying to understand his true intentions. What surprised the player even more was that she was standing in the center of a large glowing eye that seemed to be tracking her every move. With every passing minute, Luo Xiaoqi grew more and more astonished, for she saw a jellyfish that had suddenly appeared before her. While the young lady was closely watching her opponent's actions, he immediately unleashed an aura of malice capable of inflicting a mental shock, likely plunging her into a state of fear and reducing all her attributes by 10%. Unexpectedly, the girl found herself in a state of fear, feeling her strength wane as the pressure and uncertainty of the situation grew around her. It was very important for the player to understand everything that was happening to her, so she continued to watch closely. What she saw surprised her even more, prompting her to look more closely at the details of the situation and search for the hidden meaning behind what was happening. At that moment, Luo Xiaoxi found herself in an unknown place, where she was being closely watched, forcing her to stay alert. and weigh every move she made. Meanwhile, using the symbiosis, the protagonist attacked his rival, forcing her to react instantly and look for a way to defend herself. Tentacles wrapped around the young lady's body from all sides, and she completely lost track of what was happening, feeling only a growing sense of anxiety. When the young man found himself face to face with his opponent, he looked intently into her eyes, preparing for his next move. Meanwhile, during the symbiosis, both parties entered into a spiritual connection, sensing each other's thoughts, emotions, and presence. The strange eye continued to watch everyone present, not missing a single movement or change on the battlefield. Zixin himself continued to try to master the skills, not stopping for a single moment and focusing exclusively on his goal. Each participant did everything possible to achieve the desired result and gain an advantage in the confrontation. For Luo Xiaoqi, it was important to get out of this place and move on to the next stage of the game so as not to waste time or opportunities. Realizing he couldn't handle it alone, the protagonist called on Xuan for help, hoping to turn the tide in his favor. Unnoticed at the young man's request, his assistant appeared and immediately sought to understand the nature of his request, carefully assessing the situation around them. Calmly and naturally, Xuan extended her tentacles toward her master, responding attentively to his request and awaiting further instructions. Luo Xiaoqi didn't like the situation that had developed because she didn't understand what was expected of her, and this made her even more tense and wary. Trying to escape from the creature's clutches as quickly as possible, the girl put up a struggle that the protagonist couldn't immediately notice. It came as a great surprise to Xuan when she realized just how much mental strength the young lady possessed. The game participant's soul resembled a slender blade, strong, firm, and unbreakable, but a prolonged struggle could gradually lead to her collapse. In a calm voice, the assistant asked 7 stars to stop, since this man was completely unsuitable for symbiosis and could derail his plan. Zixin didn't take the girl's words seriously, so he didn't give up. Instead, he turned to his opponent and asked him to listen carefully and think about why they were both stuck here. In the protagonist's opinion, Luo Xiaoqi was self-assured and arrogant, never noticing or acknowledging danger. In this game, all artifacts possess magic, and the girl's mind had already succumbed to its influence, though she didn't even realize it. Continuing his conversation with his rival, the young man believed that she saw herself as an assassin who had overestimated her skills and weapons. While influencing the girl, the protagonist explained that ancient artifacts have side effects that can subtly alter one's consciousness. Blindly trusting in her combat abilities, she had fallen headlong into her rival's trap, and now the young lady needed to have all of this explained to her. During this conversation, Luo Xiaoqi realized that she hadn't lost, and that all these skills had in fact been enhanced by her own weapon. After a while, the system reported that the symbiosis had been successfully established, and both parties had formed a stable spiritual connection with each other. After gaining control of the young lady's body, she unexpectedly logged out of the game, leaving her opponents completely stunned and on edge. In real life, the girl was very angry at Zixin, as she hadn't expected such a turn of events and felt deceived. For a long time afterward, Luo Xiaoqi couldn't understand why she had fallen for the guy's tricks, or how she had even believed, for a moment, the nonsense about artifacts. Recalling the power the main character had used, she felt that the sensation had been very strange and incomprehensible. Suddenly, the girl decided to do whatever it took to regain control of her body and resolutely re-entered the game. During a conversation between the protagonist and Zhao Man, it became clear that he had long harbored doubts about what happens to a person who becomes a symbiote. As it turned out, the targets with whom the assistant is in symbiosis completely lose consciousness due to the significant difference in levels, and if it's a symbiote, it will most likely lose control of its own body in the game. At that moment, the young lady announced that Luo Xiaoqi would now relinquish control of the character and switch to automatic mode, so that Zixin would have complete control over her body. Unexpectedly, the player began to resist, so they had to proceed with caution, as any mistake could ruin everything. The events that followed took place in a clearing in the middle of the forest, where Manhwa was waiting for the protagonist, cautiously trying to determine whether the person standing before him was truly his brother. For several minutes, the character stood in silence and did not answer his friend's questions, which only heightened his anxiety and suspicions. Opening his eyes, Zixin immediately wanted to test the strength of Luo Xiaoqi's abilities, which he had used for symbiosis. With all his might, The young man hurled his weapon forward, slicing through the air to test its power and his opponent's reaction to this sudden attack. The weapon struck the tree right next to where Tang Hua was standing. He was genuinely surprised by his friend's sudden and dangerous behavior. As if nothing had happened, the protagonist explained that the matter with the girl was already settled, so now they could move on to the next stage of the game. During the conversation, as they moved as quickly as possible toward the next stage, Tang Hua said that his friend was unrivaled, and that the other players weren't even close to being in the same league as him. According to Zixin, things weren't as simple as they seemed, so they would have to resort to out-of-game tactics, which further confused his conversation partner. As they continued running toward the game's next location, the protagonist explained that even in the heat of battle, they wouldn't have been able to hold their ground, despite their high potential. The point the young people were discussing had been clear even before the battle began, so the outcome no longer seemed so unexpected. That is precisely why everything had been carefully planned so that Luo Shaoxi would not suspect their true intentions or their hidden strategy. After reflecting on his friend's words, Tang Hua decided to ask whether their plan was to defeat her using a covert strategy. The protagonist had been waiting for this moment in the conversation, because his brother believed that victory meant reducing the opponent's health to 0, but that wasn't all. Another interesting point was that Zixin wanted not only to defeat the girl, but also to intimidate her, which astonished everyone involved even more. As it turned out, using the young lady's body was not meant to scare the participant, but rather to shake her spirit. At the moment the young man sent the letter to Luo Shaoxi, it contained 2 hints, the hidden meanings of which were of particular significance for subsequent events. The first hint was that his true nature would not be openly revealed, and the second was that he would remain in the shadows. To remain unnoticed, she planned to act covertly and monitor the situation from the sidelines. But she had no idea that some wild boars had already ruined her original plan. She decided to turn the dagger she was holding into a guerrilla weapon to fight the creatures and the Gamal more effectively. But because Tang Hua's head resembled that of a wild boar, the young lady mistook him for the main character and decided to relax a little, thinking she had solved the first riddle. In practice, the situation in battle unfolded quite differently. When Luo Shaoxi encountered a squad of 4 combat-ready bodies, she immediately began to panic due to a misjudgment of her own strength. The icing on the cake was the appearance of Tang Hua, thanks to whom preparations for the event were completed, and the situation moved to a new level of development. According to Zixin, although the young lady had suffered a setback, the unexpected turn of events left her completely bewildered, unsure of how to proceed. After that, Luo Shaoxi began to suspect that she was being deceived, and the more she thought about it, the more she felt like a fool. At the same time, the eye drawn by the main character began to take effect, just as the girl lunged at the young man. And that's when she understood the second clue, the grim prophecy surrounding him. If Tang Hua had previously leaped out of the charred corpse right at her, the young lady would have been certain that Zixin would do exactly the same. Because of this, she began to feel fear and no longer dared to act rashly. But the final straw was the video featuring Zhang Linyao, which made her blood run cold. She had thought the real Zixin wasn't here, and she was wrong again. From that moment on, she tried to pull the wool over everyone's eyes, since that was a basic skill for the best assassin. But the protagonist was always one step ahead, thinking the young man was in a certain place. The girl was wrong again, while he once more directed 3 combat groups, constantly adjusting the course of the battle. Just when Luo Shaoxi thought her opponent was acting like an ordinary person, it only played into the hands of her 2 friends. No one knew where the real 7 stars player might be, as he masterfully concealed his whereabouts. At that moment, Luo Shaoxi was certain her opponent was in the boss fight, but she later realized she had been wrong again. Could Zixin have destroyed her? Definitely yes, because without the magic dagger, the girl wouldn't have been able to withstand even a normal charge by wild boars. Considering the subsequent attacks using that weapon, destroying her wouldn't have been as easy as it might seem at first glance. Unable to endure such a long story, Tang Hua begged him to stop, as his head was already spinning from the mental strain. When asked how best to confront an assassin, the young man replied that he was just an ordinary scout and didn't know the exact answer. The main character classes are divided into 5 types: warrior, mage, priest, assassin, and archer. Warriors, for example, can develop along the lines of endurance, strength, and agility, and there are other paths of evolution depending on the expansions. In addition, there are subclasses, for example, sorcerers, who are considered a type of mage, archers can evolve into musketeers, and so on. Combining two classes can lead to magical transformations. For example, if a warrior and a priest evolve together, a holy warrior is formed, and if you choose the angel race for this, you'll end up with a character who can attack, heal, and defend, and who also possesses high stamina and defense. Upon hearing this information, Tanhua realized that to defeat the assassin, he needed to choose a warrior with high stamina, because thanks to the assassin's skills, he can deliver unexpected strikes while remaining invisible, and only then will the priest's curse be most effective. Theoretically, the guy was right, but the real-world situation had to be taken into account. However, his friend wanted to test this out, since having a priest on the team could have negative consequences for everyone present. Pulling out his weapon, the protagonist explained that with it, they could handle even an experienced group since it works wonders. Tanghua was curious about what the correct answer actually was, since he couldn't immediately grasp his friend's true intention. According to Zi Xin, the only person who could win in this situation was a strategist capable of anticipating every move of the opponent in advance. At that moment, the player began checking all official sources that might contain information about the person Zi Xin was talking about. Stepping closer to his friend, the protagonist immediately struck him and explained that he was referring to real-world strategies, not game strategies. By locking onto his target in the initial phase, tracking its every movement, and slowly closing in, he delivered a decisive blow that instantly destroyed his victim. History has also seen many famous assassins who used this method and made it into the textbooks. To Tanhua's surprise, it became clear that the protagonist hadn't allowed his opponent to get the upper hand, since he hadn't given away his movements and hadn't let him get close. Moreover, the young lady's senseless pride played a major role, a trait that was completely at odds with the assassin's class and fighting style. Meanwhile, Luo Xiaoxi's subconscious recognized the gravity of the situation, so she decided that as soon as her opponent's skill weakened, she would do everything in her power to destroy him. The girl's determination knew no bounds, for she was ready to go to any lengths to secure victory and regain control of the situation. For Zi Xing, it was important not to reveal all his secrets while the contestant remained conscious, as this could influence the course of events. In the protagonist's opinion, Luo Xiaoxi was a person without a shred of doubt, since she had challenged him while looking directly into the camera, yet at the same time, this showed that she was even more susceptible to his influence. This was likely exactly the kind of situation where that particular method was worth using, so the young man applied a 10% probability of the fear effect, which allowed him to break through her mental defenses. The next task was supposed to be much easier, and once it was completed, the protagonist promised to help his friend regain his level, so the friend was overjoyed and ready to do anything to speed up the process. Meanwhile, events were unfolding in the boss battle area, and one of the people present asked his companion not to be angry, since he knew the other hadn't been in the village for a long time, so he'd brought along some medicine. Standing before the protagonist was a player nicknamed Cute Dog, who, on his very first roll, had gained a passion and the exclusive high-class skill Beast Tamer. And although he hadn't yet reached level 10, he had great prospects for a bright future. Approaching Chang Lin Yao, the young man reported that the third member of their group possessed account-bound gear and skills, and that recruiting him would be highly advantageous. When the man ordered his companion to capture the mutating boar, the latter agreed and began effortlessly devising a plan for the capture. Preparing for battle, the young man used his gear to increase his effectiveness and adapt to the situation as quickly as possible. A creature appeared near the player, and he tried to lure it closer so he could deliver a powerful and decisive blow at the most opportune moment. Unexpectedly, the young man activated his capture skill, which allowed him to transform his victim into a magical egg and fully subjugate its power. The beast was startled by the sudden attack, but the capture skill continued to take effect, gradually subduing it and weakening its resistance. At that moment, the protagonist ordered the ash golem to move forward so that it could join the battle and support the team's general offensive. The creature heard the young man's words and grew wary, beginning to closely watch his every move and preparing for a possible attack. Obeying the order, the boar began moving as quickly as possible, dragging the young man behind it across the chaotic battlefield toward the designated point. When Zhang Linyao saw the creature running away, dragging his friend behind it, he was very surprised and momentarily lost control of the situation. While continuing to fight the giant, The young man tried to quickly come up with a plan to rescue the player, assessing the situation and possible courses of action. Next, the young man turned to his assistant, asking him to come to Ella's aid as quickly as possible and support her at the critical moment of the battle. At that moment, the assistant agreed and set off to help, while Chang Lin Yao remained behind to fight the monster on his own. When the man arrived at the spot where the beast and Elle were supposed to be, he noticed they weren't there, and began saying that after defeating the boss, they would be able to get all the extra loot, so he asked them to come out of hiding as soon as possible. In the player's opinion, playing under such conditions with newbies was extremely difficult, and it was at that very moment that he was unexpectedly wounded. To figure out what was going on, the man pressed his fingers to his forehead, but he still didn't fully realize how dangerous the situation was. He noticed red spots on his fingers and at first couldn't understand what had happened, since it all looked too strange. With every passing second, the player's head spun more and more, and his mind began to gradually lose clarity. Unexpectedly, in complete silence and unnoticed by the others, someone eliminated this player, leaving only emptiness on the battlefield. Standing behind the man's body was the protagonist, who had used Luo Xiaoqi's skills, specifically invisibility, to ensure that Chang Linyao was left without support. At that moment, the system reported that the young man had committed a villainous act and received 100 points of malice, which greatly surprised him. What confused the young man most was why the girl hadn't received those points, since he was in her body and had used the abilities she possessed. A few minutes later, the young man calmed down and realized that even symbiosis doesn't protect one from accumulating malice points, which significantly complicates the situation. The first thing that annoyed Luo Xiaoqi was that the protagonist was making strange faces on her face, which greatly irritated her. Unexpectedly, Zixin asked the girl to be quiet and listen to him, since he had come up with a new form for her weapon, and she should thank him. At that moment, the young man began listing the weapon's variants: spider trap, light blade, sharpness, throwing weapon, magic shock, and deflating, and after each name, the system announced the corresponding skill, which he voiced aloud. Upon hearing this information, the girl realized that by combining the spider trap and throwing weapon, the young man had created a new form, adding passive effects to it: sharpness, lightness, and shock. This weapon combines the assassin's skills and can be paired with any of them, creating various forms and experimenting with combinations for additional effects, and it clearly came in handy during the battle. Suddenly, a gluttony entity appeared, and Zixin turned to it and asked if it could absorb the primary skill, Assassin's Heart, from the weapon. At that moment, the entity tried to explain something about the skill, something related to something terrible, and hesitated to simply absorb it. But the creature could sense the flavor of that power and then create a low-level copy of it at the cost of a single legendary skill. Upon learning this, Zixin looked closely at Gluttony and explained that after changing classes, he had deliberately not replaced it with another skill because he considered it useful, but he could never have imagined that things would turn out this way. The creature itself was very distressed, for it had never imagined it would hear its master say that it had made the wrong choice simply because it had been unable to replicate the power the protagonist had created with his own hands.